policymakers in advancing sustainable development agenda.
One real the basis that you can influence policy change at global level, irrespective of politics.
Are there academic projects in line with the challenges of current and future society? Are they agents of change in their territories? Do they have training projects that do not exclude, but that include?
But finally, what COVID has taught us is that we need a societal transformation which enables young people to take charge of what we're doing just now and actually in effect change the world. And that is the most difficult bit, and that I think is the most central question that universities have to deal with.
So then moving forward, the first thing that we need to do in the design of universities going forward is accept our failings, face them square in the face and take them on. Second, we need to create new designs, new kinds of universities, new kinds of structures, small incremental changes of a few things changing every decade or two, or every 5 decades.
United Nations, this network, or indeed the developed countries can create funds which create consortiums across the borders so that the researchers from the developed countries and countries like us who are very much affected by the climate change get together and work together.
These are the kinds of areas where we need you and your universities to bring together the mathematicians and the physicists and the environmentalists to come together, because actually development today is really a partnership, it's cross-sectoral, it's multidisciplinary.
COVID-19 exposed this digital divide in a pretty big way, pretty much everywhere. And it really ended up accelerating e-learning adoption pretty much all over the world. And we talked a lot about blended learning as a solution for the future.
Resources, funding to enable better online access, better access to online journals, better access to particular shared tools that are needed, organizing events, organizing common research programs. We're going to need everybody joining in that funding initiative, but I'm pretty optimistic that we're going to make headway on that.
Implementing the sustainability agenda is no longer an option, but an urgent and moral imperative. It is my hope that the solution we come out can inspire many others around the world to tackling issues related to the sustainability agenda. Sunway Group, as well as our Jeffrey Sachs Foundation, committed ourselves to the concept of sustainable development right from their founding. Both entities have fully embraced the 17 SDGs, which chart a holistic path to build a sustainable future for an ailing planet and its people.
We will, simply put, achieve sustainable development worldwide if today's young generation understands and is empowered through knowledge the
Professor Jeffrey Sachs. A major portion of these funds was used to establish the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development at Sunway University.
Core inspiration of Sunway University and all of the Sunway education initiatives, but is at the essence of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network itself. And that is that education is the most essential investment of any society in its future.
That is our contribution to set up the Asia headquarters for Asia, and we want to do as much as possible in this region to bring sustainable development solution network in this area.
What makes people happy? And how do we measure happiness? A global group of leading researchers have been working on ways to measure and explain happiness, as well as looking at why some countries are happier than others. They look at data from the Gallup World Poll. Included in the survey is the country ladder question. It asks people to imagine a ladder. The top of the ladder represents the best possible life for you, and the bottom of the ladder represents the worst possible life for you. On which step of the ladder would you say you personally feel you stand at this time? More than 100,000 people each year respond from all around the world, giving us a picture of a country's overall happiness. Countries such as Finland, Denmark, and Switzerland have consistently ranked at the top of the list. Why is that? There are 6 explanatory factors that help explain the different levels of happiness between countries. First up is social support. In order to feel secure, people need to feel that at least one person would care for them when in need. This is the number 1 predictor of happiness and well-being. Next up is GDP per capita, or how much each country produces divided by the number of people in the country. Healthy life expectancy is next on the list. We look at physical and mental health. Freedom to make life choices plays a key role in people's happiness. Generosity is measured by looking at how charitable people are. The final variable is an absence of corruption. This looks at both governments and businesses. Policymakers, communities, families, businesses, and individuals now have better guideposts to creating happiness. Each year, the World Happiness Report shares the newest insights in well-being science. We believe the best measure of progress is the happiness of people around the world. To find out more, check out worldhappiness.report.
It is our task today and for the years to come to reimagine and redesign education.
We have a moral duty to educate and prepare children for a world that's going to be more complex, challenging, and unpredictable, and enable them to shape sustainable, prosperous, and resilient communities for the future.
On the SDG form, quality education, target 4.7 calls for the implementation of education that is inclusive and that promotes sustainable development.
All learners should acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contributions to sustainable development. I am absolutely thrilled and delighted to launch Mission 4.7.
Mission 4.7 is an effort to support the education of a generation of global leaders with global citizenship values, real, tangible knowledge of the SDGs, and 21st century skills that we believe is the real path to improving the state of our world for all.
This is not simply about transforming education, but it's about the power of education to transform society.
Education for sustainable development is not just good for society, but it's also good for education.
We need to find a way to make sure it's not something that's seen as an extracurricular to be competing with the school curriculum, but incorporate it into what's necessary in a school curriculum.
So it is not about introducing new curriculum, but it is about reflecting these global values of respect for nature, of universal human rights, of economic justice, and a culture of peace in the various disciplines.
Science isn't just about, physics and chemistry. It's about, can you think like a scientist? Can you use the tools of science to understand and change the world? History is not just about, remembering names and dates. It's about, can you think like an historian? Do you understand how the narrative of a society has emerged, how it developed, how it advanced, and sometimes how it unravels when the context changes? What does it mean for today's world?
We don't produce a world without poverty because people can regurgitate and say SDG number 1 is a world without poverty. We produce a world without poverty when we can identify what are the capacities, what is the knowledge, the dispositions, and the skills that people need to build a world without poverty.
Students of all ages in all types of schools can be educated to care for the world's most pressing problems while achieving their own academic requirements.
Let us work together to educate humanity about sustainable development and global citizenship with the necessary knowledge, skills, and empathy for others. We can create a brighter future for us all, leaving no one behind.
% of the world's data has been produced in the last 2 years. It's transforming how we live our lives and how we run our companies, and it has a vital role to play, putting us on a path to a more sustainable future. SDSN Trends, a global think tank on data governance, has just released a new report on how to navigate this data revolution, called Counting on the World to Act. This video introduces many of the key themes.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Trends Roundtable on Governing the Data Revolution. Today we're going to be covering a range of discussions around the data revolution, opportunities and challenges for sustainable development goals. My name is Shada Badi. I'm the co-chair of Trends and also managing director of Open Data Watch. Today we have a few themes for discussion, and the first theme that we have selected is called Out with the Old and In with the New. Do we still need the traditional data methods like surveys and census? And Tom, I thought I'll come to you with your experience with the census.
The international debate has shifted over the last 18 months. If you go back 18 months, people were starting to talk about this brave new world of wide-ranging big data, satellite data, geosensing data, could all be used as a substitute. In the recent year and a half, there's been a realization that the census particularly is still crucial. It provides a way of validating results from geosensing data. It provides information which cannot be provided from big data.
We still need the surveys, but countries need to be able to identify which surveys should be continued. These are what I call the core surveys, and which ones need not be done. One of the new data sources like big data, citizen-generated data, what we need to work on should be quality assurance frameworks.
But I would argue that it's also about innovating additional types of data that complement it, not only because the scope of the Sustainable Development Goals has changed, but because there's limitations on what households can tell you. Household surveys do not cover issues that pertain to water quality, so there's additional information that we need, but there is still a role for these household surveys to provide denominators in understanding how many people are at risk and having some idea about where and what type of risk they're facing.
There are two potential areas for the new, as it were. I think on the one hand, as you said, to fill gaps where surveys are not the best tool, but also in terms of the actual mechanics and the logistics of carrying out a survey. Surveys are very expensive ways of conducting data collection.
I mean, I think the common theme that's been true for all of your answers, and I would agree with, is that we should really think about new data being the gap fillers.
One of the things that we've been discussing a lot is the importance of the leadership at the national statistical offices by putting them in the center of the data ecosystem for the Sustainable Development Goals, and try to see what changes need to be made to make that happen. So who within the government do you think should be responsible for identifying and adopting these data innovations?
Who shouldn't be responsible for this within government? I think that the challenge when it is focused on the national statistics offices is that often these are under-resourced, under-capacitated groups that are not well connected into the line ministries.
They are historically the custodians and guardians of official statistics. Often national legislation will set out that only the National Statistical Office can produce official statistics. And so any new proposed ecosystem of data which doesn't place the National Statistical Office at the core of it, I think is almost doomed to fail.
I think there are several advantages to having the National Statistics Office at the heart of a new national data ecosystem. I think the first is that they have the mandate to be independent of government and to be impartial in the way in which they produce official statistics. And I think in many parts of the world that's a really important point. We're seeing that in certain countries, even that fundamental point is being undermined to some degree, and I think that's a bit of a challenge and a threat.
The Statistics Office is in the center of the data.
oversight and public accountability, reporting back to Parliament, etc. Absolutely. But the best statistical laws are the ones which grant the most independence to statistics offices. There's something that we've not mentioned, which is the trust that official statistics can engender within the population. I think on the one hand, national statistics offices can be a very valuable source of highly trusted information and data for society, but it's a fine balance between being the provider of that data and information and being the sole provider of that data and information. And I think society has to be pluralistic and open, and on the one hand accept that there are other data providers and other data sources which exist, but at the same time engender trust and confidence in official statistics as much as possible.
The problem is that even though governments are the largest producers of data in most countries around the world, there are still many countries in which citizens don't trust the data that's being produced. And some of that stems from lack of quality assurance. To be able to have open, transparent vetting processes where you're exposing data and all its flaws to citizens and making that clear. And so I think that's one piece that has to be improved. The other is funding. We put a substantial burden on national statistics offices and line ministries to produce more and better data. But what is the funding model by which that's sustainable? Funders are often very ad hoc and sporadic in terms of how they fund data. And governments notoriously are also that way.
I think there's also a need to really consider the protection of statisticians and in terms of their own integrity and the integrity of official data within an ecosystem. In Mozambique, there's a planning for a general election, and there was a general election recently, and the chief statistician in Mozambique was fired because they revealed that the population of one district was several hundred thousands less than the Electoral Commission was claiming there was.
Where I have questions about whether we've done enough is around data protection and respect of privacy and things like that. And I think that there's still quite a lot of work to do to work out exactly how we should or shouldn't use different news sources of data. This is especially true in a sustainable development setting, keeping in mind that the majority of African countries, for instance, don't have any type of data protection legislation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We have a full program, and I'm sure we are all very anxious to hear what the ministers has to say. And so let's get going. Well, let me say some introductory words. I am Wu Wing Tai, the lucky person who's the Vice President for Asia for the SDSN and in charge of the KL office. Tan Sri is not here yet, the star. Oh, sorry. You are so modest, sitting right at the back, unobtrusively. Okay, we are ready to begin. Good morning and welcome to Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur. Yang Berhormat Nik Nasmi, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change. Tan Sri Jeffrey Sachs, Founder and Chairman of Sunway Group, the largest social enterprise in Malaysia. And my fellow participants in the 3rd ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development. Let me put some perspective on the mission that we are embarking on by showing you a picture of Sunway City in the 1970s. Picture, please. Here's the suspense part. Well, the wheels have stopped turning, so something's going to happen. Should we let history roll on? Okay. Yes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are sitting on what used to be the slopes of an abandoned tin mine. Sunway City is an outstanding example of successful land rehabilitation and of creative urban planning. Show the next slide so that we can not make a liar out of me. Okay, let's go back to the first slide, the beginning. Thank you. My three-word summary of what our workshop is all about are development, resilience, and sustainability. Many of my fellow Malaysians will no doubt recognize that these three words also describe the history of the rapid growth of the Sunway Group, the resilience to the Asian financial crisis, and its constant introductions of pioneering sustainability practices. A recent example of Sunway's innovation in sustainability practices is the mechanism for mobilization of its entire workforce through an innovative internal carbon pricing mechanism. The mechanism works by setting decarbonization targets for every business unit, and the business units that fail to achieve the targeted amount would receive a bonus less than what the other units that achieve their bonus targets. In other words, there is a financial mechanism that constantly motivates the staff to come up with new ways to reduce the carbon footprint of the business unit. And as this picture clearly shows, Tan Sri Jeffrey Sachs is a pioneering environmentalist. In 2016, Tan Sri Jeffrey Sachs joined up with Professor Jeffrey Sachs to form the partnership between Sunway University and SDSN to ensure the achievement of the 17 SDGs by 2030. Tan Sri Jeffrey Sachs has put almost $20 million into this partnership to accelerate the achievement of SDGs globally. Let me give you 3 examples of the kind of projects that the SDSN Asia office is involved in. The principle of our operations is to mobilize regional collaboration on projects that make a difference. The first project I want to talk about is the ASEAN Green Future Project, which involves 9 resident ASEAN country teams designing country-specific packages to scale up climate actions in the countries. This work is being coordinated by SDSN and Climate Works Centre of Monash University, Australia. The second project in regional collaboration is the Science Panel for Southeast Asia Biodiversity. This project is a follow-up of the highly successful study by the Science Panel of the science panel for the Amazon on the present state of the Amazon and what are the development pathways that are compatible with the achievement of the 17 SDGs. The newly elected Brazilian president, Lula da Silva, is now globalizing this report of the science panel for the Amazon. Just before G20 met in Bali in November last year, he forged an agreement with the Congo and Indonesia to form the OPEC for rainforest. And here in Sunway, SDSN is starting the project by forming the science panel for Borneo, which would involve close collaboration between Indonesian scholars and Malaysian scholars. The third example of region-wide mobilization is Project 4.7, no, Mission 4.7. Well, excuse me for my excitement. Mission 4.7 is about the delivery of education for sustainable development to schools from K to 12. Mission 4.7 is headed by Pope Francis, former UN General Secretary Ban Ki-moon, Tan Sri Jeffrey Sachs, UNESCO Director General Audrey Azoulay, and Jeffrey Sachs. SDSN Asia is the secretariat of Mission 4.7. We know that we are in very uncertain times. It is no accident that the SDSN Asia office was founded at a time of the worsening of Cold War 2.0. We have a hot war in Ukraine and a Cold War in the South China Sea. We know that relations among countries are a combination of cooperation in some areas and competition in other areas. The goal of SDSN Asia is to strengthen cooperation in sustainable development to generate big enough reservoirs of mutual goodwill that will offset the antagonism from competition in the economic and geostrategic spheres. In practice, SDG 17, International Partnership, nearly always plays the role of catalyst in achieving the other 16 SDGs. Fellow participants, it is now time to start our discussion on how to entrench sustainable development practices into our everyday economic life. Let me invite the visionary Tan Sri Jeffrey Sachs to kick off our discussions. Tan Sri. Well, first we'll have an introductory video.
Oh, this camera. Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Jeffrey Sachs is the founder and chairman of Sunway Group, one of Southeast Asia's leading conglomerates and the founder and trustee of Jeffrey Sachs Foundation. Adopting a social enterprise model, the foundation is the largest of its kind in advancing education in Malaysia. Born in the small tin mining town of Pusing in Perak, Tan Sri grew up surrounded by the ugly scars of disused mining pools and witnessed firsthand how poverty closed off avenues of advancement for many families. These formative experiences shaped Tan Sri's convictions that quality education offers the best route out of poverty. Sustainable development is vital to the nation's future well-being. After returning from Melbourne, Australia as a business graduate, he joined a local motor assembly plant as an accountant. He turned to entrepreneurship not long after with a vision to transform 800 acres of abandoned mining lakes into Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur today, Malaysia's first integrated green township. The very founding of Sunway Group is based on the concept of sustainable development. Tan Sri's business success has allowed him to realize his lifelong dream of setting up a foundation dedicated to nation building and giving back to society. The foundation has disbursed 618 million ringgit in scholarships and grants as of 2022, and it is Tan Sri's goal to give out several billion ringgit in scholarships during his lifetime. The foundation also established active partnerships with top-tier universities such as Cambridge, Oxford and Lancaster in the UK, and Harvard, MIT Boston and UC Berkeley in the US. Such collaborations facilitate knowledge transfer and make world-class Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Jeffrey Chia is the founder and the foundation also established active partnerships with top-tier universities such as Cambridge, Oxford and Lancaster in the UK, and Harvard, MIT Boston and UC Berkeley in the US. Such collaborations facilitate knowledge transfer and make world-class expertise accessible to Malaysians. Through the foundation, Tan Sri has also gifted $20 million to the United Nations to establish the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development at Sunway University and the Asia headquarters of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network at Sunway University to lead continent-wide sustainability initiatives. In 2021, Sunway University set up the Sunway Center for Planetary Health, which will work with existing institutions at Sunway University to further advance the sustainability agenda in this part of the world. Tan Sri is one of 4 co-chairs driving Mission 4.7, a global initiative for the United Nations that aims to mandate governments worldwide to include a sustainability curriculum in all schools from kindergarten to secondary school levels. For his commitment to nation building and full embrace of the sustainability agenda, Tan Sri has been conferred 12 honorary doctorates by leading universities worldwide. He is also a member of Harvard University's Global Advisory Council and the only Malaysian and the second philanthropist in Asia to have been recognized 4 times as Forbes Asia Hero of Philanthropy. In 2008, Tan Sri was appointed by Australia's Prime Minister an Officer of the Order of Australia, one of the country's most prestigious and highest recognitions conferred to a non-citizen.
Thank you for a very good introduction, Professor Wu. Yang Berhormat Nik Nasmi Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solution Network, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sunway City, Kuala Lumpur. As most of you know, Sunway University houses the Asia headquarters of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, or UN-SDSN. This Asia headquarters is one of only 3 such global centers in the world working on continent-wide sustainability solutions. It ranks Sunway City Kuala Lumpur, which oversees Asia, alongside New York City, which covers the Americas, and Paris, which is responsible for Europe and Africa. This conference here is a prime example of this mission to advance the sustainability agenda in the region. Now, ladies and gentlemen, even as the Asian countries are undertaking efforts towards sustainable development, many challenges remain. The recent Global Sustainable Development Report 2023 paints a bleak picture. As we arrive at the halfway point of the 2030 agenda, the report states that some 85% of the SDG targets will not be met if we continue on our current path. It is not hard to see why. The world just experienced its hottest week ever since such records have been kept. At the rate we are going, 2023 may well end up as the year with the highest temperatures in recorded history. And just this week, more than 200 of the world's top economists signed an open letter urging the UN and the World Bank to act decisively to reverse the extreme and growing levels of social and economic inequality. In addition, there is a war raging in the heart of Europe where US-China tensions are growing. We are now living in a time of extreme uncertainty. I do not need to go into the details. Instead, I would like to focus on the fundamental question of where do we go from here? We must have the courage to take the necessary steps to build a future that is economically just, socially inclusive, and environmentally sustainable for our world. Ladies and gentlemen, unlike most of you here, I am neither an academic nor an expert. I'm just an entrepreneur doing business with a heart, and a philanthropist committed to nation building and shaping a brighter future for our world. As an entrepreneur, I am focused on outcomes. As a philanthropist, I am committed to making a positive impact on society. And based on these beliefs, I fully believe that implementing the sustainability agenda is no longer an option, but an urgent imperative. I am an optimist by nature. Even in these deeply challenging times, I strongly believe that humanity can and will rise to the challenges that confront us. And I believe a major factor for how we have come to where we are today is our obsession with economic growth as measured by the gross domestic product, or GDP. GDP has come to be seen as the proxy for the wealth of a nation. But while GDP can be effective in measuring how much we produce, export, or consume, it falls short in the valuing the quality of life. And we need a wider lens to measure how we are doing. The good news is that the path towards this transformation has already been charted for us in the form of the 17 SDGs by the United Nations. These comprehensive visions towards sustainable development is perhaps best summed up by our friend here, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who helped design the SDGs. He said, and I quote, "The concept of sustainable development stands for a holistic approach to globalization, one that combines economic growth with social inclusion, environmental sustainability, and peaceful societies." I hope I have quoted Professor Jeffrey Sachs right. Thank you. I trust that the video which was shown just now will give you an idea about what we at Sunway and the Jeffrey Sachs Foundations are doing to advance the sustainability agenda in this region. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, there were hopes that the devastation caused by this virus would help spark a deep reflection in how we value our lives and well-being of our planet. Clearly, we need a reset in our economic, financial, and industrial architecture if we are to address the challenges of what is now labeled as the Anthropocene era. I have already referred to the obsession with growth as measured by GDP. But growth for what? For whom? And at what cost to the planet? As the late US Senator Robert F. Kennedy said, and I quote, "GDP measures everything except that which makes life worthwhile," unquote. Even more to the point, why do we continue to rely on a metric designed for the industrial era when we are clearly living in a vastly different economic landscape? And given our current times, we need new ideas and new perspectives. And I firmly convinced that we cannot overcome the challenges of the digital age by using analog mindsets. Ladies and gentlemen, in this context, I personally feel that the discussion and debates regarding the state of the planet and its people should expand beyond science and data. And I believe that it is equally important that we pay attention to the role of ethical values in building a sustainable future. And in other words, in the words of the late Mahatma Gandhi, and I quote, "The world has enough for everyone's needs, but not enough for everyone's greed," unquote. I hope this aspect of ethical values is given a more active voice in addressing humanity's challenges, including in your deliberation here today. As the Native American proverb says, and I quote, "We do not inherit the earth from our ancestor, we borrow it from our children," unquote. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have always believed that each of us should have a higher purpose in life. For me personally, that purpose is to give back to society in an impactful and building a better world for our children. And my personal motto is, I aspire to inspire before I expire. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that our example at Sunway and the Jeffrey Sachs Foundation will encourage other corporations and individuals in the region to adopt and promote the sustainability agenda. We strongly believe that sustainability and profitability can go hand in hand and that we can all do well by doing good. Our efforts here at Sunway and the Jeffrey Sachs Foundation are driven by the conviction that realizing the 17 SDGs is not the responsibility of governments alone. Building a sustainable future requires the commitment of all segments of society, that is, the private sector, academia, civil society, and of course, every single one of us. We are all in this together, ladies and gentlemen. In closing, I would like to thank Professor Wu and his team at the UN SDSN for organizing this timely AWSD 2023 conference. And I wish you all a very productive and fruitful discussion and building a better tomorrow for the world. Thank you and enjoy the day.
We had originally had the Secretary General of ASEAN, Kau Kim Moon, coming. He is a longtime friend of both Tan Sri Chia and Jeffrey Sachs. But the Cambodian election is being held 2 days from now. And so he's home serving his country. So he has sent us a recording. So may we have his message?
Excellency Honorable Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia, Excellency Ministers from the ASEAN member states and partners, Excellency Amida Sasia Alisha Bana, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the government of Malaysia for graciously hosting this workshop. I also wish to offer my sincere congratulations to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Tan Sri Dr. Jeffrey Chia, Professor Wu Wing Tai, and the entire team at the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network for organizing this important workshop. Initially, I planned to attend this workshop physically, but due to my unexpected commitment to observe the general elections in Cambodia, I had to give a pre-recorded remarks. It is my great pleasure and honor to address you today at the ASEAN Ministers Workshop on Sustainable Development. This workshop is a valuable platform to discuss the crucial issues surrounding sustainable development, particularly within the context of ASEAN. These discussions are crucial in outlining our collective efforts to keep ASEAN sustainable and economically vibrant. Remember that I had the great opportunity to be present in Sunway at the second iteration of this event in 2019. At the time, we deliberated on the plans of ASEAN countries towards sustainable development, only to be derailed by the pandemic that shortly followed that meeting. Much has changed since 2019, globally and in Southeast Asia. Attention on sustainability is increasingly urgent. The Sustainable Development Report 2023, published in June 2023, revealed that at the current pace of progress, none of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, will be achieved by 2030. In addition, less than 20% of the SDG targets are on track to be accomplished on average. These findings reinforce the need to reassess our approach and allocate necessary resources to accelerate progress towards the SDGs. ASEAN did well in the areas of poverty reduction, SDG 1, and quality of education, SDG 4. However, the COVID-19 pandemic slowed down the progress we have made with the SDGs and ASEAN development initiatives. It also exposed the risks, vulnerabilities, and inequalities that have plagued us for many years: inadequate health systems, gaps in social protection, structural inequalities, environmental degradation, and the climate crisis. The spotlight on these inequalities calls for inclusive action. This includes assessing our preparedness for future shocks, such as financial and health crises, enhancing economic and digital resilience, addressing gaps in social protection, and transitioning to sustainable and green economies. ASEAN demonstrated strong economic resilience with 5.7% growth in 2022, driven by robust domestic consumption, enhanced investment, and expanded trade. While growth prospects are dampened by moderating global demand coupled with high inflation and tighter finance, the region is projected to maintain a positive growth trajectory at 4.7% in 2023 and 5.0% in 2024. ASEAN is taking active steps to enhance the resilience of our member states, including through the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework. The adoption of the ASEAN Declaration on Human Resource Development for the Changing World of Work also reflects the region's steadfast commitment to equip our workforce with the competence to be relevant and resilient in the future. The ASEAN region's commitment towards the implementation of SDGs were reinforced at different high-level meetings. For example, the second ASEAN Ministerial Dialogue on Accelerating Actions to Achieve the SDGs has highlighted addressing poverty as a top priority. This includes addressing complex and interlocking challenges that low-income families face and ensure inclusive and sustainable growth in the region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the region emerges from the pandemic, ASEAN will double our efforts on 6 priorities, namely peace, prosperity, planet, people, partnership, and potentials. These priorities are known as the 6 Ps, also resonate with several of the Sustainable Development Goals. First, building on the prosperity of ASEAN remains a top priority to further economic development for our people and ensure that no one is left behind. Second, we cannot take our peace for granted. ASEAN has to continue what it has been doing in the past 55 years in maintaining peace, stability, and security, which has been a strong foundation for the region. Third, focusing on priorities of the planet, especially the environment, climate change, and the green economy remains necessary. Fourth, we need to protect and empower our people, especially the youth and women, to further strengthen ASEAN community building, ASEAN integration in people-to-people ties. Fifth, it is essential to further enhance partnerships within ASEAN and also with external partners to ensure our work will remain relevant and reach our people and sectors. And sixth, transforming ASEAN's potentials into tangible benefits for the ASEAN community is an important priority. The ASEAN 2025 and the post-2025 vision outline our future plans, which also contains our unwavering commitment to sustainable development. The ASEAN member states are committed to work together to implement the vision as its tenets, also their national interests. The Madani framework instituted by Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim is a commendable example of sustainable development that has brought into national policy. By promoting a green and capable economy, the Madani framework aligns well with ASEAN's vision of achieving sustainable development goals, including poverty eradication, social inclusivity, and environmental sustainability. At the global level, ASEAN's perspective on sustainable development goals is deeply aligned with the SDGs. Paris Agreement on Climate Change, Convention on Biological Diversity, and Kunming Montreal Biodiversity Framework and other related multilateral environmental agreements. Through the framework of action on complementarities between ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, ASEAN has taken significant steps to track and measure SDG progress in the region. Through synergy and complementarities in our action, we can amplify our collective impact and accelerate sustainable development. In line with our commitment to sustainable development, the work on realizing SDGs under the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, or AOIP, will be a major contribution of the region to the global community. The AOIP serves as an anchor for our cooperation and partnerships on SDGs, and a platform for the promotion of enabling environment for peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. Guided by the Complementarities Roadmap 2020-2025, ASEAN has a significant role in advancing the region's resilience, infrastructure, sustainable consumption and production, poverty eradication, and sustainable management of natural resources. The AOIP and the Complementarities Roadmap will enable ASEAN to achieve new norms in sustainable development. Collaboration and support from the ASEAN dialogue partners on the AOIP are crucial as we work towards the realization of SDGs related outcomes. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will need to leverage on new trends and growth opportunities in our programs and activities, which will ensure that lives and livelihoods are protected with no one left behind. It will also allow ASEAN to be responsive to future trends and allow our region to remain an attractive trade and investment proposition for our global partners. Significant developments that will shape ASEAN's post-2025 future include digital transformation, changing geoeconomics, decarbonization, green growth, sustainable use of biodiversity, demographic changes, and the emerging care economy, among others. We must recognize that attention and investments in these emerging growth areas have the potential to alleviate inequalities and help achieve multiple SDGs simultaneously. I'm pleased to share ASEAN's collective actions to contribute to the global sustainable development agenda. First, it is ASEAN's priority to advance green growth and low carbon development strategies. In fact, 7 out of 10 ASEAN countries have pledged to be carbon neutral or net zero by 2050, with Indonesia pledging net zero by 2060. ASEAN has surpassed its aspiration energy target by achieving 21% of energy intensity reduction and 13.9% renewable energy share in the ASEAN total primary energy supply in 2018. The region will further bolster its efforts through the ASEAN Strategy for Carbon Neutrality, ASEAN Climate Finance Strategy, ASEAN Center for Climate Change, and other regional assessment reports to promote evidence-based decision-making on climate change. These endeavors will continue to strengthen ASEAN's ability to reduce greenhouse gases emissions. Second, ASEAN has been pursuing transition to circular economy approaches. Several initiatives include the implementation plan for the framework for circular economy for the ASEAN Economic Community and its work program. We also have the ASEAN EU Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform to foster partnerships and generate innovative solutions. In addition, the ASEAN Sustainable Consumption Production SCP framework has been developed and will serve as a guiding reference to align efforts in promoting sustainable practices and circular economy principles. Third, ASEAN continues to harness digital transformation. Since 2021, ASEAN has introduced several initiatives in its digital integrated ecosystem. including the mandatory Break-Even Roadmap and ASEAN Digital Transformation Agenda to accelerate ASEAN economic recovery and digital economy integration. The ASEAN Digital Master Plan, the work plan on the implementation of the ASEAN Agreement on Electronic Commerce 2021-2025, the ASEAN Cybersecurity Cooperation Strategy 2021-2025, and the Fourth Industrial Revolution Integrated Strategy. The acceleration of these initiatives will support ASEAN's vision of becoming a leading digital community and economic bloc, driven by secure and transformative digital services, technologies, and ecosystems. By the transformation in the areas of trade facilitation, cross-border digital services, intellectual property, and digital transformation of the education system, will reinforce ASEAN's commitment to providing access to safe and digital learning opportunities, ensuring equitability access to education and lifelong learning, and promoting an inclusive and future-ready education system in ASEAN. Fourth, ASEAN is strengthening its commitment in promoting decent work, protection of vulnerable groups, and increasing youth participation at the national and regional levels. ASEAN has adopted the ASEAN Declaration on the Protection of Migrant Workers and Family Members in Crisis Situations, and other agreements to support the inclusion of migrant workers and their families. The ASEAN Guiding Document to implement the ASEAN Declaration on promoting competitiveness, resilience, and agility of workers for the future of work will also encourage the harmonization of skill training, standards, and professional certification systems, and foster efforts to increase labor productivity of ASEAN member states. ASEAN continues to promote and protect women's rights and participation through different regional platforms, such as the ASEAN Women's Leaders Summit, as well as conferences and workshops. The ASEAN Regional Plan of Action on Women's Peace and Security, WPS, including the high-level dialogue on this pertinent issue, are also steadfast commitments of ASEAN to gender equality and for protection of women's rights, especially in situations of traditional security challenges and non-traditional and emerging threats. In addition, ASEAN recognizes the youth as future leaders of ASEAN, underscoring the importance of providing them with ample opportunities and platforms to develop their potential through workshops and meaningful engagement with the leaders. The ASEAN leaders interface with the representative of ASEAN youth during the ASEAN Summit recognizes youth roles in regional policy and development. Fifth, ASEAN continues to ensure the health and well-being of its people. ASEAN continues to focus on building and strengthening essential health services and prepare the region for future pandemics. There has been strong progress towards enhancing capacity of public health services to enable health emergency response, including the ASEAN Center for Research and Development on vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics, ASEAN Work Plan on HIV and AIDS for 2021-2025, and ensure an end to the AIDS pandemic in ASEAN by 2030. The latest development in this area is the ASEAN Leaders Declaration on One Health initiative adopted this year, which catalyzes the region's work on ensuring health and well-being for all ASEAN peoples. This initiative involves the development of a joint action plan on One Health to improve regional and national capacity and capabilities, and the establishment of One Health network, which will hasten the development and strengthening of multi-sectoral collaboration and coordination of One Health initiative among the ASEAN member states through connections with existing and potential national mechanisms. And lastly, ASEAN recognizes the critical role of rural development in the achievement of the SDGs and ASEAN Community Vision 2025. During the 42nd ASEAN Summit in Labuan Bajo in May 2023, ASEAN leaders agreed to establish an ASEAN Village Network that will serve as a platform for whole of community and inclusive participation, facilitate collaboration and cooperation among villages, exchange strategies to improve digital infrastructure, and facilitate better and wider rural products access to markets. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, while considerable initiatives and regional mechanisms have been made, there are still opportunities for strengthening existing and forging new partnerships and harness our collective potential. It is my hope that this ASEAN Minister Workshop on Sustainable Development can advance our partnership and actions. I look forward to learning from national efforts and innovative solutions to scale up inclusive action. In closing, let me call for our collective commitment to the common goal of sustainable development, driven by the urgency to address pressing challenges and build a better future for all. Substantial financial help and technology transfer from developed nations are necessary if ASEAN nations were to scale up their climate actions to achieve net zero emissions of greenhouse gases. The developing countries must deliver on the help that they promised at the signing of the Paris Climate Treaty in 2015. Together, we can forge a path towards inclusive, sustainable, and resilient outcomes for ASEAN. I wish you fruitful discussions at this timely workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, our next speaker.
Excellency Honorable.
Our next speaker is Minister Nick Nasmi. I can go and through the long record of his outstanding scholarship and political leadership. I would do the easier thing by offering him the bribe of advising you to go to your neighbor bookstore, pick up the book, Son of Malaysia, read through the first 5 pages and the last 5 pages. If you do not buy the book, there's something wrong with you. So, our next speaker has a very difficult portfolio. The portfolio covers natural resources, environment, and climate. Traditionally, the Natural Resources Ministry is about the exploitation of natural resources for prosperity, a master-slave relationship between man and nature. Environment, it is the part about building peaceful coexistence between man and nature. So we have a person who has been given 2 tasks that are hard to reconcile if you look at the way that things have been done in the past. Luckily, he's guided by the Madani Malaysia principles, which effectively makes him the Minister of Peace, Progress, and Prosperity. Let me explain. It is not just peace between man and man, but also peace between man and nature. And we go beyond peace between man and nature. We also insist on progress between man and nature. The relationship has to be a synergistic one that yields win-win outcomes for both, and hence ensuring the outcome of economic prosperity and sustainability. So may I have the Minister of Peace, Progress, and Prosperity, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming.
Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Dr. Jeffrey Sachs, Chair of SSDN Malaysia, Founder and Chairman of Sunway Group and Chancellor of Sunway University, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Dr. Rosemary G. Edilan, Under-Secretary for Policy and Planning of the National Economic and Development Authority of the Philippines. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Razman Hashim, Deputy Chair of the Sunway Group. Professor Sibrandis Popema, President of Sunway University. Professor Elizabeth Lee, CEO of Sunway Education Group. Professor Wu Wing Tai, Vice President for Asia and Head of the KL Office, UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera and a very good morning. I'd like to thank Prof just now for giving a very generous introduction and for trying very hard to sell my book. I think I have to learn from Professor Sachs on how to sell my book better on the market. I'm very pleased to be speaking at the ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development 2023, and I would like to thank the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, the Jeffrey Sachs Foundation, and ASLI for not only inviting me to be a panelist but holding for the conference like this in the first place. I don't think it's necessary for us to have a long discussion on why sustainable development matters. The result of us rejecting it will likely mean the end of our survival as a species on this planet. We only have one planet. As has been said many times, addressing climate change and hence its related imperatives, including enshrining sustainable development and a just energy transition, may likely be the greatest challenges of our time. I think what is very apt about this session, converting crisis to opportunity the ASEAN way, and what attracted me to it is that it highlights that countries cannot address climate change. ASEAN, since its founding in 1967, helped to ensure peace, neutrality, and connectivity in our region. It can, however, do much more, and it is a fascinating prospect to see it as a possible avenue for us to strengthen sustainable development and win the war against climate change. Make no mistake, ASEAN matters. Southeast Asia is the fulcrum of Asia. We have an unbeatable strategic location, a combined population of nearly 670 million, and a combined GDP of $3 trillion. We are the 5th largest economy in the world, and this is only likely to grow. Thus, there can be no Asian century without Southeast Asia, and there can be no Asian century without a sustainable one. And so, what we in Southeast Asia fail or succeed to do when it comes to sustainable development will have an Asian-wide, if not global, implications. Today, therefore, I would like to spend just a short time on what Malaysia has done with regards to sustainable development, and then say a few things about what can be done on an ASEAN-wide scale. Malaysia has, one, pledged in our nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 45% to 2030. Two, we have also announced under the 12th Malaysia Plan that the country will seek to achieve net zero emissions earliest by 2050. Three, we are developing a long-term low emissions development strategy to provide context for long-term climate planning, development priorities, vision, and future development direction. Fourth, we are also working hard on a Climate Change Act, which will establish a legal framework on climate change mitigation and compliance mechanisms. We are also, finally, after many, many years and many, many ministers, we are going to introduce this year an Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act with the aim of regulating energy efficiency and conservation practices. We talk a lot about clean sources of renewable energy, but at the other end of the equation is also about using our energy efficiently. Six, the NRECC has also collaborated with the International Renewable Energy Agency to publish Malaysia Energy Transition Outlook, MITO, which explores the potential long-term energy pathway for our country to attain a cleaner and more sustainable energy system. Seventh, Malaysia's generation capacity for renewable energy will be increased to create new economic opportunities, where by 2050, this new government has announced we are targeting 70% of energy capacity to come from renewable energy. Next, we also have allowed the cross-border renewable energy trading. This is the decision that we made in May 2023, and this will allow us to get the scale of renewable energy and to explore new technologies which are too expensive for our current tariffs, things like battery storage and other forms of new technology which we believe can be economical once we are allowed to sell our renewable energy abroad. And last but not least, we are also talking about the National Energy Transition Roadmap, and the first phase will be launched next week with key flagship projects where the private sector can participate in order for us to accelerate our energy transition. In terms of ASEAN, it should be stressed that the above-mentioned cross-border renewable energy trading is part of our contribution to the creation of the long-awaited ASEAN power grid. We know that with more renewable energy, we need a better and much more connected grid across the region. That's the experience of Europe. We've seen that. Currently, Malaysia and Singapore are buying hydroelectricity from Laos via Thailand, but there are so many more opportunities. Interconnection between the peninsula and Sumatra, interconnection, the long-awaited interconnection between Sarawak and Peninsula. Sarawak is already supplying energy to Kalimantan in Indonesia, and now with the upcoming creation of the new capital city in Kalimantan, these are all opportunities for ASEAN to be connected, and Malaysia is at the strategic location of being at the center of all this. At the same time, ASEAN itself should be doing more in terms of RE. We know that some countries have been taking the lead in these matters. Philippines, for example, is one of the countries that has the largest amount of battery storage in the region. And one of the things that has helped the Philippines, I think, is because the tariffs are such that makes it economical for them to pursue that. Vietnam, we know, has gone very far in terms of solar energy. And in terms of capacity or potential capacity, ASEAN has the potential to generate 800 gigawatts of solar energy, 300 gigawatts of wind energy, and 200 gigawatts of hydroelectricity. The region's abundant renewable energy resources provide a competitive advantage for producing green hydrogen. The state of Sarawak has taken a lead on this, which requires large amounts of renewable electricity. As such, there is a need for greater and more concentrated regional collaboration in renewable energy. There's a need for not only regional developmental policies and roadmaps, but also working towards common policies and regulatory frameworks. We also need attractive investment policies and strategies to promote as well as facilitate its adoption in sectors like manufacturing and transportation, as well as reduce costs. This gives us the opportunity to not only address climate change and the energy transition and create new economic opportunities, but also draw closer together as ASEAN. The World Economic Forum has also argued that while developing countries in Asia, Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East are committed to energy transition and have vast renewable energy resources, we lack the finances and technical know-how to develop them fully. The UNFCCC has called for financial assistance from parties with more financial resources to those that are more vulnerable but less wealthy. This recognizes that the capacity of countries to prevent and cope with the consequences of climate change vary enormously. Developing countries, in particular, require substantial financial support to undertake climate action. It is crucial for developed nations to fulfill their commitment to provide $100 billion per year in climate finance as pledged under the UNFCCC. We have seen year in, year out, in one COP after another, where grand promises are made by developed countries about helping the developing world to transition. But when it comes to cashing the check, when we go to the bank, many developing countries have found that it's very difficult to cash the check. The need for equity must not be forgotten. According to ASEAN, and considering the various different definitions across the different countries, there are more than 70 million micro, small, and medium enterprises in the region, the MSMEs. These reportedly account for up to 99% of total establishments in member states, as well as contributing to 85% employment, 44.8% GDP, and 18% of national exports. To me, the MSMEs are hence the frontliners, not only for ASEAN's economy, but also in the journey towards climate action and energy transition. The government, including Malaysia, are of course assisting them in various ways. And yet, many, I am sure, may find the energy transition as well as sustainability demands very daunting. Unlike the big companies, they can't afford to hire chief sustainability officers. We must also make sure that the MSMEs will be able to make the energy transition. It will not be a just one without them. ASEAN ought to stand together on many things, and this includes the need for just climate financing, as I mentioned, and indeed how weighty measures like ESG, climate action, and energy transition are defined. This unity needs to be forged not just at the government-to-government level, but also between civil society and business. We certainly hope to pursue this, especially at international forums like the upcoming COP28 in Dubai, which will be a crucial landmark in the history of the Paris Agreement and where our delegation will be led by Prime Minister Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim. Much, of course, can be said about this topic. The facts are clear. The science is clear. We need to make the economics work, but fundamentally, we need to have the political will, and that's something that the task is on my shoulders and on the government's shoulders to deliver. We sometimes forget, the science is very clear. You can repeat the science again and again. We are feeling the effects now. But often enough, we lose the argument not because we do not have the facts or the science with us, but we lose the argument simply because we are not able to tell a good story to convince the public. That is the challenge, and I think that is a challenge not just for politicians, but for any advocate who wants to convince that we need to do the change. At the end of the day, what is needed is for governments, businesses, non-governmental organizations, and all individuals to embark on a comprehensive transformation in our approach to sustainability. Indeed, in the way we do work, we do business, and we live. We should be forging linkages with our counterparts in ASEAN. The relationship must be consistently be renewed and nourished rather than be taken for granted. Addressing climate change is not a responsibility limited to the present generation alone. I think as we've seen from the speech and presentation by Tan Sri Jeffrey Sachs, it extends to future generations as well. But if we can do the things that are certainly within our grasp in our lifetimes, we can give our children and their children a fighting chance to continue and even win the war. Thank you.
Let me now welcome back to the stage for the second time in the last thanks to COVID, there's been delayed. The COVID-delayed return of Dr. Rosemary Idalon from the Philippines. She is the Undersecretary of the Department of National Development and Planning. She is not only in charge of the formulation of the plan, she also takes responsibility in the implementation of the plan. So, Philippines, continues in its tradition of inclusive management, of having strong women in the right places. Thank you. Thank you for coming back.
Thank you very much, Professor Wu. And as mentioned by Professor Wu, this is actually my second time here. And it always gives me pleasure to be here because I know, I've seen that video before, the picture of the Sunway, the before and after. And therefore, it gives me hope that certainly transformation can happen. And just to correct, we're not in charge of implementation. We are in charge of monitoring. We are in charge of the policy reform agenda, of course, advocating for the reforms, and that is where I come in with respect to speaking about turning crisis into opportunities. But once again, thank you to the organizers for inviting me here to this very prestigious event. Of course, my greetings as well to Professor Jeffrey Sachs and to Professor Wu, and I don't know if Dr. Jeffrey Cha is still here, but many, many thanks, and I'm really happy to be in the same room with those who share our passion for sustainable development. So first, well, proceeding to my talk, I would like to beg your indulgence for now because I want to be a bit more conceptual. I want to clarify certain conceptual issues first. Yeah, because I was actually a researcher before I joined government. So I always have that discipline of a researcher. I'm a statistician turned econometrician turned economist. So first of all, let me just clarify the concepts of crisis and opportunities, actually within the usual theory of change. So within the theory of change, we're familiar with that transition from inputs to outputs to outcomes to impact. Where does the crisis come in? And where does the opportunity come in? So I would say that the crisis happens when a shock occurs, and it affects many individuals and families who are unable to cope with the shock and resulting in undesirable outcomes. It's actually also the difference between a calamity and a disaster. So a calamity, is a shock, usually a weather-related shock, but then when it results in grave damage or loss of lives and property, then it becomes classified as a disaster. And therefore, when it affects several families, several individuals who are unable to cope with the shock, and when the state-sponsored intervention or social protection or assistance, as you may call it, are not adequate to respond to the shock, then the crisis results. So it becomes compounded and even protracted if the response is inadequate. Now, it's also important to distinguish between changes and shocks, because changes actually occur every time and everywhere. But the changes that matter, in the case of development, the changes that matter are those that affect the production function of the individual or the family. So meanwhile, and when I say production function, I mean the utility that is comprehensive. In the case of the Philippines, we would say it's really about achieving your ambition, the long-term ambition, which is for strongly rooted family and community ties, a comfortable lifestyle, a secure future. For those who know Filipino, that's matatag, maginhawa, panatag na buhay. So, meanwhile, shocks are changes that are outside the norm. So they are, not your usual change. In the case of the Philippines, as you know, we are visited by at least 20 cyclones a year. So that's within the norm. So if we get visited by less than that, like the El Nino, then that's a shock. Or if it's, much more than that, then that's a shock. And if unaddressed or beyond the coping mechanism, then this may greatly constrain the production capacity of individual, the family, or society. And then that becomes the problem, that becomes the crisis. On the other hand, opportunities are considered external or probably peripheral to this system of the input-output-outcome impact. But then we are able to internalize this external event or external development, and we can then transform this into another input. And so it goes back to that system. So for instance, a housing project can temporarily increase demand for ready-to-eat meals while the construction is ongoing. So there's that opportunity. But of course, turning this opportunity as internalizing them and then so that it goes back to the input, output, etc. This does not happen as a matter of course. There are so many other things that need to be there. Now, the bigger challenge is turning this compounded undesirable outcomes or the crisis into an opportunity. It does not happen as a matter of course. Now, crises actually indicate a need for reforms, but reforms are themselves shocks in the policy space, in the regulatory space. And like any shock, not many people want reforms. It disturbs the status quo. So there are lots of, competing forces when you go for reforms. But when a crisis occurs, then stakeholders become aware that reforms may need to be done. And policymakers, first of all, will need to weigh the cost of undertaking the reforms versus the benefits. Of course, the benefits would largely depend on the likelihood that the shock will happen again, or that this new thing, this crisis, will now define the new normal. So meaning that we really need to undertake the reform. But assuming that the reform is really warranted, the next thing to remember is that it's better to strike while the iron is hot, because the support for change or for the reform will likely wane as the impact of the crisis also declines. So I would suggest three things. We have undertaken several reforms during my now 10 years in government. First, be clear as to the reform that is needed. Be strategic. And always be able to bring it back to that, the way they would understand it, the way legislators would understand this theory of change from input to output, outcome to impact. Number two, again, the value proposition. You have to be prepared. You have to do your complete staff work with respect to the stakeholder mapping. That's very, very important. The estimate of the costs and benefits of that reform. And then very important, engage stakeholders. If necessary, be ready to compensate the losers. So I also like the one of the advice of Minister when he said that you have to be ready to tell the story, because as they say in sales, remember, facts tell, but stories sell. So you really have to all those models. Professor Sachs, of course, of course, Professor Sachs is also good at telling stories. And so we need that as well, especially for those in government. I'd like to share with you just three examples of this, crisis turned into opportunities and then to reforms. First is the crisis of rice inflation that we had back in 2017. So, for those of you who are not familiar with the history of rice in the Philippines, so of course rice is a staple in the country. We love eating rice, breakfast, lunch, dinner. But we are 110 million people, Okay, and this 110 million people is scattered over about 8,000 islands. We have 30 million hectares of land, about 10 million hectares of agricultural land, but again, scattered over 8,000 islands. And of course, we get visited by cyclones, etc., etc. And so we have very, very serious constraints with respect to being able to produce rice very efficiently. But the problem is rice is a political good in the case of the Philippines. So it still absorbs, the agriculture sector still absorbs the biggest chunk of employment, of course, next to services. But for that, for agriculture, it's about 26% of employment. So at the time that there was this, and we were doing what we call quantitative restrictions in the case of rice trade. In 1994, when the Philippines acceded to the WTO, we exempted rice and corn. But we asked for some time allowance, give us 20 years, 20 years to adjust to this. And then I think at the end of 10 years, we submitted, corn can be under this WTO regime, but not yet the rice. And so after the 20 years is up, we were still not ready to accede the rice. And therefore, at the time, we asked for another extension, but that was with concession to so many countries. We had to pay so many countries in terms of concessionary trade agreements, et cetera, et cetera. So we were really, very, very gung-ho on undertaking this reform on rice trade, meaning just tarify the rice, not do this quantitative restriction anymore. And at the time, it so happened that the official was, I think was new in public service. And so he would always announce that, rice is dwindling, the stocks of rice is dwindling, but that's actually just the stocks in his warehouse. So anyway, so it's been dwindling, and so the price, of course, escalated. And since it's only government that controls the imports of rice, and therefore it escalated some more, et cetera, et cetera. And this is when we were really, we really insisted that we need to go into this rice tarification. So again, the good thing is we have done our studies way, way back. We have done our value proposition. And so it was kind of difficult, you have this rice price inflation. Why would you want to tarify rice? So again, we had to get our story straight, that narrative that is really about liberalizing the trading. You need to make sure that you have, that government does not have monopoly over the rice trade, leave it up to the market. You have many consumers, many producers, it makes sense to have a liberalized trading regime. We can compensate the losers. The losers would be the rice farmers. First of all, we tarify the rice, so we impose a 35% tariff on the rice, the same with the AFTA. And then we make use of these revenues, the tariff revenues, plow it back to the sector in terms of research and development, in terms of mechanization, those things that will make the rice farms productive, more productive. It was still a long battle, but we were able to do it, so that was good. And that really helped us, so that even during the crisis last year, when we had this Russia-Ukraine war, etc., all this price crisis, rice inflation was just at 3%. So that was very good for us. My next example is the Philippine Action Plan for Sustainable Consumption and Production. We started working on this back in 2017. Because we had the start of the SDGs in 2016, and we did some of this, the network analysis being espoused by the UN DESA, and we saw that SDG 12 is the most connected to all the other SDGs. It's a pivotal SDG. And so we said, we need to have something very, very, radical in terms of achieving or trying to achieve this sustainable consumption and production. So we came up with this PAP for us, SCP, Philippine Action Plan for Sustainable Consumption and Production. It's actually a very comprehensive action plan, beginning with institutionalization of the natural capital accounting, coming up with policy reforms, regulations as well, to regulate, to make sure that we have responsible consumption, responsible production, penalizing, of course, those who will be violating this, the infrastructure that's needed, the research agenda, as well as the education that is needed. We were done with it by mid-2019. We presented the draft to the legislators, and then COVID came. So it had to take, back burner. We had to relegate it to the back burner. But the thing is, we know that it is something that we need to be done. And therefore, we had to, again, first be clear as to the reform that is needed. We know that that is the reform that's needed. But how do you advocate for this reform in the time of COVID? It was a health emergency. And so what we did was to use as justification the fact that COVID, the coronavirus, is a zoonotic disease. As we said, that it's really because of this, the lines between the habitats, human habitats, animal, etc., have been blurred because of, unsustainable, etc., etc. And so we needed this. And besides, we said that, because of this COVID-19, we have seen proliferation of so many of these packaging products that use sustainable materials. And this one will lead to, greater pollution, and that will give rise to even more communicable diseases. And so, yes, so we were able to put in that PAP for SCP in the current Philippine Development Plan, and that was actually the first action plan that we launched after we launched the new PDP. So anyway, so just to give, just to say that for the third example, it's really a very comprehensive reform agenda that we now have under the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. But again, as before, we have done the studies before, and so we're very clear as to the value proposition. So right now, we actually have a number of action plans already in place, and we just need to make sure that we are able to form it in messages that are relevant at this time. So just to go back, that like I said, turning crisis into opportunities do not happen as a matter of course. There's many things that you need to be done. First, you have to be clear as to the reform that is needed. Be very strategic. Second, be clear also with respect to the value proposition. Do your complete staff work. And then, of course, engage the stakeholders, communicate the message clearly, and be ready to compensate the losers. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rosemary. Jeff Sachs, your turn, sir.
Good morning to friends, and it's wonderful to be back at Sunway. Thank you, Jeffrey Sachs, for your leadership and for bringing us together. Minister, thank you for being here, and Undersecretary, thank you for coming, and all of the other distinguished participants in this very important meeting. I'm really thrilled how the work on ASEAN Sustainable Development is moving forward. This is really a dream for us in our global program and in the program here. ASEAN is an extremely important region globally and a region we love, and your region. So the chance to help think through some of the great challenges that this region faces in a world filled with growing challenges is very gratifying, very exciting, and I think very promising as well. Let me say that of all social goals, of all the sustainable development goals, of all of the global objectives, there is nothing more important than education, because education can solve all the other objectives, and without education, nothing will be solved. Our societies will not even hold together. We need to learn to think. We need to understand the complex realities that we're facing. And that's why it's so wonderful to see how Sunway University is going from strength to strength. And President Sabrandis, congratulations on all of the progress that is evident. This is a great accomplishment, Jeffrey. And I just want to applaud you for this. President Sabrandis and I were talking just before the meeting, and he was telling me about his classical education in the Netherlands, and I was very jealous because I did not have such an education where I learned 6 languages and ancient Greek and Latin when I was growing up in Detroit, Michigan. But it reminded me of a concept that is extremely important in Western culture, in Western history, and we were just in Athens a couple of weeks ago discussing this, and the word is paideia, and the idea of paideia was an ancient Greek cultural concept that every citizen needed a proper education. And that education needed to involve all of the disciplines and also moral education. And so there would be a curriculum that somebody growing up in Pericles, Athens in the 5th century BC would get, that this would be the way to grow up to be a full human being and a full citizen. I think it's a wonderful concept that we need a curriculum for the 21st century for us to be global citizens. We need a 21st century paideia. We're trying to help build that and think through that at SDSN. I think it's one of the most important missions we could have. In the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 4 is quality education for everybody. And in SDG 4 is a target 4.7 that Jeffrey Chia and others are part of leading globally. And that is not only the technical education, but education for global citizenship, for appreciation of culture, for understanding cultural diversity, for understanding cultural history, and for understanding the challenges of sustainable development. And it seems to me that this is really one of the most important things we need to hurry on, because the world's very complicated. It's very hard to understand, actually. I'm now 68, and I've been trying to understand this world pretty much every day, I would say, from my college days, and I'm learning every day huge things that were just completely outside of my knowledge, because there's a lot to fit together in this jigsaw puzzle. And I think that, just to finish this thought, that we really need to do everything we can to help young people today understand the world that they're going to face, because it's hard and somehow we're not doing it, and we're not using well even the new technologies that we have. I think all of our classrooms should be globally open somehow. Our students should be working together by Zoom across nations, across continents, talking with each other, learning from each other, doing joint homework assignments, somehow helping them to understand the interconnectedness of what we're facing, because this, I think, is really essential. And I just want to commend Sunway University for taking this leadership role and for hosting SDSN Asia and for having outside the 17 Sustainable Development Goals so that every student every day thinks about them, and also on the walkway for saying, keep going, and keep moving, because I think that inspiration is absolutely essential. So we're in a mess globally, and we're in a bigger mess than we were just a few years ago. I'd say no trends are going right now in almost any dimension of global life. And the 2015 breakthroughs of the SDGs and the Paris Agreement are real breakthroughs, but they haven't changed the trajectory of the world yet. And the world has been very difficult since 2015 on all counts, in geophysical terms, in the epidemic, which I'm going to just say I think was probably an accident of our scientists, not a natural event, and showing how fragile we are globally. It's been a very difficult 8 years, and now we're in a full-scale war, and the war is escalating, and the two biggest powers in the world, China and the US, are at loggerheads with each other. And by the way, just to show how ridiculous things are, Henry Kissinger and President Xi met yesterday, and our White House said, oh, it's too bad that a private citizen could have these meetings and we don't have these contacts. The White House said that, which is, first of all, weird. But second, if the White House would stop insulting China, they could have those meetings too. You know, Henry Kissinger has just been a lot more polite, and the White House has been rude. And so it's very strange times and a very strange world. Now, we're hitting the highest temperatures probably in the last 125,000 years on the planet these days. And I just want to tell you that I headed an institute at Columbia University for 15 years called the Earth Institute. And I had the terrifying job of having 300 climate scientists on my staff. And it's completely terrifying because they know what they're doing. And they just told me every day from 2002 onward what was going to happen. And I have an especially terrifying colleague named James Hansen, who many of you will know by name as the US government's lead climate scientist for 30 years for NASA. He's a very soft-spoken gentleman. He's from the Midwest, from Iowa. I'm from Michigan, so we're Midwesterners with our Midwestern twang accent. And he would come up to me just about every week for 20 years now and say, Jeff, it's worse than we thought. And one thing that I'll tell you, he laid out to me in 2002 just how this trajectory was going to go. I know it because I remember it reverberated. It shocked me from the beginning. And many years ago, he said by now we are going to have these extraordinary breakthroughs in temperature because the scientists underneath all of this aren't waiting for the weather report day to day. They understand the underlying trends. And one of the things that, as I think everyone knows from the newspaper accounts, was happening was we have been warming year by year, even through a La Nina phase of the Pacific. And the La Nina covers up the warming temporarily because it's cold waters in the Pacific. And Jim Hansen kept telling me for the last 3 years, just wait. When the La Nina ends and we switch to El Nino, wait to see what's going to happen. And that's exactly what's happening right now. And what he just sent to me a paper a couple of days ago, a new paper, just updating the estimates of climate sensitivity. And his estimate is that we've had at least a 50% acceleration in warming per decade after 2010 compared to with the pre-2010, that we're now warming at a rate of 0.27 degrees Celsius per decade, meaning that we're going to hit 1.5 degrees within the next, probably within the next few years. So, and he's been telling me that for years. And he's been saying, by the way, which is interesting, just to give you another flavor of it, he's not a great fan of the IPCC because he says the IPCC is the consensus report. And he's not a consensus scientist, he's a cutting-edge scientist. So he's always telling me the IPCC is about 10 years behind where we really are because things really are worse. The ice sheets are worse, the acceleration of the climate is worse. So every time the IPCC comes out with its shocking news, and I say, shocking news, then he sends me an email, Jeff, no, this is much too moderate. It's worse than you think because they don't account for the last 4 years of studies because it's a consensus document and so forth. So we're really on a terrible, terrible trajectory. And everywhere we're traveling right now, there's crisis, because Sonia and I are traveling around the world to film a class to help high school students understand what's going on. And everywhere there's deep crisis. We were in Athens 2 weeks ago, as I mentioned. We escaped just before the extreme heat wave came, reaching 45 degrees C. Right now, they had to close it down because it wasn't even safe to go there. Then the massive forest fires came about 3 days after we left. And this is happening everywhere right now. And I had a very sad experience. I was asked to give a Zoom to a 6th grade class in Brooklyn, New York, last week. And I did. A friend of mine asked me to, it's his daughter's class, so I gave a class to the 6th graders. They're all wearing masks, not because of COVID, but because of the Canadian forest fires, because they couldn't breathe the air. The school was closed 1 day. And still, we can't get our heads around this. You know, in the US, there is no national political consensus on anything, including this issue. None. We have no zero by 2050. I mean, the administration says something, but we have no national policies, no national vote in the Congress, no national framework, because our political system is so corrupt that they will not vote for something outside of big coal and big oil. And so we have nothing. And then John Kerry goes to China and says, you should accelerate what you're doing. And we're 15 tons per capita CO2. China's about 9. Of course we should accelerate, but the United States lecturing to China? Are you kidding? So this is really the drama. let me say what's needed, in my view, for every region of the world, but including ASEAN. And I was very happy to hear the Secretary General, Dr. Kao Kim Horn, speak, and our minister speak very beautifully. The first thing that is needed is a plan. The first thing that's needed is a goal. The goal has to be to decarbonize no later than 2050, this is for sure. But the second thing that's needed is a plan to do that. This cannot be solved by market forces without a plan. It's impossible. It's far too complicated. It requires far too many public investments. It requires far too much legislative framework. It requires far too much coordination of agencies, of projects, of land use. This is not the markets are going to solve this. Private business is going to operate within a framework, a legal, regulatory, financial framework. But only the government can make the framework. And that requires a detailed plan. And it's not outlandish to have a detailed plan because 27 years to mid-century is not a very long time for public investment planning. And everything we're going to put in place by mid-century is basically already known now. Of course, the technologies will continue to improve and so forth, but fusion, it's going to come, but in the second half of the 21st century. In the first half of the 21st century, we have the technologies we have. They're going to get better. They're going to be, some are still in demonstration mode, but they will be commercialized. But we have what we have, and we have to move, because otherwise we're going to face absolute loss of control, because we're going to reach so many tipping points globally. Destruction of rainforests, ocean circulation collapse, collapse of ice sheets, that it's going to be completely out of our control unless we act. So we have to act with what we have, and we need a plan for how to act. And that plan should be basically a public investment plan and a regulatory plan between now and mid-century. How this is going to get done and how much it's going to cost. The planning needs to take place, and this is complicated, at all scales. KL needs a plan. Sunway City needs a plan, and it has a plan. But KL needs a plan. And Malaysia needs a plan. And ASEAN needs a plan. And they have to be interconnected and coherent with each other. And so it's like concentric circles. And that's a lot of planning and a lot of discussion and a lot of analysis that needs to be done. And these plans are very different from the nationally determined contributions, which was basically a bad idea in my view, which I said at the time, because, but maybe it's, the politician said we need that. We need to have something at our scale of the next 5 or 10 years. So we actually do things. But the problem is a nationally determined contribution is something you do for 3 or 4 or 5 years, but the sum of those doesn't get you to 25 years. You have to start with the long-term plan to even know what to do in the short term. And if you just do the short term, you do every low-cost trick you can do without realizing that will put you into a dead end 5 or 10 years from now because you're not doing the real long-term things you need to do. So I would have dispensed with all of the short-term stuff and said, everybody's responsible for a long-term, low-emission development strategy. That's the only thing I would have done. And in the Paris negotiations, that's the only sentence I wanted in there, and it's sentence 4.19. And I just kept pressing, put in one sentence for a long-term, low-emissions development strategy. And that's really what is needed, because you can't do this as a sum of short-run improvisations. This is a long-term problem. But even, by the way, 25 years is not long-term. It's a blink of an eye. But it's a longer term than governments. So this has to be beyond governments. This has to be national strategy. And of course, it needs to be spelled out in a way that Rosemary said, which is that people can understand it. If they can't understand it, it's useless. And one of the things economists get wrong is economists always talk about what tool to use. Should we have emissions trading? Should we have a permit? Should we have a carbon tax? No one understands it, but it sounds bad. But what people do understand is we're going to have solar fields or wind fields, or we're going to have a nuclear project, or we're going to have this, or we're going to have that. They understand a bit where their electricity comes from, or we're going to be driving electric vehicles and we're going to be having charging stations, or we're going to be importing hydro from this place. That people can understand. So we need that kind of narrative. But that narrative has to be based on an actual plan. And again, in the United States, we have nothing like that because our politicians are, I can't even use the right words because they're impolite, but I would say the process is so corrupt, and the chairman of our Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee owns 2 coal mines, so go figure. And he's considered the consensus senator, Senator Joe Manchin. Well, he is the consensus among a small corrupt elite. And that's why we're completely stuck. But I have a theory about change in the world, which is eventually the United States will do the right thing when the other 192 UN member states do the right thing. So I'm trying to get all the other countries to do the right thing. And then the United States will finally figure out what to do. One basic point is you can't do decarbonization country by country. No country is big enough and self-contained enough to do this efficiently within its own borders. Of course, it's technically feasible, but the cost would be out of sight. So the way that ASEAN can afford this is by having a grid that is ASEAN-wide and even bigger than ASEAN. And this is really basic. And the minister mentioned that we're moving towards a power pool that is ASEAN-wide trading. This is extremely important. I think the right unit at a minimum for this region is the RCEP unit. RCEP is the 10 ASEAN countries plus China, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. That's a great grouping for the energy transformation. Australia could add in a tremendous amount of renewable energy to this region because it's got a lot more sunshine than ASEAN does in general. ASEAN's got a lot more rainfall, a lot more tropical forests, and Australia has a lot more desert. And a good submarine cable can carry a lot of those green electrons here at low cost. And so an integrated system makes a tremendous amount of sense. And so the regional challenge is fundamental. This is why the geopolitics is also crucial. There is no substitute for regional cooperation. Without China, intimately involved, and there's no way to do this without China, Japan, Korea, all cooperating closely together. This, of course, is again outside the US playbook, which is to divide each region so that there's one side versus another side. And we have our military bases here and all the rest. This is the outmoded, ancient divide et impera principle. It will kill us all if we continue in this way. We need close, neighbors need to cooperate with each other. It's the most basic principle in the world. All those ancient border clashes and so on mean nothing in the 21st century compared to the challenges that we face of having trans-border neighborly cooperation. They just don't mean anything compared to the real problems that we face. So for every country, I would say, look to your left, look to your right, look ahead, look behind you, and cooperate with all of those. And if you're on a border where you're not cooperating, go send a delegation to start talking. Because otherwise, this is just impossible. And anyway, these ancient rivalries maybe made some understanding when we couldn't see the world as a whole. We weren't so crowded together. We didn't have technologies that made us completely interdependent. But this is completely outmoded now. So when you do the planning regionally. Tell the US, just be nice. And if you're polite, you too can have an invitation to speak with President Xi. The last part that I want to mention is everything needs to be financed. This is an investment challenge. And nobody's current budget can pay for what needs to be done. Everything has to be done through finance. This is long-term investment that needs long-term financing. And the financing needs to be at scale. And it needs to be based on a plan, because if it's not based on a plan, it's all too risky. If it's based on a plan, then it makes sense what's being financed and the risks can be managed appropriately. And so a lot of attention needs to be put on creating the right financing mechanisms and financing system. I think that ASEAN should explore creating an ASEAN Development Bank or Green Infrastructure Bank as part of this strategy. ASEAN you have institutions, of course, the Asian Development Bank, which I think is a very good institution, the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, the new bank that China created in the past decade, the new development bank based in Shanghai, that's the BRICS Bank. That's all good, but I doubt that it's enough for ASEAN's needs. I think ASEAN needs, it's 600 million people. It's the same population as Latin America. Latin America has two of its own development banks. It's got the Inter-American Development Bank and it's got the Latin American Development Fund, or the CAF. And those really help those countries to multiply their resources. And ASEAN has the challenge that about half the countries are creditworthy and the other half are not creditworthy. And so there's a big problem of making the interconnections in the countries that are not investment grade, but they need to be integrated in the system. And there's a big problem about making all of the interconnections in general, because that requires specialized finance and specialized institutions and creative financing. So I think creating something for ASEAN is feasible, would multiply the creditworthiness, would multiply the amount of financing available, and should be looked at as one option to put on the table, and something that I hope our work can do. The other point I would make is to use the really important initiatives of China, especially the Belt and Road Initiative, as a key part of solving this problem. The Belt and Road Initiative is, in my view, one of the most important and positive initiatives in the world, and really very appropriate of China, because China, as a low-cost provider of large-scale infrastructure and a saving surplus economy, naturally had a good reason for creating a large-scale regional financing program. And at the beginning, the quality of the investments were not very good, because basically it was also part of China's statecraft that ask your partner, what do you want, and we'll finance it. And that led to a lot of pretty low quality investments, I would say. And I think that the program is improving a lot right now, because first of all, if you go on investing low quality projects, you'll end up with a lot of bad debt on your hands. And China's just getting the first taste of that. And I think that that's sobering. So the idea that these investments ought to be good investments is becoming more salient in China's policymaking. But the second thing that happened, of course, was that many of the early investments were in coal plants or in fossil fuel-based technology. And China heard an earful, rightly, internationally, every time I opened my mouth on the issue for many years, including from me and others, that this needs to be green and sustainable financing. The good thing about it is China is actually the low-cost producer of all zero-carbon technologies, period. Whether it's photovoltaics, whether it's wind, whether it's long-distance high-voltage direct current transmission systems, whether it's 5G, and we're now moving to 5.5G, and soon we'll be at 6G within the next 6 or 7 years. China's a good partner for that, and with plenty of production opportunities throughout ASEAN also for a lot of industrialization at cutting-edge technologies. So I think that that's another very important part of the story, and I hope that the region really takes that on and takes that forward. The other point I would add is, of course, India will become more and more important and more breakthroughs in coming years. India is now the fastest growing major economy in the world and is likely to remain so for the next decade at least, and it's based on very big steps forward, especially in digital platforms and in universal digital access, and that can be a big help as well and a big partnership in the ASEAN region. So all of this is to say, we've known a long time that Asia will determine the future of the planet in the 21st century. There's no doubt about this. And all signs point to the fact of remarkable potential progress, very rapid, favorable change. I think the 2050 decarbonization is completely within reach, by the way, also of China and Indonesia. So I think that because the technological advances are coming so fast and the costs of the infrastructure are falling so rapidly. So all of this is to say this workshop is extremely timely. I'm very grateful to everybody participating and especially grateful to Sunway University for making it possible for us to get together. Thank you so much.
Well, this concludes the morning session. We'll now move on to the parallel sessions that are happening in the locations identified in your schedule. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our Asia Green Future Power Sector Decarbonization Workshop, our first panel session will begin soon. And dear guests, please be seated, make yourself comfortable. Maybe another 2 minutes? Yeah, just get them. No, I never. Yeah, I think it's on you. It's on you. I have mine. Don't worry. So I'll just follow the sequence. Is that all right? Let's start from Madam Chan. Yeah, and then Dr. Wilford. Yeah, and also Prof. Yong, and then by Utama. Okay. Okay. Again, very good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We'll begin our Power Sector Decarbonization Section 1 panel session now. Thank you for staying with us for this workshop. It's a very important workshop by Asia Green Future Project. Just to cut it short, ASEAN Green Future, or AGF, is a multi-year project involving the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Climate Work Center, and 9 countries teams that come from leading universities and think tanks across Southeast Asia, namely Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. So it's indeed a great honor to have 4 very important experts to shed lights on how power sector can be decarbonized according to their own unique experience. So let me first introduce our first speaker, Mrs. Trang Nguyen. She is the Southeast Asia lead at Climate Work Center, an independent and non-profit think tank under Monash University. Her team works with stakeholders in Australia and Southeast Asia to scale up climate ambitions across areas including decarbonization pathways, climate finance, and just energy transition. Before joining ClimateWorks, Trang worked in both public and private sectors, including for Victoria State Government, the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, the German Agency for International Cooperation, GIZ, ANZ Bank, and KPMG. She has a master's degree in banking and finance from the University of Nottingham in the UK. So without further ado, let us put our hands together to welcome Ms. Trang. The floor is yours.
Thank you for your kind introduction. May I have my slide on screen, please? And before starting, I really want to, on behalf of Climate Work Center, I would like to send our gratitude to Sunway University and also you and SDSN for your hosting us today, and a very, very insightful and extremely well-organized workshop. Quickly about myself, my name is Trang Nguyen. As some of you, I'm the Southeast Asia lead for Climate Work Center. As some of you might recognize from my name, I'm a Vietnamese by background. I spent most of my career actually in Southeast Asia, including 6 years working for the UK government in Vietnam as the head of sustainable development before moving to Melbourne last year. And now I work for Climate Work Center. Next slide, please. Is there any? Oh. For those of you who haven't known about Climate Works yet, very quickly about ourselves. We are an independent center within Monash University. We are founded to bridge the gap between research and climate actions, which is pretty much explain my presentation's title today. the regional decarbonization cooperation in South Asia, bridging the gap between research and climate actions. Our office, our organization is headquartered in Australia under Monash University in Melbourne. We also have another office in Jakarta in Monash University, under Monash University, Indonesia. And we plan this year to expand our work in some other countries in South Asia, including Vietnam and hopefully Philippines next year. My presentation today hopefully is to set the scene for why we do what we do within ASEAN Green Future and what we aim to achieve. I will start by providing a big picture overview of where we are with the decarbonization journey at national and regional level based on our reviewing of 45 decarbonization pathway and modeling exercises in the region. It will then be followed by our analysis on what are the drivers and barriers that could hinder a regional collaboration. And in the final part, I will highlight some of the proposed recommendations. So let me start with an overview of where we are with the low carbon transition. And this is a table summarized by Climate Work Center, which reflecting and summarizing where are different ASEAN member states based on 3 key criteria reflected in the national NDC targets, long-term climate ambitions, and renewable energy targets. There are 3 key things I want to highlight in this slide. First of all, in terms of net zero target, most Southeast Asia countries now have a net zero target, except for Myanmar and the Philippines. The second thing, which is very interesting, is that there are significant gaps between the conditional and unconditional targets of NDCs, the national determined contributions in a couple of Southeast Asia countries. I can give some example. For example, Philippines have an unconditional net zero target of 2.7, whereas their conditional targets is 72%. So there is a significant gap between what the country commit themselves and what the country commit when it comes to condition having international collaboration and having support on technology and financing. And some other several examples that I can highlight. For example, Vietnam also have a very big gap between unconditional and conditional targets. The third thing I want to highlight is that all Southeast Asia countries now all have a net zero a renewable energy target. And within ASEAN, and it has been highlighted in several presentations before, ASEAN now also have a regional share target. But there are various analyses highlight that these targets can be more ambitious, not because to meet the net zero commitment, but also because there are significant potential for Southeast Asia countries to increase these renewable energy uptake. So in this slide, you can see the graph on the left-hand side. We analyze the trajectory, emission trajectories of Southeast Asia in comparison to some other countries, for example, Japan, Korea, Australia, and the EU. And this is compiled by ClimateWorks based on Climate Watch data. And there are 2 things I would like to highlight about this graph. The first thing is that when it comes to emission trajectory, Southeast Asia, and excluding land use, ASEAN is still on the trajectories of increasing emission, while other countries in the regions or neighboring countries or other countries comparing start to signal a downward trend. And this is confirmed by the recent ASEAN Energy Outlook by the ASEAN Centre for Energy, highlighting that without new policy, ASEAN's greenhouse gas emission, excluding land use and international transportation, are expected to increase by 3.7-fold from now until 2050. The second thing which I find quite interesting when we compare the data with the EU and including the land use emission data, without land use, ASEAN emission is still less than the EU, but when it comes to include land use emission, South Asia emission already surpassed the EU's figure. And that's one that basically reflect that most of modeling and scenario at the moment tend to focus a lot on energy system decarbonization, which is absolutely the most important thing to do. But what we want to highlight is that without land use, the full picture of emission in South Asia will not be complete. This slide, we analyzing study 45 modeling exercise undertaken by government, multilateral organization, and NGOs on decarbonization pathway. You can see on the graph, 2022 is actually the year where a lot of new pathway modeling and exercise have been developed, and it's understandably because it was after COP26 and where after several South Asia countries start to commit a new climate target and therefore need to revise their NDC and long-term strategies. The majorities of study identify 70% of them focus on energy sector, including end-use sectors. And the whole of economy pathway have been undertaken at domestic level to inform the long-term strategies that Professor Sachs has mentioned in his speech. We identified that 5 countries already got that exercise done at government level, and then some other countries have non-government entity also conduct those exercises for them. At regional level, most of the existing modeling exercise are developed on for energy sector, and also to note that several pathways at the moment highlight the lack of political will for ASEAN power grid. For example, the IEA, their modeling exercise assuming that capacity of grid connection among South Asia countries is constrained based on the planned capacity and consultation with ASEAN member states. We also find that there are very few references from ASEAN pathway to national pathway to the ASEAN's shared targets, which represents a lack of linkages between and also lack of legally binding instruments for ASEAN member states to achieve the ASEAN net zero share targets. Also, another thing we also identify is that there is significant, a lot of South Asia countries highlight the importance of adaptation and climate resilience as well in parallel to decarbonization, which reflects vulnerabilities of different ASEAN member states. When it comes to technology, as I mentioned in the previous slide, there are significant, sorry, is that, oh, 5 minutes, sorry. There are significant gaps between conditional and unconditional targets, which means reflect the significant financing and technology gaps of different ASEAN member states. I think because there are 5 minutes left, so I just want to quickly run through what are the key drivers for regional integrations. So why ASEAN and ASEAN member states need to work together and come together? We highlight in 3 key pillars: on governance, on financing, and on trade. On governance, as one of the fastest growing regions globally, ASEAN together can provide a strengthened political voice in climate diplomacy. And as various speakers have mentioned, the importance of ASEAN power grid to the country national, to achieve the national targets. in terms of financing, there are significant opportunities for financing mobilization at scale when it comes to ASEAN coming together. And also there is alignment on, significant need for alignment on financing policy, financing integration, on taxonomy, disclosure standards that will be able to pull together financing to the region at scale. And on trade, given the current most legally binding instrument that South Asia and ASEAN can have at the moment is actually the ASEAN Economic Community, which has certain success and progress in on the removing tariffs. There is certain certain opportunities for ASEAN countries coming together and incentivize the trade on renewable through removing trade barriers. And there are different barriers to achieve regional integration. I'm conscious of time. I just want to highlight one thing, is that actually the founding principle of ASEAN doesn't allow the countries to actually to enforce and to incentivize ASEAN member states to work together. There is lack of fiscal integration, lack of monetary policy and capital market linkages in order to for ASEAN and South Asia countries to actually make any difference without legally binding instruments. I'm going to quickly run through the recommendations. So based on the drivers and the barriers that I have highlighted, there is a strong case for ASEAN countries to increase cross-border collaboration, for ASEAN power grid connectivity, for investment, green investment policy, and to attract investment at scale. And for these shared targets and alignment of decarbonization pathway is very important in this process. The second thing is that cooperation in the region is not just about at ASEAN level. There are significant opportunities for sub-regional collaboration as well, and that's already ongoing happen within South Asia, and there is opportunity for embed that through some of the legally binding cooperation mechanism. And it's, as I highlighted before, it's very important to have a full picture of a whole economy modeling pathway, including things like land use, which will better inform policymakers of the full picture of regional emission sources. This is our case study of Climate Work Central Decarb Future work in Australia, where I really just want to illustrate how we use the decarbonization pathway to incentivize to work and with government, with industry, and to inform government about the pathway, the benchmark, the settings, the investment, the procurement, and how government and business can work together. I don't have time to go into detail for this today, but we are very happy to discuss with you later on during this session or during the day. I just want to end my presentation with a very positive note. This is a graph from the latest issue of the IMF Economic Outlook. And according to this graph, ASEAN altogether is expected to account for a larger share of global growth this year than the Middle East, the Europe, or the Africa. This means two things to me. First of all, higher growth means that much more requirement needed for decarbonization. But the second thing is basically means that altogether, South Asia has the opportunities to become a force for good, a part of global clean supply chain, and attract green investment at scale. Thank you very much for your attention. Very happy to discuss in detail later.
Thank you, Ms. Rang, for limited time given, but a lot of insights that have shared with us. Next, we will have Professor Prophet Keofilawong. He's the Associate Professor and Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business Management from the National University of Laos. He received his PhD in Economics from Kobe University in 2003 and has been carrying out research on issues including SMEs, macroeconomic management, economic integration, energy, natural resources, and poverty, contributing to such publications as the International Review of Economics and Finance, Research in International Business and Finance, Economic Modeling, and others. Today, he's going to share with us on how to decarbonize the power sector in Lao PDR. So, Professor, yeah, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for introduction. First of all, I would like to thank Sunway University to inviting me to very important workshop today. Please show me the slides. Okay. This is my presentation. This is part of the ASEAN Green Future project that we working on, and this is the really preliminary study for this one. And as you know that the Laos is very small landlocked country in ASEAN, and we facing number of economic and environmental challenging. We are LDC, and the escape of the LDC is the main goal. Surely we want to commit with the reducing the net zero emission by 2015. That is the, even though we are small, but we allow government try to commit and try our best to reduce the CO2 emission. Today I'm going to talk about how we can reducing the energy sector. In fact, we don't have much challenge in the energy sector because most of electricity in Laos we produce by hydropower dam. And in addition, we also export electricity to Thailand and Cambodia, and we plan to export to in Singapore too right now, and going to export to Vietnam very soon. So that is the brief information. But as you know, the Laos have about 80% of our land areas is mountainous area and very suitable for producing electricity by hydropower dam. In Korean situation, we only use our potential only 30% of our potential of hydropower. That is very huge, important that that we can build the regional grid that can transfer our electricity to Singapore and Malaysia in the near future. And so that, however, the reducing the CO2 emission is one of the main challenge for the Laos, because if you see in the transportation sector, it is very high share. It's about 70% of the greenhouse gas emission that we have. So that in the field, if you see by field, you can see we by diesel fuel is producing a lot of CO2 emission. In here, when we talking about greenhouse gas emission, we need to considering only the transportation sector is very important key. But our friends from Monash mentioned that without considering the agriculture, forestry, and land use change, we cannot capture on the situation of the greenhouse gas emission in my Laos. So our study that we using the LEAP modeling, that we have the training by ASEAN Green Future project, that it is the first time that we use the very powerful tool that to try to estimate and simulation energy demand and supply of energy, and in addition also the try to project the energy demand and emission in the future. That is very important too. The more detail, I think, is our friends from the Stockholm Environmental Institute. We talk later more detail because they are the expert. I am just the user of the model. And yes, when you look and here, the demand of energy by sector is very significantly increasing. If you see in the flow chart in industrial sector and transportation, and but we see the sort of, because of we make some assumption in the model, electric generation source is mostly electricity formed by our hydropower thing. That installing capacity, as I mentioned before, we in this model we just put not much potential, but actually we have more potential in the installing capacity in the producing electricity in the case of Laos. Now because of the leaf, we can do some simulation. That is very important part. As Professor Jeffrey Sachs already mentioned, that we need the plan, long-term planning, and that is very important thing. So we try to, surely the plan and simulation need to make the assumption. In addition, we do some simulation scenario. One is existing policy that the government now are doing right now, current situation now, extension in the future. Second scenario is high emphasis. Now it is high emphasis, but not really try to reduce greenhouse gas to the zero, net zero emission. That is by making the assumption. You can see that in case of Laos, we do resident is we want to improve efficiency of the cooking and improvement the rural and urban area to access to electricity, so they can use the electricity to cooking. And for the transportation, we concentrate more on using the EV, electric vehicle car, in the individually and in the public transportation. Right now, it seems that EV in Laos, number of EV increasing quite significantly because the Lao government give the tax incentive to people who want to buy the EV, and in addition, because thanks to the China, because the EV from import from the China is quite not so expensive, like if compared with another country. So that is our simulation what we did, and we make the assumption on this and try to make the projection in the future. We can see that energy demand is a little bit reduced if compared with existing policy, because we try to improve energy efficiency and so on. So that is reducing. But however, if we see the electricity demand, you can say it is increasing with the compared with the existing policy gap and come to high emphasis policy. Mostly we can see that electricity demand by increasing because of the transportation and also the residential and industry. So that's why. And I move to, I think this is the capacity. I think this is now we can move to the emission. that is very important part that we need to considering because it's the goal of our project, how we can to achieve the net zero emission. So we can find out that the existing policy and high emphasis aim of what we try to do is quite reducing quite significantly because of we try to promote. One is try to improve the use of the EV. Second thing is more efficient on especially even though the Lao sell electricity, but in rural area we still don't have some remote area cannot access to electricity. They can all use the biomass for cooking. So if we can improving that, it means that the CO2 emission is going to be declined. As you can see here, that is the comparison between existing policy and high emphasis aim policy that we have. That is going to be reducing about the 50% of zero emission. But surely we cannot achieve the net zero emission in 2050. But if we have our friends from the Mona saying, if we have the conditional is many conditions. It is like a finance, technology, and capacity that we need. I'm sure that we can achieve. But in addition, we need to have considering about the agriculture, forestry, land use plan, because of Laos, we have about 50% of land area is forestry cover. This still reach of the potential of in terms of the carbon sink. That is very important that he absorb the CO2 in the future. That is very, we have the big potential for that. So I would like to come to my conclusion and some policy recommendation. Even though Laos are very small, but our Lao government, we highly committed to reduce the CO2 emission. And in order to reduce the poverty, escape from the LDC. But however, it is to achieve the goal, ambitious policy scenario, we need to improve the efficiency of the electricity use in the cooking or in residential area and industry and service sector. In addition, as you see that most of the emission is from the transportation, the EV promotion, the EV should be moved on, and more government need to provide more incentive for that. That even though right now the public transportation too, that we need to installing the EV car. That is very important. The last one is continuing to develop the electricity that produced by hydropower dam. That is very important that we can move forward for that, because of the COVID and economic slowdown, the number of projects is getting slow, and so that is very important for Laos, and that we need to be considered. Lastly, I think this is one of the most important, but solar and hydropower dam can generate much energy during the rainy season when we have rain. But during dry season, we need more solar energy system that the Lao government also considering to promote more solar energy. That on is my presentation. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Prophet. As he mentioned, that transportation is the key to decarbonize Lao power sector. which is pretty interesting because Laos is endowed with abundance of renewable energy, which is mainly consisted of hydropower. So next, we will then move the focus from Laos back to Malaysia. And we have Professor Leong Yuan Yong, the Director of Sustainability Studies in SDSN Asia and Professor at Sunway University. She also co-leads the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network ASEAN Green Future project. So for your information, this project has undertaken net zero pathway analysis to inform policy recommendations and to support strategic foresight of ASEAN policymakers in shaping a sustainable future according to UN SDGs. Professor Leong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This work is presented on behalf of Andrew Fan, Lo Wyson, Justin Liu, Lee Chen Chung, Vijaya Silan, Jeremy Lim, and Wu Wing Tai. Malaysia has a population of 33 million. Annual population growth rate is 0.2%. GDP was $406 billion US. Economic growth rate was 8.7%, and inflation was 2.8% last year. In 2019, Malaysia's total greenhouse gas emissions were 330 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Today, we shall paint a picture about Malaysia's power transition for you from 3 angles: power generation, demand, and flexible electricity system. In 2019, greenhouse gas emissions from the power sector were 169 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. That was 51% of the total greenhouse gas emissions of Malaysia. They come from burning coal and gas for electricity. Gas contributes to 28% of power emissions, and it provides 38% of total electricity generation. Coal accounts for 71% of power emissions, but only 46% of generation. Carbon intensity of electricity generation increased by 23% between 2001 and 2019. In 2001, coal generated 14% of Malaysian electricity. Following the dash for coal due to cheaper coal prices compared to natural gas, that share increased to 46% in 2019, and the share of natural gas generated electricity fell from 72% to 38%. Hydropower accounted for 14% of electricity generation in 2019, up from 9% in 2001. Greenhouse gas emissions in the energy sector increased 115% from 2001 to 2019. Power generation and transport were the 2 highest emitters, followed by industry. Reducing emissions from electricity generation whilst meeting new demands from the electrification of industry, transport, residential, and commercial will require a portfolio of generation technologies, energy efficiency measures, flexible demand, and storage. The existing policy scenario is built using published government projections, targets, and reports. The more ambitious policy are imaginative scenarios that reduce emissions more aggressively. These 2 scenarios are modeled using the Low Emissions Analysis Platform, LEAP, developed by Charlie Heaps at the Stockholm Environment Institute. We investigate the scenario's potential emission reductions and sufficiency for meeting national targets. Assumptions of the scenarios are set out in our report. The existing policy and more ambitious policy scenarios are analyzed from 5 angles: demand and energy efficiency, variable renewables, dispatchable low-carbon generation, firm power, high-carbon generation, and system flexibility. First, existing policy. These demand sectors have incorporated efficiency measures that limit the increase in electricity demand. Residential. Energy efficiency labels were introduced in 2006 by the Energy Commission and issued to electrical appliances manufacturers that comply with the standards and requirements of energy performance test. In 2011 and 2021, the Malaysian government ran the Sustainability Achieved via Energy Efficiency Program, SAFE, that provided cash rebates for the purchase of energy-efficient refrigerators, air conditioners, and chillers. Industry. Factors that contribute to the electricity demand increase in industry include industrial expansion, population growth, urbanization and infrastructure development, technological advancements, climate control, and cooling needs. Energy efficiency improvement measures in number 1, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. For example, efficient chiller, variable speed drive, and thermal energy storage. Number 2, in equipment, for example, compressor, high efficiency motor. And number 3, in processes, for example, heat recovery, cogeneration, can impact electricity demand substantially. Budget 2001 waived the import duty and sales tax on energy efficient equipment and accelerated capital allowances or pioneer status for investment in energy efficient technologies and projects. Other key initiatives include energy performance contracting and the 24 degrees Celsius policy in government, commercial, or industrial buildings. Services. The electricity demand of the service sector is projected to increase substantially towards 2050 due to economic growth, technological advancements, changing work environments, increasing energy-intensive services, and electrification of transport. The small increase in electricity demand from transport that you see on screen is due to our model not yet reflecting the effects of government actions announced last year to encourage electric vehicles. For example, targets in public charging stations and tax incentives for EVs. Malaysia targets 31% of renewable energy in installed power generation capacity in 2025 and 40% in 2035. The renewable energy capacity mix in Malaysia, in the Malaysia Renewable Energy Roadmap is shown in the table. The map shows the renewable energy potential across Malaysia. Solar PV's potential far exceeds other REs. This slide shows the projected capacity and generation by technology in 2030 and 2050. Malaysia should harness more of its big solar resources. The country has the potential to deploy 269 gigawatts of solar power capacity, but the projected installed capacity in 2050 is 6.5 gigawatts. Malaysia should develop its wind power, offshore wind power potential in Terengganu and northern Sabah. Wind energy is not included in the Renewable Energy Act 2011 as a renewable resource because the Sustainable Energy Development Authority, SEDA, did not commission a wind power study for Malaysia during the inception of the Act, thus was unable to estimate the levelized cost of energy and establish the fit-in tariff for wind energy. Wind power is the lowest in emission and one of the cheapest forms of generation. SEDA plans to conduct a feasibility study and economics assessment on the implementation of onshore and offshore wind post-2025. Commissioning this study sooner will benefit wind power development in Malaysia. Levelized costs of electricity of renewables have fallen significantly over the past decade. Variable renewables will need to be accompanied by changes to the electricity system to accommodate the intermittency. Hydropower is projected to contribute 30% of total power generation in 2050. Malaysia's biomass power generation is negligible and should be increased because of the forestry and agriculture industries here. Biomass is projected to be more expensive than renewables, but could bring value to a system dominated by variable generation. Malaysia's biogas power generation is also negligible. Malaysia will still have substantial coal power generation in 2050. 24% of total power generation is projected to come from coal in 2050. That will generate 63 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which is 51% of Malaysia's total generation emissions. In the existing policy scenario, Malaysia's RE capacity will not reach 70% of all power generation capacity in 2050. We look forward to the two new roadmaps on energy transition and the hydrogen economy for Malaysia, which will be introduced by our government later this year. More ambitious policy. Residential, we implemented more aggressive targets by increasing the penetration rate of energy-efficient household devices to 100% by 2060. For industry, we increased fuel share for electricity from 34% in 2018 to 46% in 2050, which is the degree of electrification projected by IEA for the industry sector in a net zero 2050 roadmap for the global energy sector. The projected electricity demand for these two sectors have decreased and increased accordingly. After this, we proceeded to not add new fossil fuel generation capacities from 2030 onwards, but let LEAP add new renewable energy capacity to the system as needed to meet the total and peak electricity demands. By doing this, RE generation share in 2050 is projected to increase from 37% in the existing policy scenario to 83% in 2050 in the more ambitious policy scenario. RE generation capacity is projected to reach 62% of total generation capacity in 2050. This approaches the 70% RE capacity in 2050 target that was recently announced. Power generation GHG emissions of the more ambitious policy scenario is 70% lower in 2050 compared to the existing policy scenario. Increasing variable renewable energy integration will require a flexible electricity system. Flexibility could come from facilitating flexibility from consumer and removing barriers to grid flexibility by increasing storage and interconnection. Consumers that use EVs and energy-smart appliances could provide flexibility by shifting their demand. Malaysia is working on reforming markets to reward consumers for participating in demand response. Energy Pool, a European outfit that builds and operates demand-side management solutions, has been engaged by Malaysia's utility company, TNB, to identify the demand response potential in Malaysia and prepare the deployment of demand response operations. Smart technology will need to be deployed to send and manage price signals. Consumer and digital or smart energy systems in Malaysia is still in their infancy. Market-wide rollout of smart meters to domestic and small non-domestic consumers is necessary to give consumers greater control over their energy consumption patterns. From 2020 to 2035, 36 billion ringgit has been allocated to modernize TNB's distribution and grid network. As of 2021, around 1.8 million meters have been installed in Klang Valley and Malacca, with a goal of 9 million installed by 2026. Energy smart appliances in Malaysia are mostly relegated to energy-efficient devices, which were mostly standardized by 2022. Access to a wide range of interoperable and secure smart appliances will need to grow. There are relatively few of such devices that cater to a time-based tariff or can be integrated with smart meters to assist with demand-side management today. In order to be part of a flexible system, EVs will require certain device-level standards to fully integrate into the system, as vehicles will require the capacity to feed back energy, or at least have smart charging capabilities included. Energy storage is vital when a high percentage of electricity is produced by variable renewables. The four technological approaches to energy storage systems are battery, thermal, mechanical, and hydrogen. They are suitable for accommodating demand cycles of different time scales. The 100 megawatt batteries that will be installed annually into the Malaysian power system from 2030 to 34 are for grid stability, not for energy storage. Renewables plus storage should be mandated in Malaysia's energy transition roadmap. Current interconnections between Malaysia and neighboring countries are as shown. Increasing interconnection capacity between Malaysia and in neighboring countries is a shared vision. Utility companies and energy authorities are starting these future interconnections. Southeast Asian countries need to develop clear and measurable standards to harmonize electricity planning and equipment and synchronize operation of pooled electricity systems. Transmission technologies with a higher voltage level are also necessary. Most of the cross-border transmission lines are 230 kV, 110 kV, and below. Only few are at the 500 kV level, 1 between China and Myanmar, and 6 between Laos and Thailand. We look forward to a future when Malaysia can buy hydropower electricity not just from Laos, but from Sichuan, China. On this hopeful note, I'll hand back to my chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much on a very interesting sharing on Malaysia. Well, the bad news is that the coal is here to stay for a while. But the good news too, if we are really working hard, it is very likely to significantly decarbonize the power sector in Malaysia. So next, we'll have Mr. Uttam Gimiro. He's a water resource and ecological modeler from the Stockholm Environment Institute. He has been working in the sector of water, energy, food nexus, and sustainable water resources management for 7 years. A little bit background on SEA as well, because all of us from the ASEAN Green Future are using the LEAP energy platform. The team received training from the Institute in March and April while online, and May in person. So during a 4-day workshop in Bangkok in May, country teams came together to collaboratively build a regional power sector model under the guidance of SEA. So we take this opportunity to thank Stockholm Environment Institute for that. Now the floor is yours, Mr. Uttam.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Uttam Gimire, already introduced by Mr. Chairman, a research associate from the Stockholm Environment Institute, Asia Center. Can I have my slides, please? Okay. So before I jump to the content of the presentation for today, I would like to give a small introduction about the ACI. We are an international not-for-profit organization which is aiming to bridge the gaps between science, policy, and practice. We are actually located across the globe at 8 different locations. So we are in all continents except Australia and Antarctica. I personally come from the Bangkok Center, which is the Southeast and South Asia Center for the ACI. And I'm going to present some of the works that our colleagues and myself have been doing in the last few years pertaining to the net zero emissions in the power sector. So the first project that I would like to give you an introduction is the Green Power Corridor project. In the morning the plenary session from Dr. Sachs and other distinguished speakers, we already come to know that a country might not be able to do a lot by itself. There is a need for a regional effort, right? So we actually had a similar kind of a modeling experience for the Northeast Asia, and it was called Green Power Corridor Project. So we did a leap modeling to understand the regional power grid connectivity so that we can understand how the electricity supply can be made secure, affordable, and clean as well. For this, we also assessed the different dimensions of this power system integration. Those were the technical dimension, economical dimension, and sustainability dimension as well. All the data that we fed were based on the latest reports that were available in each country. And we also did the modeling in a credible and transparent platform which was open to all the member countries. So in this case, we had a combination of different scenarios. Ms. Trang, she was explaining about the unconditional and the conditional NDCs. So those were also a part of the scenarios. So we had a sustainable scenario where two sub-scenarios were assumed. One was business as usual. Already countries have planned certain amount of NDCs. Also, they have their own plans of developing their own power sector, right? Also, there are sustainable development scenarios where we assumed that what if there is a conditional NDCs and there is a net zero targets, and also there is a full attainment of the SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy. Apart from that one, since we are also planning to model the different grids for the Northeast Asia, we had 6 different grids. The first one was the baseline, where we just modeled the currently existing lines between each country. The second is national and bilateral transmission plans, ASEAN supergrid, Northeast Asian power system interconnection, Northeast Asian energy interconnection, and synthesis connectivity. So for the model itself, we divided the Northeast Asia region, the Russia, China, Mongolia, Republic of Korea, DPRK, and Japan, into 18 power grids, and we simulated the model up to 2060. All the electricity demand, they were disaggregated by the sectors like transportation, residential, and so on, and the electricity generation was aggregated by technology like solar, wind, coal, and so on. Also, the transmission network were introduced by using one node per the region, and we had only the high voltage connections that were modeled in the system. Since we were talking about a regional model, we did not go into the intra-regional connections and the transmissions. Now let's look at this graph. On the leftmost side, we have a final electricity demand of the region, which shows that if we are not going to do anything and we just follow the business as usual scenario, we come up with a gray graph, which is showing, of course, in future, we will be having increase in electricity demand, which is not surprise to all. But a bit more confusing for you could be the sustainability graph, like why it is increasing. It was because of different drivers, because currently in Korea, there are a lot of places which are still unelectrified. And since we are talking about full electrification, climate change, and all those dynamics, we saw that the electricity demand will actually increase in the region if we are considering the sustainability scenario. I will not go into details of each of these connectivities based on the interest of time, but I would like to explain that each of these grids, they have their own capacity. For example, the ASEAN supergrid, it has a big capacity, transmission capacity of 72 gigawatts. The Northeast Asia Energy Initiative has almost 95 gigawatts, and the synthesis case has 42 gigawatts. This is just the illustration of what those grid look like, from where the power will come. We also see some amount of electricity that is generated by coal, by wind, solar, and hydropower, and they will be coming in future, but still the coal will be the predominant one if we don't do anything. The uses of gas here is interesting. It is expected to be limited in future because of the high gas prices. On under the baseline sustainability, if we have a baseline sustainable scenario and we compare it with the different grids, we can see that if we adopt to bigger grids, for example, the ASEAN Super Grid, Northeast Asia Energy Initiative, there is going to be a lot of reduction in usage of coal. You see all these black graphs over here, these are the coals, and they are expected to be replaced by the solar and wind. This is actually coming from the Gobitek initiative in Mongolia, and they will be the major supplier of electricity in the region. When we talk about the sustainable development scenario, where there is no connectivity, even though there is no connectivity at all, we see that the countries, they will still rely on coal, but it is going to get decarbonized eventually in the future. For example, by 2050, the coal, it is going to be replaced by coal carbon and capture storage. And we also see, further renewable energy sources like wind and solar coming into action in the future as well. Compared to the baseline scenario when there was no sustainable development, we look at this particular graph of electricity generation where sustainable development has already taken place and there are different grids. We actually don't see a clear pattern among different grids here, but we see an interesting spike in uses of coal to generate the electricity under one of the grids. It was because of the immediate benefits that was coming from the existing coal power plants. People didn't want to just change, so it was actually coming from that one. Of course, with the electricity generation and reliance on different kind of fuels, we are going to have a lot of greenhouse gases emissions. So if we look at this graph, which is the baseline sustainability and connectivity graph, where we are doing everything business as usual, we see a lot of the emissions in the future because we were depending a lot on coal. And a lot of those emissions are actually coming from China. But if we look at the sustainable development one, where we are looking at the decarbonization, again, there will be a drastic reduction in the greenhouse gases, and again, a lot of those reductions will come from China. Under different grid connectivities, the greenhouse gases emissions, they will again be decreasing. And again, we can see the decrease in China under these big grids. We can also see some increase, particularly in Japan and Republic of Korea, because they did not have any stringent climate change mitigation plans. So they might actually still be using some other sources of electricity, and they will be having higher emissions. But the other countries in the region, they will be having decrease in the greenhouse gases emission. When you look at the sustainable development scenario, we actually don't see a lot of clarity in the future how the greenhouse gases emissions are going to reduce, because we are already decarbonizing them in the sustainable development scenario. So even if we can achieve that one already, we might not see a lot of changes in the future as per the different grids, but we still see that spike which was caused by the usage of coal. Of course, if we are going to have the different grids, we are going to have significant changes in the electricity production cost. So over here, we can see that the production cost of electricity, it is going to go down in China under the baseline sustainability one. If they are still in the baseline business as usual scenario, but if they go to the different grids, they are going to see a lot of decreases. But in countries like Mongolia, the electricity production cost, it is going to be higher because they have to then go to the solar and wind and other things that they have to develop within their country. So it will cost them some money. Under this sustainable development scenario, again, we see a lot of decrease in electricity production cost in the other countries, but we still see this particular graph over here, which is the Mongolia, where they are installing the solar and wind. So yeah, we can still see over this one. With the sustainable development, if we have the grids in place, we can see that maybe in near future we might just be having one-way trade of electricity. But as time passes by, since trade is both way, you will be having both way exchange of power. So that is expected in the region. So the key takeaways that we got from this project was the more connectivity we have, it will be actually promoting the adoption of low-cost renewable power. Also, the transmission plans, if we make them bigger and bigger, we will see the benefits in terms of the greenhouse gases, in terms of the electricity production cost, and so on. The cost advantages of the improved connectivity, they are increasing when net zero plans are taken into account. And since the transmission lines, they are both way, both countries which are connecting and transmitting, let's say, power to each other, they are going to get benefited. Also, it provides an unique opportunity to invest money in certain countries, for example, Mongolia, where there might be some developments of the wind and solar. So if you have further questions, I would suggest you to reach out to our colleagues at US Center who were in charge for this particular project. I can also answer some of the questions during our recession period if you have. But if you want to go into further details, which I might not be able to answer, Jason is the guy to go to. Apart from the Green Power Corridor project, we are also currently working on a Mekong Safeguards project where we are modeling the integrated resource and resilience planning practices in Thailand. So basically, we are just identifying low regrets power system planning strategies. And currently, this project is in place, so I don't have any results for you to show. If you want to get further details on this project, I again urge you to reach out to our ASEAN US colleagues. In this case, the focal point is Taylor. And the third one that I had the privilege of attending was the supporting the ASEAN Green Future project here with the UN SDSN and also the member states of the ASEAN. So my colleagues here, they are already presenting on what works they were doing, and we also have some sessions in the afternoon. So I will not go into details of this one, what the results are. Apart from that one, I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Uttam, for such an exciting sharing on what our Northeast Asia counterparts have been doing. Now we shall move to a question and answer Q&A session. I'm sure you have many curious questions or many additional inquiries to make to our fellow panelists. Do raise your hand, and our volunteers will be handling you, I think. Right. I think in the interest of time, as we all know, we shouldn't, when lunch will be served soon, so we shouldn't take much time on Q&A, but we need to rush. So I think we should allow 2 questions maximum, if you have any. Right, the girl in front. First question. Second question. I think, yeah. Okay, keep it rolling. We have third question maximum there. Sorry to the audience. You may approach them during the lunch break, if you all don't mind. Okay.
Is it me first? Good morning, everyone. And my name is Abby. I work in environmental law. And it was a really interesting session because I've always been based in Europe for climate policies. So this is the first time I'm Malaysian, but this is the first time I actually heard and see in a very detailed of what sort of transition we're doing. However, there are a lot of disagreements. I respect that. But this question is for you, YB Lee Chen Chung. You're the Member of Parliament for PJ.
To me.
No, but this is serious. We're all talking about political will. And he has the key to actually change that. Why would you actually say coal is here to stay?
No, that's based on the modeling.
No, but that
based on
is
the
your
modeling.
opinion itself.
Yeah, that's not my opinion.
You said this is based on what Malaysian graph is, and coal is here to stay. Why would you say that?
No,
and you're supposed to be an environmental
Okay,
activist.
great. Okay. Right, maybe let us collect more questions before I address it as moderator.
And this is why we do not have political will on climate issues in Malaysia. And if we actually wonder why we're not moving forward, we have MPs like these.
Okay, let's just so quickly address.
No.
I'm
Look,
responding to.
how many people here in this room is
modeling.
from my generation? The generation that destroys the environment is not the generation that pays the price.
Yeah.
And if you keep saying that,
I think she got my message.
this is just a young
wrong,
people's
but-
issue, it is.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me address it first before we pass the mics to others. I'm merely responding to the modeling results. That's not my stand. That's not my opinion. I am also part of projects that hope to decarbonize our country as soon as possible, based on the facts and data. And there are also a lot of ambitious projects that we are kickstarting. We are also venturing into, like in the near term, next week, we'll be launching the energy transition roadmap. So perhaps we all can also take a look on how we can increase our renewable generation capacity to 70%. So this is my short response. I shouldn't take much time from my fellow panelists. Maybe let us get the second gentleman to address your question.
Thank you. I think Professor Leong, just now you suggested the introduction of solar power to Malaysia. I think one of the biggest hiccups is that when they go out for tender for who is to install solar power, everybody is like throwing the price. You know, it's as low as 17 cents per unit. And then to the extent that these people who have the right to install this, they can't even get financing for that. Whereas if you know, when Fukushima happened, and let's take, for example, Germany, when they decided unilaterally to close their nuclear power plants, the government actually subsidized the transition. They actually helped to pay for the transition to wind and solar. Whereas when you go for this breakneck tender and you bring down the price, it's so much lower. And then we come into this very awkward situation in Malaysia where we have whether we want to sell power to Singapore or not, the renewable power, because Singapore is buying at much higher prices from Laos. And here we are generating at 17 cents. So there's a very curious situation where it doesn't help us. So we hope that the government will actually look at Malaysian interests first, because as you know, the Europeans are also already going to impose green electricity for our manufacturing. Most Malaysian manufacturers aren't able to comply with that. So I think that there were some statements by the minister that we need to start managing people's expectations that renewable is not cheap. The transition is going to cost, and somebody has to pay for that, right? And the other thing is, for the low carbon, is there any nuclear option in all those modeling?
Thank you for highlighting the importance of reasonable costs. In procurement, often people want take the least cost approach, but that eventually may not be in the best interest of the person who is procuring. It needs to be reasonable because everyone who is involved in this supply chain needs to be sustainable, needs to survive so that they can grow, they have profits and they can invest in and they can improve and do better, and hence you have an industry, the new industry can grow. And just wanting for the least cost is not the best approach. This is something that I think people who are in charge in procurement it's a shift of mindset. Quality of relationships, quality of the service provided actually is more important than least cost. That's question number one. Number two, about nuclear. Nuclear is something that we have looked into with great interest since 2021. We think it's an important option for Malaysia to look into, because although it has the public perception of being dangerous, high risk, but technology improves and Malaysians can learn how to handle this technology safely. A lot of things that are powerful are inherently dangerous, but we can learn how to handle it. So it's not being mentioned here. I think we should explore that under the more ambitious policy, build a scenario for that. We would like to do that. Yeah. Back to you.
Right, thank you. We have our third question.
Hi, my question is to the speaker from SEI. Because I think because time was running very quickly, so you went through your slide very quickly. So can we go back to your slide 18? I'm very interested to find out how did you arrive at this conclusion that there will be increased emission from ROK and Japan?
Great. Can we get back to
slide 18? Yep. 18.
Hello. Yeah. So as of now, this is, if you look at this graph, this is the baseline sustainability, which is, we are saying that there is a business as usual scenario. The NDCs, they are unconditional, right? And we are comparing it with different other scenarios of grid powers. Like, okay, what if we have a ASEAN super grid, or what if we have a Northeast Asian Energy Initiative grid? So when we are looking at those grids under one of the initiatives, NEAEI, it shows that while all the other countries like China, Mongolia, they are actually seeing some decrease in greenhouse gases emission. In ROK and Japan, it has some increased emissions, right? So it was because of they are increasing the usage of fossil power. Since there was no tying NDCs to them that, okay, we are going to follow this particular approach in reducing the carbon emissions in Japan and Korea, they are still having some emissions. But for the other countries, it is decreasing.
I see that your timeline is 2030. Mm-hmm. So now we know that most of the country NDC is up to 2030, right? So you are saying you are envisioning that there will be an absence of you base it on the assumption that there will be no stringent climate change mitigation targets after 2030 from these two countries.
Yes, that's what the assumption is, right? That's why we have like multiple assumptions. And we have to assume that, okay, whatever is existing as of now, this is a baseline as usual scenario, which is already saying that whatever is happening now keeps on happening. So
yeah, but it's a bit strange to assume that these two countries, I mean, Japan is Annex 1. I mean, if we look at Annex 1 and non-Annex 1, and how can they have no ambition after that, after 2030?
So I'm
just curious, how do you arrive to the conclusion that there will be an absence of mitigation action from these two countries?
I'm not saying that there will be absence of mitigation actions. I'm just saying that compared to the other countries, the export of fossil power might still be there. If you look at the sustainable scenario, which was already conditional NDCs, or when the countries, they are already willing to like decarbonize themselves, not use the fossil power, then you don't see increases in the greenhouse gases emission for those countries as well. So it's actually based on the emissions, the assumptions that you are making. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we might have more questions. However, due to interest of time, we have to quickly conclude this session. So let's just also give our fellow panelists opportunities to make some concluding remark. Maybe start from Ms. Chuang.
Sure. So as my presentation has highlighted, there's so many opportunities for Southeast Asia to increase collaboration together. And this ASEAN Green Future is actually one form of collaboration where we share knowledge and share capacity. And it's not just at think tanks policy level, but at government level, there's so much strong case for ASEAN countries, South Asia countries to come together to attract investment at scale and to work together on a shared renewable energy targets, or whether it comes on to raise higher ambition in the region and to bring it to further accelerated actions. Thank you.
Professor Prophet?
I don't have much thing to say, but I hope that Malaysian investor will come to investing in hydropower sector in Laos and send back electricity to Malaysia in near future. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Leong Yuen Yong.
Yeah, just now, actually, the Malaysian team's analysis shows that with existing policies that have already been announced, Malaysia will still have substantial coal generation by 2050. Hence, since we see that in our with the existing policy, that shows that we need to do more, which is the more ambitious policy. So, Chen Chung, he is actually an active member of the ASEAN Green Future Malaysian team. Besides being serving his constituencies and being a member of parliament, he is doing a PhD in this area, actually wanting to decarbonize the power system in Malaysia. All right, I think that's the clarification that I wish to make.
Yeah, probably that clarifies why I'm here. Mr. Uttam, you're last of the last.
Yeah, so for me, I would just like to borrow some lines from the distinguished guests from the morning. Even from our modeling results, we have been always getting the same answer. The more regional cooperation you have, the better chances you have to mitigate the greenhouse gases, to get lower cost for the electricity, and to decarbonize this sector. So, we need to act together. And maybe if it is just one country trying to do all things by itself, it might be too hard, too expensive. So I think regional cooperation is the key. Thank you.
Right, regional cooperation is the key. Thank you very much. Again, let's put our hand together to thank our fellow panelists. And also a remark from the organizer, your lunch will be on your right when you exit the hall. And we all should be back for parallel session at 2:30. Enjoy your lunch and the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
best possible life for you, and the bottom of the ladder represents the worst possible life for you. On which step of the ladder would you say you personally feel you stand at this time? More than 100,000 people each year respond from all around the world, giving us a picture of a country's overall happiness. Countries such as Finland, Denmark, and Switzerland have consistently ranked at the top of the list. Why is that? There are 6 explanatory factors that help explain the different levels of happiness between countries. First up is social support. In order to feel secure, people need to feel that at least one person would care for them when in need. This is the #1 predictor of happiness and well-being. Next up is GDP per capita, or how much each country produces divided by the number of people in the country. Healthy life expectancy is next on the list. We look at physical and mental health. Freedom to make life choices plays a key role in people's happiness. Generosity is measured by looking at how charitable people are. The final variable is an absence of corruption. This looks at both governments and businesses. Policymakers, communities, families, businesses, and individuals now have better guideposts to creating happiness. Each year, the World Happiness Report shares the newest insights in well-being science. We believe the best measure of progress is the happiness of people around the world. To find out more, check out worldhappiness.report.
It is our task today and for the years to come to reimagine and redesign education.
We have a moral duty to educate and prepare children for a world that's going to be more complex, challenging, and unpredictable, and enable them to shape sustainable, prosperous, and resilient communities for the future.
On the SDG form, quality education, target 4.7 calls for the implementation of education that is inclusive and that promotes sustainable development.
All learners should acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contributions to sustainable development. I am absolutely thrilled and delighted to launch Mission 4.7.
Mission 4.7 is an effort to support the education of a generation of global leaders with global citizenship values, real, tangible knowledge of the SDGs, and 21st century skills that we believe is the real path to improving the state of our world for all.
This is not simply about transforming education, but it's about the power of education to transform society.
Education for sustainable development is not just good for society, but it's also good for education.
We need to find a way to make sure it's not something that's seen as an extracurricular to be competing with the school curriculum, but incorporate it into what's necessary in a school curriculum.
So it is not about introducing new curriculum, but it is about reflecting these global values of respect for nature, of universal human rights, of economic justice, and a culture of peace in the various disciplines.
Science isn't just about, physics and chemistry. It's about, can you think like a scientist? Can you use the tools of science to understand and change the world? History is not just about, remembering names and dates. It's about, can you think like an historian? Now, do you understand how the narrative of a society has emerged, how it developed, how it advanced, and sometimes how it unravels when the context changes? What does it mean for today's world?
We don't produce a world without poverty because people can regurgitate and say SDG number 1 is a world without poverty. We produce a world without poverty when we can identify what are the capacities, what is the knowledge, the dispositions, and the skills that people need to build a world without poverty.
Students of all ages in all types of schools can be educated to care for the world's most pressing problems while achieving their own academic requirements.
Let us work together to educate humanity about sustainable development and global citizenship. With the necessary knowledge, skills, and empathy for others, we can create a brighter future for us all, leaving no one behind.
% of the world's data has been produced in the last 2 years. It's transforming how we live our lives and how we run our companies, and it has a vital role to play, putting us on a path to a more sustainable future. SDSN Trends, a global think tank on data governance, has just released a new report on how to navigate this data revolution, called Counting on the World to Act. This video introduces many of the key themes.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Trends Roundtable on Governing the Data Revolution. Today we're going to be covering a range of discussions around the data revolution, opportunities and challenges for Sustainable Development Goals. My name is Sheda Badi. I'm the co-chair of Trends and also managing director of Open Data Watch. Today we have a few themes for discussion, and the first theme that we have selected is called Out with the Old and In with the New. Do we still need the traditional data methods like surveys and census? And Tom, I thought I'll come to you with your experience with the census.
The international debate has shifted over the last 18 months. If you go back 18 months, people were starting to talk about this brave new world of wide-ranging big data, satellite data, geosensing data could all be used as a substitute. In the recent year and a half, there's been a realization that the census particularly is still crucial. It provides a way of validating results from geosensing data. It provides information which cannot be provided from big data.
We still need the surveys, but countries need to be able to identify which surveys should be continued. These are what I call the core surveys, and which ones need not be done. On the new data sources like big data, citizen-generated data, what we need to work on should be quality assurance frameworks.
But I would argue that it's also about innovating additional types of data that complement it, not only because the scope of the Sustainable Development Goals has changed, but because there's limitations on what households can tell you. Household surveys do not cover issues that pertain to water quality, so there's additional information that we need, but there's still a role for these household surveys to provide denominators in understanding how many people are at risk and having some idea about where and what type of risk they're facing.
There are two potential areas for the new, as it were. I think on the one hand, as you said, to fill gaps where surveys are not the best tool, but also in terms of the actual mechanics and the logistics of carrying out a survey. Surveys are very expensive ways of conducting data collection.
I mean, I think the common theme that's been true for all of your answers, and I would agree with, is that we should really think about new data being the gap fillers.
One of the things that we've been discussing a lot is the importance of the leadership at the national statistical offices by putting them in the center of the data ecosystem for the Sustainable Development Goals, and try to see what changes need to be made to make that happen. So who within the government do you think should be responsible for identifying and adopting these data innovations?
Who shouldn't be responsible for this within government? I think that the challenge when it is focused on the national statistics offices is that often these are under-resourced, under-capacitated groups that are not well connected into the line ministries.
There are historically the custodians and guardians of official statistics. Often national legislation will set out that only the National Statistical Office can produce official statistics. And so any new proposed ecosystem of data which doesn't place the National Statistical Office at the core of it, I think is almost doomed to fail.
I think there are several advantages to having a National Statistics Office at the heart of a new national data ecosystem. I think the first is that they have the mandate to be independent of government and to be impartial in the way in which they produce official statistics. And I think in many parts of the world that's a really important point. We're seeing that in certain countries, even that fundamental point is being undermined to some degree, and I think that's a bit of a challenge and a threat.
The Statistics Office is in the center of the national data ecosystem. But now, the chief statistician should be more than that. He or she should be open to these new data sources, but he or she should be knowledgeable to some extent.
There are new expectations and needs, both organizationally, so how they're placed within an official government structure, but also within the data system as a whole. And I see it as a two-way relationship, what I think is, and that's where the chief data officer is quite interesting, because there are roles that the statistics office plays in terms of formal reporting out into global statistics, and that provides a level of authority and legitimacy to information that's quite critical. But there's also a role to provide down the system, so helping out specific sub-agencies with the information they need to make decisions, whether it's the planning and accountability of electoral or elections, or if it's understanding the distribution of population to understand access.
I think that dual function that you mentioned, Alex, so data for decision making and data for reporting, it brings us back again to the goal of all of this. And the players and the actors are subservient to those two goals. When it comes to data for decision making, I think that's where the line ministries really, they have the use cases, they know the decisions that need to be made, and perhaps that's the role of a chief data officer, is bridging those two worlds.
Do you think we have the fit-for-purpose policy and regulatory framework in place right now? What do we need to do to make that happen, if not?
On the one hand, when it comes to statistical laws in particular, there are good examples and there are bad examples. I think the best examples that I've seen certainly are ones which give statistics offices the most autonomy. Of course, there should be public oversight and public accountability, reporting back to Parliament, etc. Absolutely. But the best statistical laws are the ones which grant the most independence to statistics offices. There's something that we've not mentioned, which is the trust that official statistics can engender within the population. I think on the one hand, national statistics offices can be a very valuable source of highly trusted information and data for society, but it's a fine balance between being the provider of that data and information and being the sole provider of that data and information. And I think society has to be pluralistic and open, and on the one hand accept that there are other data providers and other data sources which exist, but at the same time engender trust and confidence in official statistics as much as possible.
The problem is that even though governments are the largest producers of data in most countries around the world, there are still many countries in which citizens don't trust the data that's being produced. And some of that stems from lack of quality assurance, to be able to have open, transparent vetting processes where you're exposing data and all its flaws to citizens and making that clear. And so I think that's one piece that has to be improved. The other is funding. We put a substantial burden on national statistics offices and line ministries to produce more and better data. But what is the funding model by which that's sustainable? Funders are often very ad hoc and sporadic in terms of how they fund data. And governments notoriously are also that way.
I I think there's also a need to really consider the protection of chief statisticians and in terms of their own integrity and the integrity of official data within an ecosystem. In Mozambique, there's a planning for a general election. There was a general election recently, and the chief statistician of Mozambique was fired because they revealed that the population of one district was several hundred thousands less than the Electoral Commission was claiming there was.
Where I have questions about whether we've done enough is around data protection and respect of privacy and things like that. And I think that there's still quite a lot of work to do to work out exactly how we should or shouldn't use different new sources of data. This is especially true in a sustainable development setting, keeping in mind that the majority of African countries, for instance, don't have any type of data protection legislation in place.
Yeah, I mean, this gets into questions I find very interesting around the politics of data. And so it's about good governance, and it's about having the right legislative framework to protect privacy, but it's also about having a willingness from a political system to accept the pros and the cons of being open and transparent. And I think it leads to a virtuous cycle. It leads to improvements in society over time, but it also can create certain challenges by opening up data that governments or specific interests have to recognize won't always be reinforcing their desired outcomes.
Well, I think it's been a really rich discussion, and I wanted to go around and give you all 1 minute to do a closing remark and maybe even think of that one thing that you want to advise any government. What would be that one idea that you say should be on the top of their priority for governing the data revolution?
I think that we're at a moment in history when information systems are changing rapidly. I think institutions rely on information to make good decisions, and we need more and better information, but we need to target it in ways that reinforce the decisions that are being made at multiple levels by multiple actors, public and private.
So open SDG data. Good.
Yes.
Sam, your message?
I mean, as much as we've been talking about data today, we're also talking about people that produce the data, people that monitor the data, people that use the data. And so I think it's also important to experiment a little bit, to learn from the positive deviance in a way, to find those pockets where there are effective data champions, where there are governments that are getting it right and they have a culture of data-driven decision-making.
Bravo. Tom?
We still need the old. We still need those time-tested approaches to data collection. I think that the data revolution is not necessarily new. I think we've entered a new phase of it, but I think we've always needed information and data. I mean, Plato has a quote which is that, a good decision is based on knowledge and not on numbers. And I think that still rings true. We need the contextual analysis and we need the contextual information that's around data in order to take good decisions.
Lisa?
My message would be champions. We really have to work together, but we have to have champions, data champions, in every sector of society.
My plea is that for capacity building and regenerative efforts to rebuild the statistical offices of the Global South, to make them less dependent on the Global North going forward. And I think there already is a risk of the Global South being left behind because of data collection exercises, new forms of data which are being driven by the think tanks and well-funded governments and universities of the North. I think we are at risk of a new era of recolonization of the Global South by data from the Global North.
Thank you. Well, thank you to all of the panelists. It's been truly a very rich discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cut.
we, humanity, and predominantly the rich, developed countries, have imposed upon ourselves nothing less than a planetary crisis. We face an unprecedented global challenge.
The 193 heads of state and government of the United Nations have adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals in the name of prosperity, people, and planet.
The world was given to us as a common home. It is a call to treat it with respect.
If there's one universal aspiration in the world, it's that every parent wants the best for their child.
I don't think advocacy can take the field any further. It needs knowledge. It needs science.
Welcome to the course of Sustainable Ocean. I, as a physical oceanographer, will teach you how the ocean physics work.
I'm a professor in global sustainability at Stockholm University.
I'm an evolutionary biologist.
I'm a professor of applied psychology.
It's a dialogue between the scientist and you.
Human health is indivisible from the well-being of the planet as a whole.
People who suffer most from our unsustainable way of living are those who have had no say.
It's not like women's rights are a human rights problem only.
We've begun transgressing planetary boundaries.
It's always perceived as a zero-sum power game.
We need to understand how natural resources affect political systems.
How does it relate? Why is it important?
Sustainable development is impossible without human rights for all.
These pieces are interconnected.
Add your voice to the global discussion.
You can become part of the solution.
Welcome to SDSN. SDSN stands for Sustainable Development Solutions Network. The SDSN was set up in 2012 under the auspices of the UN Secretary General to mobilize global scientific expertise to promote practical solutions for sustainable development, including the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Our mission is to promote integrated approaches to implement the SDGs and the Paris Agreement on climate change through education, research policy analysis, and global cooperation. The SDG Academy is SDSN's online education platform that creates and curates free educational resources on sustainable development. The courses cover the headline issues and a multitude of interdisciplinary topics related to the 17 SDGs. The Secretariat and SDSN's 1,300-plus member institutions support planning, policy development, and implementation of these international commitments through a number of projects. Our Sustainable Development Reports house our SDG index and dashboards, data analysis tools that use publicly available data to track progress on the SDGs at the national, regional, and local levels. The annual World Happiness Report surveys the state of global happiness and ranks countries by their happiness levels. The Food, Agriculture, Biodiversity, Land Use, and Energy Pathways Consortium, or FABLE for short, is composed of 22 regional and country teams developing coordinated national long-term pathways towards sustainable land use and food systems. SDSN also houses several thematic networks, groups of experts mobilized around a specific topic within sustainable development, such as data, climate and energy, sustainable cities, and sustainable agriculture and food systems. SDSN has over 1,300 members across 38 national and regional networks. In their respective countries and regions, SDSN's networks of universities, research centers, and other knowledge institutions translate the latest expertise in sustainable development into action. Our youth network boasts 20 regional networks in more than 85 countries, developing, promoting, and launching solution-based initiatives around Agenda 2030. Membership at SDSN is free and open to non-for-profit knowledge-generating institutions. Visit our website to apply to our global network today. SDSN is grateful to our sponsors and donors, without whom none of this work would be possible. Keep up with SDSN by following us on LinkedIn and Twitter, liking us on Facebook, or subscribe to our newsletter.
The youth of today are always in search of extremes, but it's by maintaining balance that we truly find happiness. Which is why I'm here in Iskandar, Malaysia, to meet with a man that's taken balance to the extreme. By maintaining 40% of local flora and fauna, Sunway has ensured a beneficial harmony between natural surroundings and nurturing experiences. That's right.
Hi, Nick.
You've done it again. I mean, what inspires you? This place is beautiful.
Well, Nick, education is the best way out of poverty. And it is crucial, very, very crucial that we give to our younger generation. I believe that for sustainable development of a nation, it is education. Sunway always lead the way. We walk the talk, and I believe in that very much.
More than 12,000 trees are being tended to in this tree nursery. For every tree removed in the development, one or two more are put back in their place. And naturally, all this hard work starts at the source, the Pendus River. This is the lifeblood of the place, which is why Sunway is working really hard to maintain the water quality, which means the animals and plants that call this place home can continue to live in harmony here. And the lessons learnt can be applied elsewhere in Malaysia. Today, Sunway, tomorrow, the world.
Universities inevitably should be helping to lead and solve critical problems. That is the purpose of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network from the start. We're in our 9th year now.
University historical mission around 3 words: to be international, to be innovative, to be interdisciplinary. And fulfilling the Paris Agreement and 2030 Agenda requires actually all these dimensions.
As knowledge centers, universities play a key role in conducting relevant, homegrown research that can inform decisions by policymakers in advancing sustainable development agenda.
One real challenge, in addition to the issues of climate change that have been underscored, is creating the platform whereby people can speak with one voice. And there is that interdisciplinary scholarship needed to speak with confidence, with evidence, and with the basis that you can influence policy change at global level, irrespective of politics.
Are there academic projects in line with the challenges of current and future society? Are they agents of change in their territories? Do they have training projects that do not exclude, but that include?
But finally, what COVID has taught us is that we need a societal transformation which enables young people to take charge of what we're doing just now and actually in effect change the world. And that is the most difficult bit, and that I think is the most central question that universities have to deal with.
So then moving forward, the first thing that we need to do in the design of universities going forward is accept our failings, face them square in the face and take them on. Second, we need to create new designs, new kinds of universities, new kinds of structures, small incremental changes of a few things changing every decade or two, or every 5 decades.
United Nations, this network, or indeed the developed countries can create funds which create consortiums across the borders, so that the researchers from the developed countries and countries like us, who are very much affected by the climate change, get together and work together.
These are the kinds of areas where we need you and your universities to bring together the mathematicians and the physicists and the environmentalists to come together, because actually development today is really a partnership. It's cross-sectoral, it's multidisciplinary.
COVID-19 exposed this digital divide in a pretty big way, pretty much everywhere. And it really ended up accelerating e-learning adoption, as it did in pretty much all over the world. And we talked a lot about blended learning as a solution for the future.
Found that education systems today are struggling to equip learners with the skills, knowledge and values needed to thrive in our rapidly changing world. The summit is calling on leaders from government and stakeholders to renew their commitment to education as a preeminent public good. This is also calling for rebirthing of education.
This call, we will submit in our common name and for a common pool and shared resources, funding to enable better online access, better access to online journals, better access to particular shared tools that are needed, organizing events, organizing common research programs. We're going to need everybody joining in that funding initiative, but I'm pretty optimistic that we're going to make headway on that.
Implementing the sustainability agenda is no longer an option, but an urgent and moral imperative. It is my hope that the solution we come out can inspire many others around the world to tackling issues related to the sustainability agenda. Sunway Group, as well as our Jeffrey Sachs Foundation, committed ourselves to the concept of sustainable development right from their founding. Both entities have fully embraced the 17 SDGs, which chart a holistic path to build a sustainable future for an ailing planet and its people.
We will, simply put, achieve sustainable development worldwide if today's young generation understands and is empowered through knowledge the tasks and the abilities to pursue this agenda.
The big challenge that we face in Southeast Asia is the regional level.
The Jeffrey Sachs Foundation gifted a total of $20 million to the UN SDSN, headed by Professor Jeffrey Sachs. A major portion of these funds was used to establish the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development at Sunway University.
Core inspiration of Sunway University and all of the Sunway education initiatives, but is at the essence of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network itself. And that is that education is the most essential investment of any society in its future.
That is our contribution to set up the Asia headquarters for Asia, and we want to do as much as possible in this region to bring sustainable development solution network in this area.
What makes people happy? And how do we measure happiness? A global group of leading researchers have been working on ways to measure and explain happiness, as well as looking at why some countries are happier than others. They look at data from the Gallup World Poll. Included in the survey is the country ladder question. It asks people to imagine a ladder. The top of the ladder represents the best possible life for you, and the bottom of the ladder represents the worst possible life for you. On which step of the ladder would you say you personally feel you stand at this time? More than 100,000 people each year respond from all around the world, giving us a picture of a country's overall happiness. Countries such as Finland, Denmark, and Switzerland have consistently ranked at the top of the list. Why is that? There are 6 explanatory factors that help explain the different levels of happiness between countries. First up is social support. In order to feel secure, people need to feel that at least one person would care for them when in need. This is the number 1 predictor of happiness and well-being. Next up is GDP per capita, or how much each country produces divided by the number of people in the country. Healthy life expectancy is next on the list. We look at physical and mental health. Freedom to make life choices plays a key role in people's happiness. Generosity is measured by looking at how charitable people are. The final variable is an absence of corruption. This looks at both governments and businesses. Policymakers, communities, families, businesses, and individuals now have better guideposts to creating happiness. Each year, the World Happiness Report shares the newest insights in well-being science. We believe the best measure of progress is the happiness of people around the world. To find out more, check out worldhappiness.report.
It is our task today and for the years to come to reimagine and redesign education.
We have a moral duty to educate and prepare children for a world that's going to be more complex, challenging, and unpredictable, and enable them to shape sustainable, prosperous, and resilient communities for the future.
On the SDG form, quality education, target 4.7 calls for the implementation of education that is inclusive and that promotes sustainable development.
All learners should acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contributions to sustainable development. I am absolutely thrilled and delighted to launch Mission 4.7.
Mission 4.7 is an effort to support the education of a generation of global leaders with global citizenship values, real, tangible knowledge of the SDGs, and 21st century skills that we believe is the real path to improving the state of our world for all.
This is not simply about transforming education, but it's about the power of education to transform society.
Education for sustainable development is not just good for society, but it's also good for education.
We need to find a way to make sure it's not something that's seen as an extracurricular to be competing with the school curriculum, but incorporate it into what's necessary in a school curriculum.
So it is not about introducing new curriculum, but it is about reflecting these global values of respect for nature, of universal human rights, of economic justice, and a culture of peace in the various disciplines.
Science isn't just about, physics and chemistry. It's about, can you think like a scientist? Can you use the tools of science to understand and change the world? History is not just about, remembering names and dates. It's about, can you think like an historian? Do you understand how the narrative of a society has emerged, how it developed, how it advanced, and sometimes how it unravels when the context changed? What does it mean for today's world?
We don't produce a world without poverty because people can regurgitate and say SDG number 1 is a world without poverty. We produce a world without poverty when we can identify what are the capacities, what is the knowledge, the dispositions, and the skills that people need to build a world without poverty.
Students of all ages in all types of schools can be educated to care for the world's most pressing problems while achieving their own academic requirements.
Let us work together to educate humanity about sustainable development and global citizenship with the necessary knowledge, skills, and empathy for others. We can create a brighter future for us all, leaving no one behind.
"90% of the world's data has been produced in the last 2 years. It's transforming how we live our lives and how we run our companies, and it has a vital role to play, putting us on a path to a more sustainable future. SDSN Trends, a global think tank on data governance, has just released a new report on how to navigate this data revolution, called Counting on the World to Act. This video introduces many of the key themes.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Trends Roundtable on Governing the Data Revolution. Today we're going to be covering a range of discussions around the data revolution, opportunities and challenges for sustainable development goals. My name is Sheda Badi. I'm the co-chair of Trends and also managing director of Open Data Watch. Today we have a few themes for discussion, and the first theme that we have selected is called Out with the Old and In with the New. Do we still need the traditional data methods like surveys and census? And Tom, I thought I'll come to you with your experience with the census.
The international debate has shifted over the last 18 months. If you go back 18 months, people were starting to talk about this brave new world of wide-ranging big data, satellite data, geosensing data could all be used as a substitute. In the recent year and a half, there's been a realization that the census particularly is still crucial. It provides a way of validating results from geosensing data. It provides information which cannot be provided from big data.
We still need the surveys, but countries need to be able to identify which surveys should be continued. These are what I call the core surveys, and which ones need not be done. On the new data sources like big data, citizen-generated data, what we need to work on should be quality assurance frameworks.
I would argue that it's also about innovating additional types of data that complement it, not only because the scope of the Sustainable Development Goals has changed, but because there's limitations on what households can tell you. Household surveys do not cover issues that pertain to water quality, so there's additional information that we need, but there's still a role for these household surveys to provide denominators and understanding how many people are at risk and having some idea about where and what type of risk they're facing.
There are two potential areas for the new, as it were. I think on the one hand, as you said, to fill gaps where surveys are not the best tool, but also in terms of the actual mechanics and the logistics of carrying out a survey. Surveys are very expensive ways of conducting data collection.
mean, I think the common theme that's been true for all of your answers, and I would agree with, is that we should really think about new data being the gap fillers.
One of the things that we've been discussing a lot is the importance of the leadership at the National Statistical Offices by putting them in the center of the data ecosystem for the Sustainable Development Goals, and try to see what changes need to be made to make that happen. So who within the government do you think should be responsible for identifying and adopting these data innovations?
Who shouldn't be responsible for this within government? I think that the challenge when it is focused on the national statistics offices is that often these are under-resourced, under-capacitated groups that are not well connected into the line ministries.
There are historically the custodians and guardians of official statistics. Often national legislation will set out that only the National Statistical Office can produce official statistics. And so any new proposed ecosystem of data which doesn't place the National Statistical Office at the core of it, I think is almost doomed to fail.
I think there are several advantages to having a National Statistics Office at the heart of a new national data ecosystem. I think the first is that they have the mandate to be independent of government and to be impartial in the way in which they produce official statistics. And I think in many parts of the world that's a really important point. We're seeing that in certain countries, even that fundamental point is being undermined to some degree, and I think that's a bit of a challenge and a threat.
The Statistics Office is in the center of the national data ecosystem. But now, the chief statistician should be more than that. He or she should be open to these new data sources, but he or she should be knowledgeable to some extent.
There are new expectations and needs, both organizationally, so how they're placed within an official government structure, but also within the data system as a whole. And I see it as a two-way relationship, what I think is, and that's where the chief data officer is quite interesting, because there are roles that the Statistics Office plays in terms of formal reporting out into global statistics, and that provides a level of authority and legitimacy to information that's quite critical. But there's also a role to provide down the system, so helping out specific sub-agencies with the information they need to make decisions, whether it's the planning and accountability of electoral or elections, or if it's understanding the distribution of population to understand access.
I think that dual function that you mentioned, Alex, so data for decision making and data for reporting, it brings us back again to the goal of all of this. And the players and the actors are subservient to those two goals. When it comes to data for decision making, I think that's where the line ministries really, they have the use cases, they know the decisions that need to be made, and perhaps that's the role of a chief data officer, is bridging those two worlds.
Do you think we have the fit-for-purpose policy and regulatory framework in place right now? What do we need to do to make that happen, if not?
On the one hand, when it comes to statistical laws in particular, there are good examples and there are bad examples. I think the best examples that I've seen, certainly, are ones which give statistics offices the most autonomy. Of course, there should be public oversight and public accountability, reporting back to Parliament, etc. Absolutely. But the best statistical laws are the ones which grant the most independence to statistics offices. There's something that we've not mentioned, which is the trust that official statistics can engender within the population. I think on the one hand, national statistics offices can be a very valuable source of highly trusted information and data for society, but it's a fine balance between being the provider of that data and information and being the sole provider of that data and information. And I think society has to be pluralistic and open, and on the one hand accept that there are other data providers and other data sources which exist, but at the same time engender trust and confidence in official statistics as much as possible.
The problem is that even though governments are the largest producers of data in most countries around the world, there are still many countries in which citizens don't trust the data that's being produced. And some of that stems from lack of quality assurance. To be able to have open, transparent vetting processes where you're exposing data and all its flaws to citizens and making that clear. And so I think that's one piece that has to be improved. The other is funding. We put a substantial burden on national statistics offices and line ministries to produce more and better data. But what is the funding model by which that's sustainable? Funders are often very ad hoc and sporadic in terms of how they fund data. And governments notoriously are also that way.
I think there's also a need to really consider the protection of chief statisticians and in terms of their own integrity and the integrity of official data within an ecosystem. In Mozambique, there's a planning for a general election, and there was a general election recently, and the chief statistician of Mozambique was fired because they revealed that the population of one district was several hundred thousands less than the Electoral Commission was claiming there was.
Where I have questions about whether we've done enough is around data protection and respect of privacy and things like that. And I think that there's still quite a lot of work to do to work out exactly how we should or shouldn't use different new sources of data. This is especially true in a sustainable development setting, keeping in mind that the majority of African countries, for instance, don't have any type of data protection legislation in place.
Yeah, I mean, this gets into questions I find very interesting around the politics of data. And so it's about good governance, and it's about having the right legislative framework to protect privacy, but it's also about having a willingness from a political system to accept the pros and the cons of being open and transparent. And I think it leads to a virtuous cycle. It leads to improvements in society over time, but it also can create certain challenges by opening up data that governments or specific interests have to recognize won't always be reinforcing their desired outcomes.
Well, I think it's been a really rich discussion, and I wanted to go around and give you all 1 minute to do a closing remark and maybe even think of that one thing that you want to advise any government. What would be that one idea that you say should be on the top of their priority for governing the data revolution?
I think that we're at a moment in history when information systems are changing rapidly. I think institutions rely on information to make good decisions, and we need more and better information, but we need to target it in ways that reinforce the decisions that are being made at multiple levels by multiple actors, public and private.
So open SDG data. Good.
Yes.
Sam, your message?
I mean, as much as we've been talking about data today, we're also talking about people that produce the data, people that monitor the data, people that use the data. And so I think it's also important to experiment a little bit, to learn from the positive deviance in a way, to find those pockets where there are effective data champions, where there are governments that are getting it right and they have a culture of data-driven decision-making.
Bravo. Tom?
We still need the old. We still need those time-tested approaches to data collection. I think that the data revolution is not necessarily new. I think we've entered a new phase of it, but I think we've always needed information and data. I mean, Plato has a quote which is that, a good decision is based on knowledge and not on numbers. And I think that still rings true. We need the contextual analysis and we need the contextual information that's around data in order to take good decisions.
Lisa?
My message would be champions. We really have to work together, but we have to have champions, data champions, in every sector of society.
My plea is that for capacity building and regenerative efforts to rebuild the statistical offices of the Global South, to make them less dependent on the Global North going forward. And I think there really is a risk of the Global South being left behind because of data collection exercises, new forms of data, which are being driven by the think tanks and well-funded governments and universities of the North. I think we are at risk of a new era of recolonization of the Global South by data from the Global North.
Thank you. Well, thank you to all of the panelists. It's been truly a very rich discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cut.
we, humanity, and predominantly the rich, developed countries, have imposed upon ourselves nothing less than a planetary crisis. We face an unprecedented global challenge.
The 193 heads of state and government of the United Nations have adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals in the name of prosperity, people, and planet.
The world was given to us as a common home. It is a call to treat it with respect.
If there's one universal aspiration in the world, it's that every parent wants the best for their child.
I don't think advocacy can take the field any further. It needs knowledge. It needs science.
Welcome to the course of Sustainable Ocean. I, as a physical oceanographer, will teach you how the ocean physics work.
I'm a professor in global sustainability at Stockholm University.
I'm an evolutionary biologist.
I'm a professor of applied psychology.
It's a dialogue between the scientist and you.
Human health is indivisible from the well-being of the planet as a whole.
People who suffer most from our unsustainable way of living are those who have no say.
It's not like women's rights are a human rights problem only.
We've begun transgressing planetary boundaries.
It's always perceived as a zero-sum power game.
We need to understand how natural resources affect political systems.
How does it relate? Why is it important?
Sustainable development is impossible without human rights for all.
These pieces are interconnected.
Add your voice to the global discussion.
You can become part of the solution.
Welcome to SDSN. SDSN stands for Sustainable Development Solutions Network. The SDSN was set up in 2012 under the auspices of the UN Secretary General to mobilize global scientific expertise to promote practical solutions for sustainable development, including the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Our mission is to promote integrated approaches to implement the SDGs and the Paris Agreement on climate change through education, research policy analysis, and global cooperation. The SDG Academy is SDSN's online education platform that creates and curates free educational resources on sustainable development. The courses cover the headline issues and a multitude of interdisciplinary topics related to the 17 SDGs. The Secretariat and SDSN's 1,300-plus member institutions support planning, policy development, and implementation of these international commitments through a number of projects. Our Sustainable Development Reports house our SDG index and dashboards, data analysis tools that use publicly available data to track progress on the SDGs at the national, regional, and local levels. The annual World Happiness Report surveys the state of global happiness and ranks countries by their happiness levels. The Food, Agriculture, Biodiversity, Land Use, and Energy Pathways Consortium, or FABLE for short, is composed of 22 regional and country teams developing coordinated national long-term pathways towards sustainable land use and food systems. SDSN also houses several thematic networks, groups of experts mobilized around a specific topic within sustainable development, such as data, climate and energy, sustainable cities, and sustainable agriculture and food systems. SDSN has over 1,300 members across 38 national and regional networks. In their respective countries and regions, SDSN's networks of universities, research centers, and other knowledge institutions translate the latest expertise in sustainable development into action. Our youth network boasts 20 regional networks in more than 85 countries, developing, promoting, and launching solution-based initiatives around Agenda 2030. Membership at SDSN is free and open to non-for-profit knowledge-generating institutions. Visit our website to apply to our global network today. SDSN is grateful to our sponsors and donors, without whom none of this work would be possible. Keep up with SDSN by following us on LinkedIn and Twitter, liking us on Facebook, or subscribe to our newsletter.
The youth of today are always in search of extremes, but it's by maintaining balance that we truly find happiness. Which is why I'm here in Iskandar, Malaysia, to meet with a man that's taken balance to the extreme. By maintaining 40% of local flora and fauna, Sunway has ensured a beneficial harmony between natural surroundings and nurturing experiences. That's right.
Hi, Nick.
You've done it again. I mean, what inspires you? This place is beautiful.
Well, Nick, education is the best way out of poverty. And it is crucial, very, very crucial that we give to our younger generation. I believe that for sustainable development of a nation, it is education. Sunway always lead the way. We walk the talk, and I believe in that very much.
More than 12,000 trees are being tended to in this tree nursery. For every tree removed in the development, one or two more are put back in their place. And naturally, all this hard work starts at the source, the Pendus River. This is the lifeblood of the place, which is why Sunway is working really hard to maintain the water quality, which means the animals and plants that call this place home can continue to live in harmony here. And the lessons learnt can be applied elsewhere in Malaysia. Today, Sunway, tomorrow, the world.
Universities inevitably should be helping to lead and solve critical problems. That is the purpose of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network from the start. We're in our 9th year now.
University historical mission around 3 words: to be international, to be innovative, to be interdisciplinary. And fulfilling the Paris Agreement and 2030 Agenda requires actually all these dimensions.
As knowledge centers, universities play a key role in conducting relevant, homegrown research that can inform decisions by policymakers in advancing sustainable development agenda.
One real challenge, in addition to the issues of climate change that have been underscored, is creating the platform whereby people can speak with one voice. And there is that interdisciplinary scholarship needed to speak with confidence, with evidence, and with the basis that you can influence policy change at global level, irrespective of politics.
Are there academic projects in line with the challenges of current and future society? Are they agents of change in their territories? Do they have training projects that do not exclude, but that include?
But finally, what COVID has taught us is that we need a societal transformation which enables young people to take charge of what we're doing just now and actually in effect change the world. And that is the most difficult bit. And that, I think, is the most central question that universities have to deal with.
So then moving forward, the first thing that we need to do in the design of universities going forward is accept our failings, face them square in the face and take them on. Second, we need to create new designs, new kinds of universities, new kinds of structures, small incremental changes of a few things changing every decade or two, or every 5 decades.
United Nations, this network, or indeed the developed countries can create funds which create consortiums across the borders, so that the researchers from the developed countries and countries like us, who are very much affected by the climate change, get together and work together.
These are the kinds of areas where we need you and your universities to bring together the mathematicians and the physicists and the environmentalists to come together, because actually development today is really a partnership, it's cross-sectoral, it's multidisciplinary.
COVID-19 exposed this digital divide in a pretty big way, pretty much everywhere. And it really ended up accelerating e-learning adoption, as it did in pretty much all over the world. And we talked a lot about blended learning as a solution for the future.
Found that education systems today are struggling to equip learners with the skills, knowledge and values needed to thrive in our rapidly changing world. The summit is calling on leaders from government and stakeholders to renew their commitment to education as a preeminent public good. This is also calling for a rebirthing of education.
This call, we will submit in our common name and for common pool and shared resources, funding to enable better online access, better access to online journals, better access to particular shared tools that are needed, organizing events, organizing common research programs. We're going to need everybody joining in that funding initiative, but I'm pretty optimistic that we're going to make headway on that.
Implementing the sustainability agenda is no longer an option, but an urgent and moral imperative. It is my hope that the solution we come out can inspire many others around the world to in tackling issues related to the sustainability agenda. Sunway Group, as well as our Jeffrey Sachs Foundation, committed ourselves to the concept of sustainable development right from their founding. Both entities have fully embraced the 17 SDGs, which chart a holistic path to build a sustainable future for an ailing planet and its people.
We will, simply put, achieve sustainable development worldwide if today's young generation understands and is empowered through knowledge the tasks and the abilities to pursue this agenda.
The big challenge that we face in Southeast Asia is the mix of global warming and the Cold War. And the solution to be able to undertake the correct climate action policies is to have cooperation on the regional level.
The Jeffrey Sachs Foundation gifted a total of $20 million to the UN SDSN, headed by Professor Jeffrey Sachs. A major portion of these funds was used to establish the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development at Sunway University.
Inspiration of Sunway University and all of the Sunway education initiatives, but is at the essence of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network itself. And that is that education is the most essential investment of any society in its future.
That is our contribution to set up the Asia headquarters for Asia, and we want to do as much as possible in this region to bring sustainable development solution network in this area.
What makes people happy? And how do we measure happiness? A a global group of leading researchers have been working on ways to measure and explain happiness, as well as looking at why some countries are happier than others. They look at data from the Gallup World Poll. Included in the survey is the country ladder question. It asks people to imagine a ladder. The top of the ladder represents the best possible life for you, and the bottom of the ladder represents the worst possible life for you. On which step of the ladder would you say you personally feel you stand at this time? More than 100,000 people each year respond from all around the world, giving us a picture of a country's overall happiness. Countries such as Finland, Denmark, and Switzerland have consistently ranked at the top of the list. Why is that? There are 6 explanatory factors that help explain the different levels of happiness between countries. First up is social support. In order to feel secure, people need to feel that at least one person would care for them when in need. This is the number one predictor of happiness and well-being. Next up is GDP per capita, or how much each country produces divided by the number of people in the country. Healthy life expectancy is next on the list. We look at physical and mental health. Freedom to make life choices plays a key role in people's happiness. Generosity is measured by looking at how charitable people are. The final variable is an absence of corruption. This looks at both governments and businesses. Policymakers, communities, families, businesses, and individuals now have better guideposts to creating happiness. Each year, the World Happiness Report shares the newest insights in well-being science. We believe the best measure of progress is the happiness of people around the world. To find out more, check out worldhappiness.report.
It is our task today and for the years to come to reimagine and redesign education.
We have a moral duty to educate and prepare children for a world that's going to be more complex, challenging, and unpredictable, and enable them to shape sustainable, prosperous, and resilient communities for the future.
On the SDG form, quality education, target 4.7 calls for the implementation of education that is inclusive and that promotes sustainable development.
All learners should acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contributions to sustainable development. I am absolutely thrilled and delighted to launch Mission 4.7.
Mission 4.7 is an effort to support the education
of a generation of global leaders with global citizenship values, real, tangible knowledge of the SDGs, and 21st century skills that we believe is the real path to improving the state of our world for all.
This is not simply about transforming education, but it's about the power of education to transform society.
Education for sustainable development is not just good for society, but it's also good for education.
We need to find a way to make sure it's not something that's seen as an extracurricular to be competing with the school curriculum, but incorporate it into what's necessary in a school curriculum.
So it is not about introducing new curriculum, but it is about reflecting these global values of respect for nature, of universal human rights, of economic justice, and a culture of peace in the various disciplines.
Science isn't just about, physics and chemistry. It's about, can you think like a scientist? Can you use the tools of science to understand and change the world? History is not just about, remembering names and dates. It's about, can you think like an historian? Now, do you understand how the narrative of a society has emerged, how it developed, how it advanced, and sometimes how it unravels when the context changes? What does it mean for today's world?
We don't produce a world without poverty because people can regurgitate and say SDG number 1 is a world without poverty. We produce a world without poverty when we can identify what are the capacities, what is the knowledge, the dispositions, and the skills that people need to build a world without poverty.
Students of all ages in all types of schools can be educated to care for the world's most pressing problems while achieving their own academic requirements.
Let us work together to educate humanity about sustainable development and global citizenship with the necessary knowledge, skills, and empathy for others. We can create a brighter future for us all, leaving no one behind.
% of the world's data has been produced in the last 2 years. It's transforming how we live our lives and how we run our companies, and it has a vital role to play, putting us on a path to a more sustainable future. SDSN Trends, a global think tank on data governance, has just released a new report on how to navigate this data revolution, called Counting on the World to Act. This video introduces many of the key themes.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Trends Roundtable on Governing the Data Revolution. Today we're going to be covering a range of discussions around the data revolution, opportunities and challenges for sustainable development goals. My name is Sheda Badi. I'm the co-chair of Trends and also managing director of Open Data Watch. Today we have a few themes for discussion. And the first theme that we have selected is called Out with the Old and In with the New. Do we still need the traditional data methods like surveys and census? And Tom, I thought I'll come to you with your experience with the census.
The international debate has shifted over the last 18 months. If you go back 18 months, people were starting to talk about this brave new world of wide-ranging big data, satellite data, geosensing data could all be used as a substitute. In the recent year and a half, there's been a realization that the census particularly is still crucial. It provides a way of validating results from geosensing data. It provides information which cannot be provided from big data.
We still need the surveys, but countries need to be able to identify which surveys should be continued. These are what I call the core surveys, and which ones need not be done. On the new data sources like big data, citizen-generated data, what we need to work on should be quality assurance frameworks.
But I would argue that it's also about innovating additional types of data that complement it, not only because the scope of the Sustainable Development Goals has changed, but because there's limitations on what households can tell you. Household surveys do not cover issues that pertain to water quality, so there's additional information that we need, but there's still a role for these household surveys to provide denominators and understanding how many people are at risk and having some idea about where and what type of risks they're facing.
There are two potential areas for the new, as it were. I think on the one hand, as you said, to fill gaps where surveys are not the best tool, but also in terms of the actual mechanics and the logistics of carrying out a survey. Surveys are very expensive ways of conducting data collection.
I mean, I think the common theme that's been true for all of your answers, and I would agree with, is that we should really think about new data being the gap fillers.
One of the things that we've been discussing a lot is the importance of the leadership at the national statistical offices by putting them in the center of the data ecosystem for the Sustainable Development Goals, and try to see what changes need to be made to make that happen. So who within the government do you think should be responsible for identifying and adopting these data innovations?
Who shouldn't be responsible for this within government? I think that the challenge when it is focused on the national statistics offices is that often these are under-resourced, under-capacitated groups that are not well connected into the line ministries.
There are historically the custodians and guardians of official statistics. Often national legislation will set out that only the National Statistical Office can produce official statistics. And so any new proposed ecosystem of data which doesn't place the National Statistical Office at the core of it, I think is almost doomed to fail.
I think there are several advantages to having a National Statistics Office at the heart of a new national data ecosystem. I think the first is that they have the mandate to be independent of government and to be impartial in the way in which they produce official statistics. And I think in many parts of the world that's a really important point. We're seeing that in certain countries, even that fundamental point is being undermined to some degree, and I think that's a bit of a challenge and a threat.
The Statistics Office is in the center of the national data ecosystem. But now, the chief statistician should be more than that. He or she should be open to these new data sources, but he or she should be knowledgeable to some extent.
There are new expectations and needs, both organizationally, so how they're placed within an official government structure, but also within the data system as a whole. And I see it as a two-way relationship, what I think is, and that's where the chief data officer is quite interesting, because there are roles that the statistics office plays in terms of formal reporting out into global statistics, and that provides a level of authority and legitimacy to information that's quite critical. But there's also a role to provide down the system, so helping out specific sub-agencies with the information they need to make decisions, whether it's the planning and accountability of electoral or elections, or if it's understanding the distribution of population to understand access.
I think that dual function that you mentioned, Alex, so data for decision making and data for reporting, it brings us back again to the goal of all of this. And the players and the actors are subservient to those two goals. When it comes to data for decision making, I think that's where the line ministries really, they have the use cases, they know the decisions that need to be made, and perhaps that's the role of a chief data officer, is bridging those two worlds.
Do you think we have the fit-for-purpose policy and regulatory framework in place right now? What do we need to do to make that happen, if not?
On the one hand, when it comes to statistical laws in particular, there are good examples and there are bad examples. I think the best examples that I've seen certainly are ones which give statistics offices the most autonomy. Of course, there should be public oversight and public accountability, reporting back to Parliament, etc. Absolutely. But the best statistical laws are the ones which grant the most independence to statistics offices. There's something that we've not mentioned, which is the trust that official statistics can engender within the population. I think on the one hand, national statistics offices can be a very valuable source of highly trusted information and data for society, but it's a fine balance between being the provider of that data and information and being the sole provider of that data and information. And I think society has to be pluralistic and open, and on the one hand accept that there are other data providers and other data sources which exist, but at the same time engender trust and confidence in official statistics as much as possible.
The problem is that even though governments are the largest producers of data in most countries around the world, there are still many countries in which citizens don't trust the data that's being produced. And some of that stems from lack of quality assurance. To be able to have open, transparent vetting processes where you're exposing data and all its flaws to citizens. and making that clear. And so I think that's one piece that has to be improved. The other is funding. We put a substantial burden on national statistics offices and line ministries to produce more and better data. But what is the funding model by which that's sustainable? Funders are often very ad hoc and sporadic in terms of how they fund data. And governments notoriously are also that way.
I think there's also a need to really consider the protection of chief statisticians and in terms of their own integrity and the integrity of official data within an ecosystem. In Mozambique, there's a planning for a general election, and there was a general election recently, and the chief statistician in Mozambique was fired because they revealed that the population of one district was several hundred thousands less than the Electoral Commission was claiming there was.
Where I have questions about whether we've done enough is around data protection and respect of privacy and things like that. And I think that there's still quite a lot of work to do to work out exactly how we should or shouldn't use different new sources of data. This is especially true in a sustainable development setting, keeping in mind that the majority of African countries, for instance, don't have any type of data protection legislation in place.
Yeah, I mean, this gets into questions I find very interesting around the politics of data. And so it's about good governance, and it's about having the right legislative framework to protect privacy, but it's also about having a willingness from a political system to accept the pros and the cons of being open and transparent. And I think it leads to a virtuous cycle. It leads to improvements in society over time, but it also can create certain challenges by opening up data that governments or specific interests have to recognize won't always be reinforcing their desired outcomes.
Well, I think it's been a really rich discussion, and I wanted to go around and give you all 1 minute to do a closing remark and maybe even think of that one thing that you want to advise any government. What would be that one idea that you say should be on the top of their priority for governing the data revolution?
I think that we're at a moment in history when information systems are changing rapidly. I think institutions rely on information to make good decisions, and we need more and better information, but we need to target it in ways that reinforce the decisions that are being made at multiple levels by multiple actors, public and private.
So open SDG data. Good.
Yes.
Sam, your message?
I mean, as much as we've been talking about data today, we're also talking about people that produce the data, people that monitor the data, people that use the data. And so I think it's also important to experiment a little bit, to learn from the positive deviance in a way, to find those pockets where there are effective data champions, where there are governments that are getting it right and they have a culture of data-driven decision-making.
Bravo. Tom?
We still need the old. We still need those time-tested approaches to data collection. I think that the data revolution is not necessarily new. I think we've entered a new phase of it, but I think we've always needed information and data. I mean, Plato has a quote which is that, a good decision is based on knowledge and not on numbers. And I think that still rings true. We need the contextual analysis and we need the contextual information that's around data in order to take good decisions.
Lisa?
My message would be champions. We really have to work together, but we have to have champions, data champions, in every sector of society.
My plea is that for capacity building and regenerative efforts to rebuild the statistical offices of the Global South, to make them less dependent on the Global North going forward. And I think there really is a risk of the Global South being left behind because of data collection exercises, new forms of data which are being driven by the think tanks and well-funded governments and universities of the North. I think we are at risk of a new era of recolonization of the Global South by data from the Global North.
Thank you. Well, thank you to all of the panelists. It's been truly a very rich discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cut.
We, humanity, and predominantly the rich, developed countries, have imposed upon ourselves nothing less than a planetary crisis. We face an unprecedented global challenge.
The 193 heads of state and government of the United Nations have adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals in the name of prosperity, people, and planet.
The world was given to us as a common home. It is a call to treat it with respect.
If there's one universal aspiration in the world, it's that every parent wants the best for their child.
I don't think advocacy can take the field any further. It needs knowledge. It needs science.
Welcome to the course of Sustainable Ocean. I, as a physical oceanographer, will teach you how the ocean physics work.
I'm a professor in global sustainability at Stockholm University.
I'm an evolutionary biologist.
I'm a professor of applied psychology.
It's a dialogue between the scientist and you.
Human health is indivisible from the well-being of the planet as a whole.
People who suffer most from our unsustainable way of living are those who have no say.
It's not like women's rights are a human rights problem only.
We've begun transgressing planetary boundaries.
It's always perceived as a zero-sum power game.
We need to understand how natural resources affect political systems.
How does it relate? Why is it important?
Sustainable development is impossible without human rights for all.
These pieces are interconnected.
Add your voice to the global discussion.
You can become part of the solution.
Welcome to SDSN. SDSN stands for Sustainable Development Solutions Network. The SDSN was set up in 2012 under the auspices of the UN Secretary-General to mobilize global scientific expertise to promote practical solutions for sustainable development, including the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Our mission is to promote integrated approaches to implement the SDGs and the Paris Agreement on climate change through education, research policy analysis, and global cooperation. The SDG Academy is SDSN's online education platform that creates and curates free educational resources on sustainable development. The courses cover the headline issues and a multitude of interdisciplinary topics related to the 17 SDGs. The Secretariat and SDSN's 1,300-plus member institutions support planning, policy development, and implementation of these international commitments through a number of projects. Our Sustainable Development Reports house our SDG index and dashboards, data analysis tools that use publicly available data to track progress on the SDGs at the national, regional, and local levels. The annual World Happiness Report surveys the state of global happiness and ranks countries by their happiness levels. The Food, Agriculture, Biodiversity, Land Use, and Energy Pathways Consortium, or FABLE for short, is composed of 22 regional and country teams developing coordinated national long-term pathways towards sustainable land use and food systems. SDSN also houses several thematic networks, groups of experts mobilized around a specific topic within sustainable development, such as data, climate and energy, sustainable cities, and sustainable agriculture and food systems. SDSN has over 1,300 members across 38 national and regional networks. In their respective countries and regions, SDSN's networks of universities, research centers, and other knowledge institutions translate the latest expertise in sustainable development into action. Our youth network boasts 20 regional networks in more than 85 countries, developing, promoting, and launching solution-based initiatives around Agenda 2030. Membership at SDSN is free and open to non-for-profit knowledge-generating institutions. Visit our website to apply to our global network today. SDSN is grateful to our sponsors and donors, without whom none of this work would be possible. Keep up with SDSN by following us on LinkedIn and Twitter, liking us on Facebook, or subscribe to our newsletter.
The youth of today are always in search of extremes, but it's by maintaining balance that we truly find happiness. Which is why I'm here in Iskandar, Malaysia, to meet with a man that's taken balance to the extreme. By maintaining 40% of local flora and fauna, Sunway has ensured a beneficial harmony between natural surroundings and nurturing experiences. That's right.
Hi, Nick.
You've done it again. I mean, what inspires you? This place is beautiful.
Well, Nick, education is the best way out of poverty. And it is crucial, very, very crucial that we give to our younger generation. I believe that for sustainable development of a nation, it is education. Sunway always lead the way. We walk the talk, and I believe in that very much.
More than 12,000 trees are being tended to in this tree nursery. For every tree removed in the development, one or two more are put back in their place. And naturally, all this hard work starts at the source, the Pendus River. This is the lifeblood of the place, which is why Sunway is working really hard to maintain the water quality, which means the animals and plants that call this place home can continue to live in harmony here. And the lessons learnt can be applied elsewhere in Malaysia. Today, Sunway, tomorrow, the world.
Universities inevitably should be helping to lead and solve critical problems. That is the purpose of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network from the start. We're in our 9th year now.
University historical mission around 3 words: to be international, to be innovative, to be interdisciplinary. And fulfilling the Paris Agreement and 2030 Agenda requires actually all these dimensions.
As knowledge centers, universities play a key role in conducting relevant, homegrown research that can inform decisions by policymakers in advancing sustainable development agenda.
One real challenge, in addition to the issues of climate change that have been underscored, is creating the platform whereby people can speak with one voice. And there is that interdisciplinary scholarship needed to speak with confidence, with evidence, and with the basis that you can influence policy change at global level, irrespective of politics.
Are there academic projects in line with the challenges of current and future society? Are they agents of change in their territories? Do they have training projects that do not exclude, but that include?
But finally, what COVID has taught us is that we need a societal transformation which enables young people to take charge of what we're doing just now and actually in effect change the world. And that is the most difficult bit. And that, I think, is the most central question that universities have to deal with.
So then moving forward, the first thing that we need to do in the design of universities going forward is accept our failings, face them square in the face and take them on. Second, we need to create new designs, new kinds of universities, new kinds of structures, small incremental changes of a few things changing every decade or two, or every 5 decades.
United Nations, this network, or indeed the developed countries can create funds which create consortiums across the borders, so that the researchers from the developed countries and countries like us, who are very much affected by the climate change, get together and work together.
These are the kinds of areas where we need you and your universities to bring together the mathematicians and the physicists and the environmentalists to come together, because actually development today.
discussion. And the first theme that we have selected is called Out with the Old and In with the New. Do we still need the traditional data methods like surveys and census? And Tom, I thought I'll come to you with your experience with the census.
The international debate has shifted over the last 18 months. If you go back 18 months, people were starting to talk about this brave new world of wide-ranging satellite data, geosync surveys, all been used for substances in recent year and a half. There's been a realization that census technically is still good. People provide a way of validating results of
concept of sustainable development right from their founding. Both entities have fully embraced the 17 SDGs, which chart a holistic path to build a sustainable future for an ailing planet and its people.
We will, simply put, achieve sustainable development worldwide if today's young generation understands and is empowered through tasks and the abilities to pursue.
slide this morning.
Looks at both governments and businesses. Policymakers, communities, families, businesses, and individuals now have better guideposts to creating happiness. Each year, the World Happiness Report shares the newest insights in well-being science. We believe the best measure of progress is the happiness of people around the world.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. Welcome back to our ASEAN Workshop on Sustainable Development. This is plenary session number 2 for Science Panel of Southeast Asia. We are going to listen to 4 speakers. This is a very crucial session whereby we need to conclude by about 4:15, 4:20 p.m. the latest, because we are going into the plenary session at 4:30 p.m., which is very important also. We're going to listen to Emma Torres, the Honorable Minister, and a few others. So timekeeping is very crucial. Before I invite the speakers, let's see who's the timekeeper. Yes, Mr. Timekeeper. For every speaker, you are going to speak for only about 10 minutes. And when 5 minutes is up, the gentleman will put up the 5-minute symbol, please. That one, speaker. Yeah, 5 minutes. And then the second, 3 minutes. And finally, time's up. If you don't stop, we shall call the security. But anyway, this morning, we are very happy to have listened to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, the Minister, and also for the science session, number 1 in LT5. It was good, a mixture of presenters coming from economics, coming from community engagement, coming from science. I think we are also going to have that mixture in this session in the afternoon. So without much ado, I'm going to introduce to the first speaker. But before that, do you have the one-pager slide for me, if you have? Yes, just to share with you a little diagram. Thank you. So at the end of the day, this session is about bioman. And in many countries, we are grappling with balancing development and biodiversity protection. In Malaysia, about 10 days ago, we heard the calling by the chairman of the Water Resources Council. Hey, Malaysia should already have a river basin authority. 10 days ago, John, we had the pleasure of interacting with Caroline May, the former Australian. Yes. We interacted with her at the International Sustainable Development Research Society conference here in Kuala Lumpur. So she gave us some good advice about, the experiences of Australia. But anyway, when you talk about biodiversity, it's forests, but we cannot ignore the nexus, forests, energy, water. So it was very complicated indeed. How to factor these things in and put some value into it, and how accountants and auditors, should take into consideration biodiversity. Things are not easy, but we shouldn't give up. But anyway, we should carry on with discussion. That's why this afternoon session is very important. And the first to speak is Professor Muhammad Handri Iman Shah, Professor at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Lambung Mangkurat University, Banjarmasin, Kalimantan. Professor Muhammad Handri obtained John Crawford Scholarship to earn his PhD in Economics from the University of Queensland. Very good university, this one. We are both alumni. He has a wide experience in consultancy on macroeconomic policy, financial crisis modeling, fiscal decentralization, and environmental economics. He has performed research and worked with ADB, GIZ, DFID, long list. Very good. He served as expert team member to provide policy brief for fiscal incentive on green industry for Ministry of Industry Indonesia, 2020-2022. He's a visiting lecturer at University of Malaya in 2009. He obtained research grant from Bank Indonesia 2021, looking at the impact of digital economy to achieve green economy in Indonesia. Please welcome Professor Muhammad Handri Imansyah.
Berdiri pun boleh. Oh, di sini. Oh, satu-satu ya. Oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and distinguished participants. I want to discuss about the economic transformation, sustainable development goals in Kalimantan. But this is only a case study for South Kalimantan. I hope that Kalimantan has the same research, to prepare the green economy. We know that the climate change and various natural phenomena occurring in the world can trigger environmental damage and impact on human quality of life. The increase in carbon emission has shown an upward trend. So this is the highest contributor to the greenhouse gas emission in the world. So this is contribute to the climate change. Therefore, economic development of a country or a region needs to be directed towards growth and sustainable development. Sustainable development is generally presented as a framework consisting of three elements: high economic growth, good environment or environmentally friendly, and also equitable social equity. As we know that the United Nations Environment Program defines that the concept of green economy as an economic paradigm that improves well-being, so improve welfare. Also social equity or social income distribution, as well as to improve environmental degradation. As we know that the European Union has provided various stimuli to move towards a green economy by allocating 30% of the 750 billion euro stimulus package and allocating 15 billion for environmentally friendly vehicle investment. Indonesia also launched green economic policies in 2020-2024 National Medium-Term Development Plan with various emission reduction target. For NDC, enhanced this national determined contribution is almost 32% reduction through domestic effort and 43.2% with international assistance compared to the business as usual. So, green economy is also one of the strategy for national economic transformation to achieve Indonesia visions for 2045 and fulfill the Paris Agreement. South Kalimantan, of course, should contribute to the national agenda to reduce carbon emission to achieve green economy or sustainable development. As we know that most of the Kalimantan province has started to industrialize their economy. And we know that industrialization needs more energy. And most of the energy is based on coal. So if Kalimantan, all of the Kalimantan start to industrialize their economy, of course, they will contribute to the carbon emission. So we have to identify of the sectors that comply with the green economy indicators. The green economy indicators, there are three macro indicators. The first one is high economic growth. Why high economic growth? Because high economic growth can fulfill to improve welfare. The second indicator is environmental friendly. And the third indicator is income distribution, so socially inclusive. My research is using input-output analysis that we can see whether the one sector is important in providing the economy, the high economic growth. The second one is we can see whether this sector is comply with the environmental friendly. For this indicator, we use carbon emission. The third one is what about the impact to the income distribution? Based on the government sectoral priority, there are 12 sectors in South Kalimantan that they want to be developed. Most of the sectors are agriculture sectors and forestry and processing industry for coal. So they want to make a conversion from coal to gas. The next one is food and beverage industry. This is part of the agriculture processing sectors. And as well, the wood and wood product industry is part of the processing sector from the forest. And rubber as well, a part of the rubber production processing sectors. The last one is metal, basic metal industry, because we have we have some metal mining, so they want to process this sector. Based on this calculation, most of the sectors that to be developed are in the highest output multiplier. So it can meet the requirement to become a first indicator. The second one indicator is lowest carbon multiplier. So most of the 12 sector is part of the lowest carbon multiplier. So based on this one, we try to impact if we want to see whether this 12 sector provide income distribution better on or worsen. Based on this one, we can see that the top 20 income group receive 41% benefit for rural and 47% for urban population. The second middle income group of 30% receive 36% benefit for the rural and 37% for the urban population. The last one is the lowest 40% income group receive 22% benefit for rural and 80% for urban population. We can see that based on this impact, the impact for income group is moderate. I mean, it's not so bad because based on the World Bank criteria, if there is the lowest 40% income group receive of the between 12 until 70% is moderate. I mean the income, the inequality is okay. I mean moderate. So the sector selected for prioritization generally have high output multipliers and low carbon multipliers. This means that if these sectors are developed, the growth of this sector will not result in significant carbon emission. If the sector are chosen for development, their impact on income distribution is relatively moderate. This implies that the transition to a green economy can be achieved because the selected sector meet the criteria of high output growth with relatively low carbon emission and inclusiveness. Okay, that's all my sharing about the case of South Kalimantan. I hope if all of the province in Kalimantan choose the development strategy, they have to identify first which one the sectors to be developed, because the impact of the priority sector will worsen the income distribution. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Bapak Muhammad Handri. Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Handri Imansyah. Next up is Dr. Elia Godung. She's a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Tropical Forestry, University Malaysia Sabah, up until June 2021. And then she got transferred to Institute for Tropical Biology and Conservation from May. Is that right? Yeah, correct. From May 2nd, oh no, they got it mixed up. Okay. But you are now with the Institute for Tropical Biology and Conservation, University Malaysia Sabah. I think in the whole of Malaysia, the most beautiful campus is University Malaysia Sabah. Especially the Chancellery overlooking the Sepangga Bay. Beautiful. Emma Torres, you must visit University Malaysia Sabah. Currently, she is the director at the Center for Sustainable Society Engagement, CSSE. Now we know what this stands for. Center for Sustainable Society Engagement, University Malaysia Sabah. She graduated with a PhD degree from University of Zurich, Switzerland. Wow, nice place. Zurich, one of the most expensive cities in the world. I don't know how you survive. She graduated from University of Zurich, Switzerland in Natural Science at the Institute of Evolutionary Biology and Environmental Studies. She specializes in forest conservation ecology, integrating GIS and remote sensing technology in habitat utilization model. Dr. Helia has a wide-ranging academic and professional expertise in forest conservation ecology and management, integrating geographic information system and remote sensing technology, high conservation value forests, forest rehabilitation, restoration, and carbon sequestration. Sounded like a future Minister for Environment. Please, without much ado, please welcome Dr. Elia.
Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for the very impressive introduction from our moderator, Datuk Mazlin. Okay, my background is on the forestry. What Datuk tried to say just now is I'm actually firstly joined the Institute for Tropical Biology and Conservation, and now I'm in the Faculty of Forestry for academic part and leading the Center for Society Engagement, Sustainability Society Engagement now in UMS. So today I'm going to share you what we are doing with the community to help combating the climate change. So this one. Okay. So what we introduced in UMS is a focused community. Our terms of focused community is something like we choose one area and then we establish a few projects or program to the community. So in one big community, we have a sub-communities, and for example, we name the communities. It's a mama communities, it's a papa communities. In Malay, we have belia, the remaja communities, and also the beliau. Beliau means it's the senior community. So we just name them and give them a project. So why we did this module? Because we want to give everyone chance to have a chance to benefit from each project from the other sub-communities. So if the papa fail, the mama success. So the papa still benefit from the projects from the mama communities. So this is what we try to introduce from UMS. And then the projects we select, it's not only to change their behavior, or also we give them skills and try to make this transform the way they're thinking to be more aspiration community. And also something we provide expert from our expert, we transfer the knowledge. Okay, we transfer knowledge for them to help to enhance their socioeconomic. At the same time, we are making these communities busy with their daily life to protect the environment. So this is what we focused. So we try to maintain the 3 pillars of the sustainability development, the environment, social, and also the economic. So each project that each knowledge transferred to the community must have this element to make sure that this project is sustained. And then it's simple like this. We don't give them fish, but we give them fishing rod. Yeah. So this is how we transfer the knowledge to the community. So where they get the knowledge, we have many experts from the universities, from economic side, from the art side, from the science, and also even engineer. We can share the knowledge to the community who don't have the opportunity to join study in the university. So the impact was value, and we measured the impact by giving them a questionnaire and asking them some questions to lead what we need to know from the community. So, for example, last time our community, they make parang, the knife, and then they can only sell the parang with 14 ringgits, but now they can sell it like 80 ringgits or 140 ringgits. It's double the price because we bring our experts to teach them how to put, to fit the motif in the arts of the design of the parang, of the knife. And also, at the same time, instead of they're doing this, making parang using a traditional way, they cut trees and collecting trees release more carbon emission. We introduced them solar system and using modern technology to produce these goods for them to sell out and get more income. Also, some of the projects in the community is like how we teach them how to use solar to reduce this environment carbon emission. And then they now know that what is the benefit from applying the solar system. Also, we teach them doing agronomy and fertigation technology instead of opening a new land for shifting cultivation, something like that. And also, we do some awareness program as well. And some of the activities, like they introduce Tagal. Tagal is in Bahasa Dusun, in Dusun language in Sabah, means don't. So Tagal is very popular to conserve the river and the fish from the river. So it said don't do that. So the fish is the main attraction in that river. So at the same time, we teach this community how to sustain their activities, and there we come to teach them how to plant trees and how to take care of the riparian of the river, so that the fish also benefited from the ecological function. So this is how we match the science and also the community's behavior to try to achieve our mission to sustain the global climate change. So we also teach them by showing them what is the technology remote sensing can do, even though they are doing it without my eyes looking at them, but the satellite can detect their activities, so they are very excited, and that makes them really innovative now. And then we try to produce or to establish the focus community, at least one focus community in each district in Sabah. So to implement all these sustainable requirement. So this is just the examples of our project. We also have some fund from our ministry and also our own universities, and some from NGOs and also our collaborators. So this is now ongoing and established focus community. This one also. Okay, so this is what we do with another effort. We do the conservation area community focus community engagement. So conservation area is actually it's not there is no settlement for community. The community lives in there is only the staffs who are taking care of the conservation area, because this is a first-class forest reserve. So you are not allowed to even pick a single leaves of the trees or disturb any of the biodiversity. How we help them is to introduce some of the agronomy and high technologies activities to them, to help them to have their own food. This is something about food security. So these people are taking about 2 or 3 hours to going out to the city to get fresh food, even vegetables. So now we are teaching them also how to convert all this rubbish, the garbage, and also the forest debris into a useful source like compost things, and then you can sell it as well, as long as this are not disturbing the conservation area. So this is the effort that we do in university to combat the climate change. So we not engage only the people outside the village, also the outside of our university fence, but also the community who lives remotely deep inside the forest. So if you see, this is the situation of our deforestation or forest degradation until 2020, this map in front here. So you can see how it's declined from here, and then now it's the dark green indicate the forest. So we only have this in Borneo. So this one, the green here, you can see it actually part of the heart of Borneo that we have to conserve and protect and worldwide. So that's all my sharing for today. I think we can discuss more on the question and answer. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih, Dr. Elia. Thank you very much. So even though she said that's all she's going to do the sharing, she's going to do a lot more sharing later when you are seated here. But anyway, yeah, this morning also we listened to Professor Junena. Yeah. She also shared a beautiful 10-minute video this morning about her study area. And Dr. Elia, you are with UMS. So University College Sabah Foundation and University Malaysia Sabah and all of us, we shall work together of how to balance development and protection of biodiversity, inshallah. So the third speaker, this is yang Dr. Elia said, beliau, the senior community, is a good friend. Dr. Gopinath Nagaraj is a fisheries and marine environmental specialist with a wide experience in the sustainable development and management of living aquatic resources in Malaysia. A good friend of mine. We went back a long way. We were in the same committee of BP, British Petroleum Special Committee on Environment and Biodiversity, many years back. So thank you, Gopinath, for coming. He obtained his Bachelor of Science in Aquatic Biology and Fisheries Management from University Science Malaysia in Penang, and tertiary degrees in aquaculture from University of the Philippines, Auburn University, and his PhD from Nottingham University. Congratulations. A good example of lifelong learning. You obtained your PhD 2021, right? I found your thesis last night. It's about recreational fishery. So you Google Gopinath Nagaraj, Nottingham University, Malaysia, you will find his thesis. Oh, quite a lot, nearly 300 pages. I fell asleep after the third page. He joined the Department of Fisheries Malaysia in 1978, followed by a stint as the Managing Director of Sindel Asia, Sendirian Berhad, the Asian branch of a leading global distributor of aquatic pharmaceuticals from 2004 until 2006. He joined Funley Marine and Consultancy, which is currently you are attached to, a leading Malaysian-based fishery and aquaculture consultancy company in 1997, and is now its principal consultant. His portfolio has covered nearly 300 projects. Wow, I will calculate how much you have. In addition to Malaysia, he has worked in Myanmar, Singapore, Indonesia, Philippines, India, Bangladesh, and Brunei Darussalam in varying capacities. He has also overseen studies in Timor-Leste. Please welcome Dr. Gopinath Nagaraj. Well traveled.
Thank you so much. How do I manipulate it? Oh.
You want to control your slides? This one.
This one. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Mazlin, for such a kind introduction. Dr. Mazlin and I go back a long way, we're old friends. My discussion actually is going to center on the marine environment in ASEAN, and it's a very complicated subject, and what I would like to do is just give you an overview of the sustainability outlook, not even the issues, outlook on the region. Now, we have heard a lot throughout the this morning's session and this afternoon as well on forests, and we were looking at the terrestrial side. But I'd like to show you a map now, and this is Southeast Asia. And if you look at Southeast Asia, starting from Philippines, right up to Sumatra, and the west coast of Sumatra, you'll find that actually Southeast Asia, ASEAN's marine estate is bigger than its land. Yet our focus is on the land. And that's because we are terrestrial creatures, we tend to look towards the land. But there's a difference between ASEAN and any other part of the world. And that comes to the second part. Here we look at land area as compared to coastline. And when you look at it, you can see like in US, 459 square kilometers per kilometer of coastline. or China, India, 480, or China, 643 square kilometers per kilometer of coastline. Then you come to Indonesia, 33.1 land area compared to coastline. Philippines, 8.22. In other words, the communities that lived in these places, they didn't look at the land, looked outward towards the sea. And the sea was their source of food, their source of economic growth, their source of trade. So they were looking out there. Their culture revolved around the sea. So you can see that archipelagic Southeast Asia in particular, the marine waters are critically important. Okay? Now, what hobbles sustainability in our marine environment? There are two fundamental perceptions. One is that marine waters and the living resources there are infinite. Where you got water, you got fish. But we know this is wrong. Oil is finite, sand is finite, and unfortunately, fish is also finite. And now we find that in many places, we have declining fisheries resources because we have taken that resource for granted. Now, the other thing that we have, a misperception, is that our oceans can handle everything we throw at it. And we'd like to believe that this is a function of poverty. But the reality is that the factory worker that goes to the beach and throws his plastic bag in the water, and the billionaire that owns an oil tanker that pumps oil into the sea, both suffer from the same problem. Their perception that the sea can take anything you throw at it. And that is another fallacy. Now, why do you have that? Where does the fallacy come from? It comes from the fundamental idea, if I don't see a problem, it doesn't exist. But we all know that it does exist. Now, what have we done? In terms of urban development, in terms of economic development, there has been this effort to be sustainable on land, to maintain forests, to maintain sanctuaries and so on. The marine area, that effort is relatively recent. You see it beginning in the 80s. But in the past, we didn't bother with it. And now we see so much has been lost, and so much continues to be lost. Now, this is not a small matter in this region. The Coral Triangle Initiative, which is centered around Sabah and Indonesia and part of Philippine Islands, has actually shown this area to be the most biodiverse marine area in the world. And we are losing it bit by bit. We're losing our coral reefs, we're losing our habitats like mangroves. Mangroves are being cleared. And mangroves are not just terrestrial habitats, they are an interface between the marine habitat and the land habitat. Okay? We're losing our seagrass. All our seagrass, most of our seagrass beds have disappeared. And this is the whole problem. Again, sustainability works on what we can see. We can see mangroves, we should develop it. We don't see seagrass, we still clear it through the reclamation and so on. Coral reefs, now it's got value because people go diving. But if we didn't have that value, we would have destroyed the coral reefs as well. Now you can see this picture is a picture of all these forces that work towards destroying our habitats. Now you destroy the habitat, you destroy the home of the fish. And you destroy the home of the fish, you don't have fish, and it affects your food. Okay? That's not the only impact it's got. The marine environment has got so many uses, so many, services, that these services are all compromised by the loss of our habitats, marine habitats, and that I'm including water quality. If we destroy water quality, it affects our use of the oceans in terms of recreation, in terms of fisheries, in terms of any other use that you want to put it to. Even though at one point or another, we're probably going to look at desalination, and when we come down to it, we're going to find that desalination is an issue because what we've thrown in the water has made it so toxic, we can't use it for any other purpose. Now, I give you an example of habitat loss. When we isolate the terrestrial environment from the marine environment, and we assume there is a border, and this one doesn't affect the other. But the reality is everything is interconnected. This morning we had a talk about the program From Ridge to Reef. because there is a continuum from when you look upstream, right up to the moment the river is formed, right up to form the reef, as the reef is formed in the marine environment, there is a linkage. And that linkage must be seen in its totality. Now, I give you an example of how we can affect habitat loss affects terrestrial areas. You lose the mangrove. In this picture, the mangrove is lost. As a consequence of that, you have coastal flooding. Then what do? You go back to the government, and the government does engineering structures like revetments, and that further degrades the environment. So where is the sustainability in this? You will not find a sustainable solution by putting an engineering solution where a natural solution existed. So sustainability in the marine environment is looking at that environment in its totality in terms of its values. But what we are doing is we are mining the marine environment. Okay? I give you an example of what you mean by mining. When you use the word mining, I'm taking something out of the ground that took millions of years of geological processes to create. I had to create iron, I had to create tin. In this country, these two were major commodities in the 60s. We were the world's second largest exporter of iron. Today, not one bit of iron leaves this country because we overused it. We taxed it. We removed more from the environment than the environment is able to replace. Now, for most part, biological resources can be renewed. They can renew themselves. And the marine environment can actually be a self-propagating environment. It can self-rehabilitating environment. But you have to give it that chance. Okay? Now, in terms of sustainability, the ability to maintain and support a process continuously over time. We don't understand the process, we must make an effort to understand the process. And we must understand that in the marine environment, that loss of your marine resources is going to have the impact that I mentioned earlier on your culture, on your food resources, on your economy. All these are going to be affected by the fact that you do not sustain what can be sustained, what can be self-renewing. And this is the tragedy of the commons. When you go down to the beach, you see debris there, you see plastics there, you see garbage there, you see nets being thrown up because they are ghost netting. Fishermen lose nets at sea. And at one point, nets were made out of natural fibers. Now they're all made out of plastics. They stay there forever, and they damage the resource immensely. Yet we do not see this, but it's happening throughout. Some of the work that we did in Sabah, we were pulling up nets, ghost nets, by the dozen in a given area because they had been abandoned for many, many years. And they were still fishing. The fishermen had gone, but the ghost nets were still fishing. Okay. Now, in conclusion, and I'm still in time, right? Okay. It's very easy to get bored on. I very easily bore people on this subject, so I'm being very brief. Okay. So, listen, we have to give the living systems chance to adapt and change, and this can happen in the marine environment as it can happen in the terrestrial environment. And what we are lacking is an ASEAN focus on the marine environment. There is a legitimate focus on forestry, but outside of CTI, the Coral Triangle Initiative, there's been an broad ASEAN initiative on the marine environment as a whole. There have been, to be fair, there have been efforts. Right now, for instance, there is an effort on hydrocarbons. And if I go back on the map, you will see that one of the blessings we've got, if you want to call it blessing, is the Straits of Malacca, which is the most heavily traveled shipping straits in the world. Most of our oil that goes to China goes through that straits. And most of the ships that discharge oil, discharge it there and in the Johor Straits. So we have plenty of oil in this country, but we don't have to pump it from the ground. We just have to take it from the seawater. This is an unfortunate part of it. But that hydrocarbon actually has an impact on marine environment, on marine resources, on the ability of marine life to sustain itself and to self-renew. And these are important issues to consider. What we need to see is, we cannot see Straits of Malacca in isolation of Andaman Sea or in isolation of South China Sea. They are all interlinked. And we're looking at the hydrodynamics, a lot of them flow from one to another. What you need is a regional approach in looking at your marine environment and taking a regional approach in trying to mitigate the very worst effects of human activity on this environment. Otherwise, the people in this area, particularly of archipelagic ASEAN, are going to be the final victims. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Yeah, very spirited Gopinathan, Gopi, thank you. But anyway, thank you for presenting the case about connectivity. So even though he spoke about marine system, but don't forget about interconnectedness with the coastal system and the land system. So that is why this SDSN, Emma Torres, John flew from faraway places coming here, because SDSN would like to bring all of us together, particularly researchers, looking at this big picture. So in our area, for the Science Panel of Southeast Asia, of course, we want to bring all the, Southeast Asia is 10 countries. But if you look at this office, SDSN Asia, we're looking at more than 10 countries. But we begin with Southeast Asia. But even with Southeast Asia, we look at some of the existing programs and projects which are ongoing. One is Heart of Borneo, which was launched in 2007, June. So that's about 16 years old. And the other one is the Coral Triangle Initiative, CTI, which Gopi mentioned, which was launched in 2009. So that's about 14 years old. But anyway, these are some of the exciting progress which had been made and which we can build upon better. How to do it better, how to build back better. So these are some of the strategies which we hope, after you check out from this program, don't sit quietly, but we should keep on communicating. The keyword is communicate, and the fourth and the last speaker, certainly not the least, will speak about communication. His name is Dr. Minhas. Dr. Minhas is a university lecturer and research fellow at the Institute for Environment and Development, short form Lestari, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Malaysian National University. He obtained PhD on Environment and Development from UKM. Dr. Minhas' research interests are on WEMC square. We borrow from Einstein. Water, education, management, communication, and collaboration. EMC square. Education, management, communication, and collaboration. Very clever. Which is in line with aspirations of IWRM, Integrated Water Resources Management. John Twites is the former Deputy Chief Minister of, is it Western Australia or South Australia? Victoria. I got the state wrong. Sorry, John. So you see, even when he has retired, he still comes back just to give us motivation and to keep on discussing the unfinished business of IWRM and the Sustainable Development Goals, including DRR, Disaster Risk Reduction. This morning we heard and we saw the complicated diagram of Winston Peng, the perspective of accountant and auditor, how they look at risk. Very complicated. When you look at it, you want to give up doing things, but please don't give up. So this DRR approach for ecological systems management. And Dr. Minhas is also interested in climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. Prior to coming to Malaysia, he has worked with UNICEF and also SIDA, Sweden, International Development Authority. Dr. Minhas has a special role in the Malaysia's National Water Sector Transformation Program 2040, which is led by Economic Planning Unit and Academy of Sciences Malaysia. He is the MCL, Module Cluster Leader, preparing the module for government officer of Malaysia, 600 pages. Yeah, this one I read 6 pages and you know what happened. But never, that one another story. But for now, please welcome Dr. Minhas to speak about communication and biodiversity protection. Silakan Minhas.
Assalamualaikum. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Prof. Dato Mazlin, for a very nice introduction. I am here to talk about sustainable science, its communications for environmental management to contribute in broader sustainable development. So I want to start with this quotation from Prof. Gus Speth, which has been viral in social media a few years back. So Prof. Gus Speth is one of the pioneers in producing the Human Development Report series by UNDP. So he commented that, I used to think the top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. And he thought with the good science in his career, about 30 years, he could solve those problems. But he was wrong. He mentioned that the top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with this, we need a spiritual and cultural transformation. That means science alone to accelerate the implementation of sustainable development goals. And the then regional director of UNESCO Jakarta office, this inaugurated at UKM itself also. And you can see in the picture, Prof. Dato Mazlin, the then DVC of Deputy Vice Chancellor of University Kebangsaan Malaysia, also present there. So we got the opportunity to implement a project on sustainability science. It's called UNESCO AP First. AP First defines for Asia Pacific Facilitated Acceleration of Science and Technology. The project is to the role of local authority in sustainable water resources management at Langkawi, Malaysia, towards achieving SDGs. So we have been successfully identified that academia can perform as a memory keeper. I mean, the role of the academia can be memory keeper in the multi-stakeholders platform to facilitate the decision-making process of local government. Because the local government, the boss, and the officials, high-ranking officials, always changing within 1 or 2 years, especially in the case of Malaysia. So the academia can be the can fulfill the gap with the knowledge. So when the academia perform this one, they can validate the data and information. So the authenticity of the data and information is there. So the decision making, we hope, could be the more accurate. So here also we established that in the framework that social science and humanities along with science and technology is very important in decision making, and multi-stakeholder platform plays a vital role. So this has been accepted as a policy paper by UNESCO also. So following this, we implemented our findings through the MUCP, that is called Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program. The collaboration and cooperation, not only the national stakeholders, the multi-stakeholders, but also the international multi-stakeholders. You can see the pictures here. These are the multi-stakeholders based in Langkawi, Malaysia, the island, beautiful island, the business sector, the academia, the civil society, the NGO, everybody is there. So meeting with the local government of Langkawi to solve the problems, especially implementing the sustainable development goals, to achieving sustainable development goals. So This is another example of promoting sustainability science, whereas a business sector is taking the leadership roles. To our knowledge, this hotel called named Frangipani Hotel and Spa in Langkawi is one of the finest hotel who is practicing the sustainability initiatives. For example, they have the 10 branches in their hotel, starting from the front desk until to the environment, their security officers. So in every sector, they are promoting the green practices. For example, collecting the rainwater, reusing, recycling the wastewater from the constructed wetlands. They also have the eco tour for all their guests every week. In a way, the owner of the Frangipani Hotel and Spa, Adjunct Professor Anthony Wang, playing a very important leadership role from the business sector, inviting academia community to take part in sustainable management of hotel to promote the sustainable tourism, which is a green growth for the country also. So apart from the business sector, the government agency is also coming forward. For example, the Institute of Islamic Understanding of Malaysia also publishing the book on religious responses to climate change and environmental degradation. So they also coming forward, and we have also contributed chapters on integrated water resources management to respond to climate change and environmental degradation. So in Malaysia, there are many good policy, books, reports, experts, and institutions are there. Problem is the implementation of the good policies at the local level. So that's why this special study from the Economic Planning Unit of Malaysia via the Academy of Sciences Malaysia is started. It's called Water Sectors Transformation 2040. So it's a 20 years project starting from the 12th 5-year Malaysia Plan in 2022 until the 15th Malaysia Plan 2040 year. So by this time, it is hoped that the multi-stakeholders, especially the government, business sector, academia, and community NGO, should have the proper capacity building. And at the end, Malaysia would be the regional hub and as well as the global hub of training of other countries to train on integrated water resources management so that it can be contribute to the national GDP of Malaysia also. So under this project, we have produced 4 training module. So as mentioned by Prof. Dr. Mazlin bin Mokhtar, he is the chair of this special study. I have produced 1 module for the government official of Malaysia. There are 3 others module produced by the 3 other officials. So you can Google this in the online. Economic Planning Unit of Malaysia has already uploaded for all the people. So when we talk about the module, we have already done preparing the modules, so it's now the time to train the local government official and other important stakeholders, especially at the local level. So our study, especially at the Langat River Basin, Malaysia, which is the UNESCO Help River Basin. So we identified that the local government has the capacity of enforcement based on the Local Government Act 1946. So they have the enforcement capability as well as the collaboration to form the collaboration not only with the other local governments within the Selangor state, but also the other local government in other states, because Langat River is a transboundary river basin which crosses Selangor state, Negeri Sembilan states, and the federal territories of Kuala Lumpur and Putrajaya. So when we're talking about the sustainable science and its communication, if we talk about the system thinking, following the SEPA model, that is communication, education, and public awareness. So we think if it can be modified a little bit, if can bring the collaboration along with communication, so there will be more improvement in the management process. If there is a good collaboration based on the communication, and multi-stakeholder platform can be a good tool for the better communication. And if collaboration happens and cooperation there remains and continuous networking remain for the new knowledge, so there has the opportunity for the better ecological system management for sustainable development. So this is a conceptual framework from us so far we have prepared. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Minhas Farid Ahmed. So that concludes with a formal presentation. I'm so glad Minhas brought up the issue about integrated water resource management. We heard from Dr. Gopi, don't forget about ICZM, Integrated Coastal Zone Management, and your PhD is about EAFM, Ecosystems Approach to Fisheries Management. You see, ladies and gentlemen, to bring us to sustainable development, there are so many integrated and holistic approaches. Tepuk dada, tanya selera. I don't know how to translate in English. Gopi, you figure it out. Whatever you wish, you can choose. You choose the medicine, how to bring you to sustainable development. If you ask Ibrahim Komo, he will choose Global Geopark. If you ask Gopi, EAFM, Ecosystems Approach to Fishery Management. If you ask Sarah Aziz Lestari, ICZM, Integrated Coastal Zone Management. If you ask Minhas, IWRM, Integrated Water Resource Management. I say, no, go IRBM, Integrated River Basin Management. All are important and relevant. It's just what do you put in the middle. That's it. But if you look at the elements, it's similar. You must work together. You must bring social science and technology together. And today, what do you hear? Planetary health. So on and so on. But whatever it is, don't give up. Keep on doing it. But what's important? Emma would say, and John would say, finding solutions is the most important. And where are the solutions? Please don't look at me. Whenever we point, there are so many more fingers pointing towards ourselves. That's the spirit. And to discuss about that, I'm going to invite all you 4 speakers, please come up. There are plenty of time for question and answer. Yeah. Please. Professor Muhammad Handri, Iman Shah, Dr. Elia, Dr. Gopi, and Dr. Minhas. Find your favorite chair and find your favorite microphone. So, ladies and gentlemen, including our friends who are following via online, yeah, even though we spoke a little bit much more about Borneo and all that, but certainly we don't forget the Peninsular Malaysia and other parts of other countries within ASEAN and all that. So in Malaysia, if in Sabah and Sarawak and Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam, we have Heart of Borneo, in Peninsular Malaysia, we have CFS, Central Forest Spine. If you Google CFS, yeah, you will be directed to a good website. All of these are being coordinated by NRECC, Natural Resource Environment Climate Change Ministry. The Honorable Minister gave a good speech this morning. But anyway, we have 36 minutes. So maybe we shall begin with 3 questions first. Facilitator, you have the microphone? Yeah, Mamoko and Shankar and what's your name, sir? Asalan. So who are brave enough to ask a question? In Malaysia, yeah, we always say ladies first, yeah. Please. Please bring the microphone. Please introduce yourself and the institution you're coming from. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, okay. Boleh? Tolong, silakan Mamoko. Yes, that's it.
It's working. Okay, I'm not from an institution. I'm actually from the private sector.
Good.
I'm Dr. Surina Ismail from IOI Corporation. I'm the Group Head of Sustainability. Part of what we do is also looking at biodiversity. We are a member of the National Advisory Group for the Global Biodiversity Framework. This is in support of the National Biodiversity Policy. So it's interesting to see the perspective from the academic, because I assume all of you are from the academic, maybe Dr. Gobi, maybe not as. But I think what we like from the corporation is to see what you guys can help us in some of the more statistical, research information to help us to implement biodiversity. Part of the target of the Global Biodiversity Framework was to make biodiversity streamline into something that is part and parcel of the corporations. So possibly I will just direct to all of you, because I know that we work in Sabah at Lahad Datu area, in some of the areas it's in Kinabatangan, but and also in Peninsula with the elephants. And so I just want to see, I know that we've worked a little bit with like University of Nottingham and that sort of thing, so I'm not sure some of the perspective that you guys come up as something that we can implement, because I know a lot of things that is being done, a lot of things needs to be implemented, and I think this is generally implemented by the private sector. So I think that's my question to all of you. How would you want to collaborate with us? Not put it to the point that it's such an academic level, but more on a practical implementation area, because I see the directions that is going on. It's quite academic.
Right, thank you. Your name again, ma'am?
Surina Ismail.
Zurina. Surina.
Thank you.
And you are the Chief Sustainability Officer of IOI Group?
IOI Corporation.
Corporation, CSO?
No. Group Head. Group Head Sustainability.
Yes, second question, please. Yeah, another. Oh, Lavanya. But please introduce your name again.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lavanya Rama Iyer from WWF Malaysia. Just wanted to pick up on the first slide that Dr. Minhas showed just now. A very powerful slide, I think. And I think that really goes to the root cause of why our current models of progress or prosperity have not really delivered the development that we need, we should be seeing. I'm just wondering, what would all of you suggest we should do to address that fundamental problem? Because I think if we don't move away from that fundamental problem, we will be still fighting, little fires or putting out the smoke rather than, fighting the actual fire. Should we be looking at, measuring progress differently or beyond GDP, like what the UN Secretary General has been calling for? And how do you see that within the context of biodiversity? Thank you.
Thank you. One more? One gentleman, perhaps? Another lady, please. It's okay. Men after lunch, they, a bit heavy on their eyes. One microphone. Mamoko, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good
So
afternoon.
I'm Valerie Barbosa. I'm an ocean scientist, but I'm currently the science officer at the Embassy of France to Malaysia.
Oh, bonjour.
So, bonjour. So one of the speakers mentioned there's obviously, for example, a lack of collaboration, of sufficient collaboration, maybe at regional level. But in our work, especially on the oceans, we do see that one of the obstacles we have is also the fragmentation in the management of oceans and coastal areas. The example is Malaysia, but it could work elsewhere, right? So I don't know, I would like to ask the whole panel, how could we address this? Because like communication or intergovernmental cooperation, it's already kind of difficult, so then how we match it with the other sectors? So I guess that would be my question.
Thank you
so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Yeah, first question is how not to be too academic. Gopi, please. Gopi, please. I don't want the academic answer this one. You first.
You're in the private sector. Are you a company? You're a company. Okay, one of the things that you can do from a practical standpoint, because you're not going to influence policy. But, well, when you say influence policy, in the sense that if you're a company, you will follow policy, right? You advocate. You do advocacy, is it?
So we do influence policy because we are now working very closely with the government on policies that affects, like for example, biodiversity. We work with BERSA, for example, to promote the TCFD, for example, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. So what we do is, as corporation, we need to make sure that governments do not make policy that the corporations cannot implement. And the National Biodiversity Advisory Group that we are working together is to help to implement the 21 targets of the Global Biodiversity Forum that was in COP15 of Kunming, Montreal. So we do. That's part of what we do. I mean, we work with MPOA, the Malaysian Palm Oil Association, works together with the Malaysian Palm Oil Board, with the Malaysian industries, primary industry, MPIC, to make sure that policies like, for example, the EUDR, the EU Deforestation Regulation, it's something that we can implement. Yes, so policies are very important for us.
Okay, so in the case of your particular company, it seems to me that you've answered your own question. You're already playing a role, and you're playing the role at a policy level. But I want to answer your question in a more generic, how can the private sector play a role rather than just your company? I'm no doubt what you're doing is already very credible in terms of conveying your inputs to the government. The main thing the government faces in terms of having to do biodiversity is the fact that there are gaps in the institutions. This could be in terms of people, in terms of processes. Now, one of the things is to advocate for processes to be strengthened. That's one way of doing it. The other thing is to actually be involved on the ground for things that need to be done. There's no way, for instance, I give you an example. If you went to Sembilan Islands, these are very beautiful islands, they've got a coral reef, but they just do not have enough people going down trying to clear nets, trying to remove debris. Well, I've dived down there and I can see tin cans and stuff like that. Now, we may think that these are small things, and they are, but in the greater scheme of things, they are things that an institution should be doing, government should be doing, and it cannot. It simply does not have the resources. So this is something that private sector can be involved in. The only thing is that when it's involved as a volunteerism, if you're calling for volunteerism, it doesn't have staying power. I do it all today, and then I go home, and perhaps 1 year later, I come back for the next company get-together, and we do it again. So this is where what you need to do is work with existing agencies and try and do this on a more permanent basis, organize something on a more permanent basis. One example of an NGO who has done that quite successfully would be Reef Check. That's worked extensively in Tioman. But you can only work with Tioman because that's all the resources it's got. But it works with marine parks, now Fisheries Department, in doing a lot of this kind of work. So, but it's an NGO. But it's a body, it acts like a corporate body as well. But what it requires is funding, it requires volunteers, it requires hands-on. And that's where private sector can play a role. That's more on the practical side.
I think you misunderstand. My question is, how can the academics, your presentation is all about academic approach. And I was asking how that presentation can help us to work together with the private sector to do something, not asking what we're going to, because we are working with a lot of NGOs and we are working a lot, I mean, not talking just me, but other private sectors. So I think you misunderstand my question. My question is, you know, you've done a lot of research. For example, the gentleman from Indonesia, they've done a lot of research on the impact of social economy as well as development and the impact on the environment in terms of the, you know. So I just want to see how that academic approach can be implemented in a way that we could use it in a practical way. So I think to a certain extent there is some example, but it's very, you know, it impacts on a very small level. So we want to see a bigger impact. So I just want to, that's my question.
I think then you have, if you're looking at that as an approach, what you're doing right now is inconsistent with that. Is consistent with that. That approach means there is an engagement with the private sector and the government in terms of what needs to be done. You talk about academia, I'm not sure, I know the way you're smiling, I'm not answering your question, but I'm not quite clear what exactly you mean. You're asking how academia can play a role, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we had a forum where we invited the part of the academia into our forum, was Sustainability Consortium Forum. But their approach was very, very academic. They were looking at small details, which is not practical. It might be good at the basic level, but we require a more application approach in terms of, and I think this is where I'm asking you guys, because I can see some of you have done some practical approach.
I think I should pass this to academics because I'm not an academic, and I sympathize with what you're saying, but I really can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. And actually, I think that is your query. So actually, academia, our result is a valid result that's needed by any agencies to prove what they need to do next, because only the expert can provide you the valid data, so that it will lead you to do what's the right action after that. So that's a very, very, I mean, important roles from the academic. So what I'm trying to say just now from my department, actually the Ministry of Education now introduced the industry and community engagement. So this is totally not a research project. This is actually an engagement to the industry or the community. So we try to engage everyone, not only we call it quadruple helix, but now we are going to a pentahelix collaborations. Means that everyone have to do their roles to make it, to fulfill the missions of the country. So there's no single organizations can implement very big missions without a collaboration with this. That's why the government come out with this module. We need quadruple helix is not enough. Now we're going to pentahelix. But you can't say that the academic produce a very detailed is not practical. Actually, that's the very important things to prove what your actions is valid or not. So you can't say just I want to to kill some of the elephants without a very, a valid data, and then it's not everyone's verified, can verify the data, and the validation of the data is only come from the experts. So a public cannot give the information. So you still need that to support your actions. But from the academic side, we are limited to only academic. We don't have this, the limitation is we are not doing the action, the implementation, which is now, I think the company or most of the private sectors are going to a new era to comply the ESG, I think, economic, social, and governance. That's why they have to have the certification of this, so that each of us have to, again, relate to the communication. We have to work together to make it, applicable. Yeah, so maybe I think my other colleague can give more explanation on it.
But before you do that, I just want to say something. This distinction between I'm doing something practical and they're doing something academic is an entirely a theoretical construct. As long as the party you're working with can engage with you, I think they're bringing inputs to the table, you're bringing inputs to the table, and you can come up with something. Yeah. But if we start dividing it like this, then it doesn't work. Fine, the individual that you spoke to or you're dealing with might be very theoretical in the way they look at things. But we must be very mindful of this, that everybody brings something to the table.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with you that as academia, we do less action research, but the number of action research is increasing. But we also cannot avoid the fundamental research because that contributed the core knowledge. So to enhance the core knowledge, the fundamental research needed, but we must have the balance of our research activities. So here also, SDG, we need to balance in every sector. So in addition to that, from my experience working with the business sector, as I shown in the slide, the Frangipani Hotel and Spa. So they want to promote, their revenue, but they want green practices, and they also want good reputation. So they're aiming how they contribute to the sustainable development of the country. So what they do, they invite academia to monitor their water quality, their grey water, the channel to the constructed wetland before discharge to the water body and other sources. So as an entrepreneur, he can do in line with the government policy and national policy. But someone need to monitor, validate that he is doing what he is doing correctly, and what he is releasing to the environment is safe for the environment. To go through this process, he need academia or expert especially from the academia, because this is, if looking for the long-term sustainability, he need, of course, the academic research on it. So in a way, academia contributing to the business sector to help them to comply with the national policy. And when they have this successful constructed wetlands, of course, they have reduced their expenses of treating the water. This is one example. There is another example of counting the water footprint. If you offer us counting the ecological footprint or water footprint of your company, we can also able to help you also. So this also help help you to comply with the ESG or other standards from the Malaysia or international. So I think this is one of the way we can contribute to the can do collaboration with the business and industry sector. Thank you.
Yeah, silakan, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Based on my experience, usually I give some policy brief because some of the private sectors, like they want to get the tax incentive or something like that, but the government usually reluctant to give the tax incentive or other thing like that, and we just make policy brief. What is the impact of the tax incentive, so the government see whether they want to give the tax incentive or not. This is based on my experience about the tax property on forest, because this is like to make the tax property, to reduce the tax property on forest production, so become a sustainable development can be applied, because most of the owner of the company and the forest like to produce to reforest the land, so they can get the tax incentive. That's the improvement to continue sustainable development. Another things that when I give some policy brief about the green industry, they need to have some tax incentive, fiscal incentive. How to get the fiscal incentive? Because they comply with the green policy. So what is the benefit if I comply with the green industry? So they need to give some fiscal incentive. So I give some policy brief, and they can each other to negotiate how is to give better for the economy as a whole. That's my experience, to give the government, this is good for the economy as a whole. We lost a revenue in some sectors, but we give some the benefit of the whole economic sectors. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a long discussion. We have 12 minutes. For question number 2, I think Lavanya referred to one of your slides. Minhas.
Thank you for the question. Actually, that's the fundamental issue. And to me, to address those issues, education is important. When not talking about only the school, primary, tertiary level education, when they enter in the professional sector, for example, they coming from monodiscipline sector, in a position he need to do multitasking work. So he might also need education and training, special customized training to be on multidisciplinary approaches, so can be multitasking. So in a way, the training should also embedded the ethics and integrity. So when these are embedded in a training program and those are practiced in real activities, gradually the situation can be improved. This you can hope. So I may ask my other colleague, they can also contribute on this topic. Thank you.
Yeah, going beyond GDP is not easy, but certainly we can work together. And if I could remember, under SDSN, they have formed a transformation center what we are trying and discussing is try to move from business as usual to something better. After listening to Guterres, Antonio Guterres, and so many leaders who delves into sustainable development, we are lagging behind in terms of all the SDGs. Only 15%, I think, if I saw the figure, that we are on track. So that's why SDSN, if you Google the Transformation Center, hopefully you'll find some answer, including Zurina. For example, Global Geopark. We academic, we come with theoretical framework. Ibrahim Komo and team come with, the concept of geo-heritage, geo-this, geo-that. But it took some time, like Dr. Gopi mentioned, bring something to the table. And with Global Geopark Langkawi, the first global geopark of Southeast Asia, and also first in Malaysia, of course, we took long time first working with Langkawi Development Authority. Then we also bring in the small medium enterprise. That's why today, with the knowledge of geology, never that geologists would have imagined it can open up business opportunity for the fishermen of Langkawi. Fishermen who were poor then, with low income, today are owning boats that are being operated by their children and grandchildren and can earn. You know why? Because now when they look at rocks of Langkawi, there are the scientific stories that can be turned into information and books. We even try to figure out if international tourists come to Langkawi, there are currently 30 geosites. It will come to, this is a funny looking rock, but it has a 500 million year old fossil. So what we are thinking, you do something with information from the handphone, we can charge $1, 10 cents will go to the researcher, X cents go to your company, X cents go to the community, that sort of thing. But this sort of thing need to happen through communication and collaboration. 3 days ago, I read a newspaper article. There was a meeting in Awana Genting, CAN. Yeah, CEO Action Network. What was the keyword in the newspaper? Collaboration. That's it. Academic, we are with formulas and framework. Please bring us in and start talking. And in fact, in that, somewhere I read, nowadays what's popular with companies are CSOs, Chief Sustainability Officer. And CSO, few years back, only talk about CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility projects. But nowadays, no. They need to sit down with, they call it the stakeholders and investor. So now you got to go beyond. What do investors want? What do stakeholders want? But the answer is sit down together. And it may take a few years, but it's going to be worth it. It will bring ringgit Malaysia billions of dollars maybe, inshallah. Before we forget the third question, sekejap, the group from CAN are very excited. Yes, the third question about fragmentation. We get caught into fragmentation of doing things. Government officers say, when there's a problem, that's not my problem, that's the other ministry's problem. Yeah? Bapak, since you laugh the loudest, you answer.
Okay. I think this is the role of a scientific an academician, because we stand in the middle, so we can accommodate all of the interests. So we try to put it together between the private sectors and all of the stakeholders in objective sense. So we put it, which is the best things for the community. I think so. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. If I don't let one of the speakers of the CAN speak, they're going to be angry with me. Please, one of you, you have 3 minutes. I saw the three ladies and the gentleman. You are waving, putting up your hand like that. You want to say something. So I better let you say something. 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm from Genting. And we recently had the CN, which was very exciting and one very extraordinary event. Now into another one. Now I've been to 2 events already. I just want to not make a comment, but maybe make a request and I agree with this lady in front of me here from IOI with her comments, and I fully support her for that. My request would be for academics to consider about aestheticization. What we are experiencing in Genting Highlands is we have done a lot of data and found out how many types of endemic plants that we have.
Good.
The type of wildlife that we have. But then again, when we ask for capital expenses, and the boss will say, how much do you need? And I say, so much money. And he says, what really is our biodiversity worth? You see? And I say, well, Tan Sri, you got 1 black panther, got 200 siamangs, you got many endemic species of plants on your land, and you are the largest owner of wildlife. But then he said how much they're worth. And so I realized that what we're missing today is aestheticization. We have them, but we don't know what their value is. And he's not going to give me any money from the profits, simply because, when I said, we have F&B, we have hotels, we allocated money every year from whatever we make, or whatever. But unfortunately, when it comes to environment, there's no value. It's not been aestheticized yet, other than the price of land, but that's it. What's the price of our water? What's the price of our ecosystem? What's the price of a black panther? I'm not putting it in the way that you put a price so that you put them in trouble, but I'm saying that we want to protect what we have, but we don't know the value. And hopefully, academicians can help us do this research.
Yes.
And come back to us that this is the value. If it's 1 billion ringgit, then I need 100 million. Or maybe 10 million would do for a start. Good. And then I have some money. Otherwise, at this moment, I can't even hire an intern. So it says, they're going to cost us money.
Right.
So we're not creating jobs. 2, we recently had the tax office come over, and after we tell them what we are embarking, and so for our services, there's no tax. Because they understand that we have to create jobs, we have to educate the public. In this case, as you can Google, in 2019, we had in excess of 30 million tourists. Compared to Singapore in 2019, with 19.1. One country on an island, and 1 mountain with 1 highway. To get to the top, and 1 supermarket, if you want to call it that, a large supermarket with a theme park. And we have an excess of 30 million tourists. And so we need money.
Right.
But the question here is, and you rightly say it, we have no data. We have no support for this, but we have already gained a tax relief. Just to share that with you. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
sir.
thank you very much for that
Professor
offer.
Masri.
What's your name again, sir?
I'm Eddie, sorry.
Eddie. Right. Terima kasih, Eddie. Yeah, 1 more minute. That's my time, just to close. But anyway, I like Eddie's point, which is about value. So this is where researchers and non-researchers, we can get together and give proper value to natural resources, to biodiversity, to everything. When there is value, then we will treasure it and respect it. One thing about Malaysian, when there is a disaster, people come together very quickly and they are willing to help. For example, Malaysia, we have floods. When floods happen, everybody will come and give similar things. But my point is, during peaceful time, you don't see Malaysians coming together. They don't care so much about the river and all that. So how to change this? But anyway, another professional that we need are the psychologists. Psychiatrists are too late already. the psychologists. But anyway, it's already 4:15. I think we better stop here so that we have about 5 minutes of water management before we come back for the plenary. Let's put our hands together for the wonderful speakers. Thank you. So back to Shankar, exactly 4:15. Terima kasih. Ambil gambar.
World that's going to be more complex, challenging, and unpredictable, and enable them to shape sustainable, prosperous, and resilient communities for the future.
On the SDG form, quality education, target 4.7 calls for the implementation of education that is inclusive and that promotes sustainable development.
All learners should acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contributions to sustainable development. I am absolutely thrilled and delighted to launch Mission 4.7.
Mission 4.7 is an effort to support the education of a generation of global leaders with global citizenship values, real, tangible knowledge of the SDGs, and 21st century skills that we believe is the real path to improving the state of our world for all.
This is not simply about transforming education, but it's about the power of education to transform society.
Education for sustainable development is not just good for society, but it's also good for education.
We need to find a way to make sure it's not something that's seen as an extracurricular to be competing with the school curriculum, but incorporate it into what's necessary in a school curriculum.
So it is not about introducing new curriculum, but it is about reflecting these global values of respect for nature, of universal human rights, of economic justice, and a culture of peace in the various disciplines.
Science isn't just about, physics and chemistry. It's about, can you think like a scientist? Can you use the tools of science to understand and change the world? History is not just about, remembering names and dates. It's about, can you think like an historian? Now, do you understand how the narrative of a society has emerged, how it developed, how it advanced, and sometimes how it unravels when the context changes? What does it mean for today's world?
We don't produce a world without poverty because people can regurgitate and say SDG number 1 is a world without poverty. We produce a world without poverty when we can identify what are the capacities, what is the knowledge, the dispositions, and the skills that people need to build a world without poverty.
Students of all ages in all types of schools can be educated to care for the world's most pressing problems while achieving their own academic requirements.
Let us work together to educate humanity about sustainable development and global citizenship with the necessary knowledge, skills, and empathy for others. We can create a brighter future for us all, leaving no one behind.
% of the world's data has been produced in the last 2 years. It's transforming how we live our lives and how we run our companies, and it has a vital role to play, putting us on a path to a more sustainable future. SDSN Trends, a global think tank on data governance, has just released a new report on how to navigate this data revolution, called Counting on the World to Act. This video introduces many of the key themes.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Trends Roundtable on Governing the Data Revolution. Today we're going to be covering a range of discussions around the data revolution, opportunities and challenges for sustainable development goals. My name is Sheda Badi. I'm the co-chair of Trends and also managing director of Open Data Watch. Today we have a few themes for discussion, and the first theme that we have selected is called Out with the Old and In with the New. Do we still need the traditional data methods like surveys and census? And Tom, I thought I'll come to you with your experience with the census.
The international debate has shifted over the last 18 months. If you go back 18 months, people were starting to talk about that this brave new world of wide-ranging big data, satellite data, geosensing data could all be used as a substitute. In the recent year and a half, there's been a realization that the census particularly is still crucial. It provides a way of validating results from geosensing data. It provides information which cannot be provided from big data.
We still need the surveys, but countries need to be able to identify which surveys should be continued. These are what I call the core surveys, and which ones need not be done. On the new data sources like big data, citizen-generated data, what we need to work on should be quality assurance frameworks.
I would argue that it's also about innovating additional types of data that complement it, not only because the scope of the Sustainable Development Goals has changed, but because there's limitations on what households can tell you. Household surveys do not cover issues that pertain to water quality. So there's additional information that we need, but there is still a role for these household surveys to provide denominators in understanding how many people are at risk and having some idea about where and what type of risk they're facing.
There are two potential areas for the new, as it were. I think on the one hand, as you said, to fill gaps where surveys are not the best tool, but also in terms of the actual mechanics and the logistics of carrying out a survey. Surveys are very expensive ways of conducting data collection.
I mean, I think the common theme that's been true for all of your answers, and I would agree with, is that we should really think about new data being the gap fillers.
One of the things that we've been discussing a lot is the importance of the leadership at the national statistical offices by putting them in the center of the data ecosystem for the Sustainable Development Goals and try to see what changes need to be made to make that happen. So who within the government do you think should be responsible for identifying and adopting these data innovations?
Who shouldn't be responsible for this within government? I think that the challenge when it is focused on the national statistics offices is that often these are under-resourced, under-capacitated groups that are not well connected into the line ministries.
There are historically the custodians and guardians of official statistics. Often national legislation will set out that only the National Statistical Office can produce official statistics. And so any new proposed ecosystem of data which doesn't place the National Statistical Office at the core of it, I think is almost doomed to fail.
I think there are several advantages to having a National Statistics Office at the heart of a new national data ecosystem. I think the first is that they have the mandate to be independent of government and to be impartial in the way in which they produce official statistics. And I think in many parts of the world that's a really important point. We're seeing that in certain countries, even that fundamental point is being undermined to some degree, and I think that's a bit of a challenge and a threat.
The Statistics Office is in the center of the national data ecosystem. But now, the chief statistician should be more than that. He or she should be open to these new data sources, but he or she should be knowledgeable to some extent.
There are new expectations and needs, both organizationally, so how they're placed within an official government structure, but also within the data system as a whole. And I see it as a two-way relationship, what I think is, and that's where the chief data officer is quite interesting, because there are roles that the statistics office plays in terms of formal reporting out into global statistics, and that provides a level of authority and legitimacy to information that's quite critical. But there's also a role to provide down the system, so helping out specific sub-agencies with the information they need to make decisions, whether it's the planning and accountability of electoral or elections, or if it's understanding the distribution of population to understand access.
I think that dual function that you mentioned, Alex, so data for decision making and data for reporting, it brings us back again to the goal of all of this.
Student macam dia punya main-mainan lama punya bateri juga. Tapi kalau dia tukar saja lah.
I'm sorry, could we get the mic?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon, almost evening. Good evening. Honorable Minister, Minister of MOSTI, Yang Berhormat Chang Lee Kang, Tan Sri, not here. Vice Chancellor is here. President Sibrandes Popima, Prof. Jeffrey Sachs of SDSN Asia, Emma Torres, Vice President of SDSN Asia, in charge of Americas, Vice President in charge of Asia, Professor Dato' Wu Wing Tai, professors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the AWSD, ASEAN Workshop for Sustainable Development. And this particular session is a very important one, plenary session 2, mobilizing science for protection of biodiversity and for success of President Lula's OPEC of rainforests. Yeah, very important. We got a call from Embassy of Brazil. But never mind, we shall talk about that later. For this particular plenary session, we shall be listening to 4 very important speakers. The Honorable Minister of MOSTI, you will be given 20 minutes to speak. The other 3 speakers, because we need to conclude before the sunset, the other 3 speakers, 13 minutes. And in order, 4 more speakers. Oh yeah, the Excellency, Steve Barakla. Are you here? Oh, Steve, I'm so sorry. You are fellow alumnus with me, University of Queensland. 3-1, Bapak Professor Muhammad Handri Iman Shah, also from University of Queensland. 3 alumni here. So sorry, Steve. Anyway, it's going to be a very interesting session, but in order so that we finish before sunset, there will be 2 beautiful ladies who shall be keeping the time, Miss Ciara and Wenyi. Please stand up. Yeah. Even the minister, we will remind you, if there is, first the signage will be up is 5 minutes, second signage is 1 minute, third signage, and then we call your bodyguard. But anyway, that's the order for this plenary session 2. Next up is, before we invite the Honorable Minister, let me introduce him for a bit. The Honorable Minister, Yang Berhormat Chang Lee Kang, has served the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation since December 2022. So it's about 8 months? Yeah, about 8 months. And he is a Member of Parliament for Tanjung Malim since May 2018. He served as a member of the Perak State Legislative Assembly for Teja from March 2008 to May 2018, and has also served as Vice President of the People Justice Party since December 2018. Yang Berhormat Lee Kang holds a Bachelor of Engineering in Civil Engineering from University Putra Malaysia, UPM. Well done. And a Master's in Public Administration from the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. Yang Berhormat Chang Lee Kang, the Honorable Minister of MOSTI. Please welcome Yang Berhormat Chang Lee Kan. You want to deliver from this rostrum? You also can, Young Minister. Standing up is more comfortable, right?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor. Yang berbahagia, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Dr. Rosemary, yang berbahagia Tan Sri Razman Hashim, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Wu Wing Tai, Professor Chin Huat, my friends, and all our friends in Sunway University, salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani. In fact, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Wu for having me here, for inviting me. And I'm sorry today I have to put on my mask. I'm not well today. In fact, I also don't know why am I here. Because climate change, rainforest is quite alien to me, and I was quite ignorant before this, because I'm in science, technology, and innovation, you see. In fact, my fellow colleague, my cabinet colleague, YB Nick Nasmi, he's the right person. He's in charge of this natural resources, environment, and climate change. But anyway, at least in the title, there's something related to science, which is mobilizing science for protection of biodiversity and for success of President Lula's OPEC of rainforest. And then I was just informed by Emma that it's not from Lula, it's The Guardian. So, okay, later we'll hear from her. And well, just before I start on policy and policy direction of Malaysia on this rainforest, I just want to briefly introduce some of the status of biodiversity in Malaysia. So right now, Malaysia is one of the 12 mega diverse countries in the world, based on the 6th National Report of Malaysia on Convention of Biological Diversity, CBD. There are about 15,000 vascular plant species and 30% endemic, 2,795 vertebrate species, and 1,100 endemic, 4,000 kilometer square of coral reef, more than 77% of world-known species, and there are seagrass and mangrove ecosystem in Malaysia, and some of the most diverse in the world, and are important feeding ground for juvenile fishes, migratory seabirds, and marine mammals. So before coming here, I just Googled what is the OPEC of rainforest. Well, I thought it is initiated by President Lula during the COP 27, and the idea mooted, and where Brazil, Indonesia, and Democratic Republic of Congo are in talks to form strategic alliance in coordinating conservation of tropical rainforests, which these 3 countries account for 52% of world total area. So agreement signed during COP26 by these 3 countries to halt and reverse deforestation by 2030. So Malaysia also, we have quite a significant area of rainforest. Based on NRECC media statement dated 1st of July this year, forest cover in Malaysia is 18 million hectare, approximately 54.6% of total land area in Malaysia. And Malaysia forest conservation has been showing a good improvement, with latest report from World Resources Institute, Global Forest Watch, and University of Maryland rank Malaysia as 4th country in the world for reduction in primary forest loss as of 2022. That is about 57% reduction comparing 2020 to 2022 period with 2015 to 2017. However, Malaysia still ranks as a number 10th country in the world for total rainforest loss in 2022, which is about 70,000 hectares. So there are much more effort needs to be to be done to bring this number down. And I also would like to take this opportunity to introduce my ministry, as mentioned by Prof. Maslin just now. I'm made a minister barely 8 months, about 7 months plus, and as I say, I'm a rookie in this area. But because it's science, technology, and innovation, I would like to see science and technology can help us solve or at least mitigate some of the pressing issues like food security and climate change. So why am I here? Maybe I think maybe because before this ministry was called MASTEC, which is a super ministry, Ministry of Energy, Science, Technology, Environment, and Climate Change. So the portfolio was held by Minister Yobi. It was a super ministry, but after 2020, we have separated the super ministry into two. One is MOSTI, the other one is NRACC. So today, mainly, I will talk about how to mobilize science to to help to solve some of these issues that we are facing right now. I'm sure this morning, Nick, he has shared his insight about safeguarding biodiversity and other things. But I think MOSTI has a role to play by being the technology frontier and enabler for such effort. So Malaysia has a various policy in place for biodiversity protection that is related to SDI, and also ultimately contribute to Malaysia pledge to achieve the emission reduction target. What has Malaysia pledged? In the past COP 26, I missed the thing, but in the past COP, Malaysia pledged by 2050, we will achieve net zero greenhouse gas emission and low emission development strategy by lowering carbon intensity per unit of GDP through an act of energy efficiency and conservation by 2023, which is this year, and also climate change bill by next year. Secondly, we also pledged that by 2030, 100% of government fleet to be non-ICE, and also 50%, at least 50% forest coverage. And also Malaysia pledged to adopt nature-based solution to reduce long-term impact through planting 100 million trees. And also utilizing waste to energy concept to move towards zero waste to landfill and increase recycling rate to 40% by 2025. And also renewable energy mix target currently is at 23%. So we have already pledged that by 2025, we want to reach 31%. By 2035, we want to reach 40%. And by by 2050, we want to reach 70% of renewable energy mix. So MOSTI, in fact, we have launched a framework called 10-10 MySTIE. 10 and 10. 10-10 Malaysia Science, Technology, Innovation and Economy Framework. That's why in acronym is 10-10 MySTIE. So this framework helps us to identify 10 socio-economic drivers, and with the application of 10 science and technology drivers to help to achieve our goals. So example, Environmental and biodiversity has been identified as one of the 10 socio-economic drivers. So we have these two categories where under this MySDIE framework, we have divided it into two categories to help to enhance environmental and biodiversity in Malaysia. One category is cash up. The other one is leapfrog. So cash up is something currently we are doing or we have the capacity to do. For instance, video monitoring system using 5G and AI model to prevent illegal poaching and deforestation. So that is one of the our category under this catch up. Secondly, river robots for automated waste collection and recycling. Third, mangrove forest restoration using drones and sensors for tree planting, land mapping, and data collection. These are the three examples that we are using this 10-10 MySDIE framework. And also there are other examples, but I will only touch on three. And then I give you another three examples, what it means by leapfrog. So leapfrog, one of the things that I can mention here is gene editing and modification of genomes or for social economic benefits to help endangered species adapt to environmental change. This is one of our approaches. Secondly, we have this DNA barcoding as a global standard for the identification of biological species and assessment of biodiversity. Then we also have this synthetic biology for protecting threatened species and restoring degraded ecosystem. So these are another three examples which we use the leapfrog approach in this 10-10 SDIE framework. Besides, we are looking at achieving net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2050. So from now to 2050, there will be some drastic, I would say, not very drastic, gradual, but significant change in the government policy. Because we can't be doing, like, on one hand, we say we want to achieve net zero emission, but on the other hand, we keep subsidizing fossil fuel, you see, and also generating cheap electricity using coal. So there will be changes. So one of it, we are going to launch this National Energy Transition Roadmap, NETR, and this policy will secure our country's long-term energy security with environmental and economic sustainability in mind. And we work towards establishing robust environmental laws, encouraging the use of alternative renewable energy, and adopting environmentally friendly practices. As of now, Malaysia's contribution to global greenhouse gas emission is, I would say, quite low, 0.8%. But still, there are a lot of rooms for improvement. Then, of course, secondly, besides this National Energy Transition Roadmap, so it will involve a lot of, we'll call that subsidy rationalization. So we'll talk about it later, but of course not during this state election time. This is a problem when you have a politician on the stage. And on Mosti's part, we also we are going to launch. We have already drafted, and we are going to launch in the fourth quarter of this year, the Hydrogen Economy and Technology Roadmap 2023 to 2050. So this roadmap, we have already already gotten approval from the Cabinet and also the National Science Council. Definitely we are going to launch, and it's in complementary to this National Energy Transition Roadmap. And basically we have three main goals. One is so that hydrogen to be cornerstone of new energy economy, and Malaysia to be the leader among region country. Secondly, to achieve sustainable energy mix through usage of hydrogen. Thirdly, investment in hydrogen technologies for entire value chain from excuse me, from production, delivery, and end use. So we have done a very thorough study on this hydrogen economy, and but I think we are not only looking at the economy side, but we want to also look at how to reduce carbon emission by reducing fossil fuel. So this is another, I would say, a major move. Although we are still at a very initial stage for our hydrogen economy as of now. Even mobility also, we are still looking at EV instead of hydrogen. But I see much potential in hydrogen. So because according to what according to study that we have done, hydrogen, especially on green hydrogen production, there will be a huge market in 2050. It will involve 189 billion US dollar by 2050, and about 2% will be from Malaysia. About $3.1 billion for green hydrogen generation, and we have the competitive advantage, especially we have hydro, we have solar, and those green electrons are important for us to produce green hydrogen. So this is what we are looking at, and in fact, starting from, well, hopefully by end of this year, we can have another hydrogen plant it's an experimental, it's a pilot plant. Will be built in Peninsula Malaysia, because the first one is in Sarawak, and in fact, Sarawak, we just got a hydrogen tram from China. So Sarawak is quite advanced in terms of hydrogen, and we are catching up. And well, I think that's all, but also there are some concrete examples where MOSTI is funding some of the companies that will help us reduce carbon emission, and we are looking at that. I give you an example. There's this company called Next Green Pulp and Paper Sdn Bhd, and we have already sponsored 2.8 million ringgit, and they are producing sustainable food packaging material from oil palm and empty fruit branch. So this is one of the companies that we are MOSTI is funding. The other one, Task Block Malaysia Sdn Bhd, they are producing this green industry building system utilizing lightweight kanaf-based composite material. So this is another company. We have already funded about 500,000, and the other one, Free the Seed Sdn Bhd, we have funded 2.1 million ringgit. We have already set up a pilot plant for pre-commercialization of rice straw fiber pulp for packaging products. So they use rice straw to produce packaging product. Okay, I know. Don't worry, I can see. I'm coming to an end. So these are some of the effort that MOSTI is putting in. Well, although climate change is not part of the portfolio of MOSTI, but we are still looking at it because we need collaboration from all ministries and also all countries, because we know in climate change we can't work in silo. So, well, that's all. Thank you very much once again, and thank you for bearing with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you can sit down first so that you can watch better. Thank you. Ya, terima kasih Yang Berhormat Chang Lee Kang. Thank you very much to the Honorable Minister, Chang Lee Kang. Next up is welcome Emma Torres, the strategic coordinator of the Amazon We Want. Whoever has read the report, the Amazon We Want, 34 chapters, 1,000 pages, I think, yeah? Yeah. I'm at page number 18. Anyway, let me introduce Emma Torres. She is Vice President for the Americas for the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN, a global network of more than 1,800 universities today, research centers, and other knowledge institutions. And all these are committed to Sustainable Development Goals. Emma Torres serves as Strategic Coordinator of the Science Panel of the Amazon. She enjoys a long working experience in the United Nations on program development and negotiation to promote sustainable development initiatives globally. At UNDP, she coordinated 3 reports: Latin America and the Caribbean, a biodiversity superpower, then our own agenda, and the third one, Amazonia without myth. Emma Torres holds an MA in economics from Universidad Complutense, Madrid, Spain. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Thank you. I think I've been to this university. Certificates in environmental economics and climate change from IIED, Harvard University. Please welcome Emma Torres, Vice President. For Vice President, 13 minutes.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to have the
control. Yeah.
Control. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for this warm introduction. Wonderful to follow the ministers that have been with us today. It's a pleasure to be here in Kuala Lumpur. It's been a long time. I was working with UNDP and the Global Environment Facility when I came, and I really enjoyed it very much. But I haven't been to Sunway, so this is great to me to see Sunway and see the magnificent transformation that Sunway had. And also I learned from my co-vice president that Malaysia competed fiercely with my country Bolivia on tin. So I said, you have to come to Bolivia and visit the tin mines in Bolivia. Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you. Let me just go to, see if I can make it work. Okay, great. So this is, I'm going to just very briefly walk with you through the Amazon basin. And I think I cannot read very well from here, so I'm going to see if I can see from here. I think this is better. Okay, this is the largest rainforest that in the world, spanning over 8 countries and 1 national territory, which is French Guiana. Is the largest river discharge on Earth, 16 to 22% of the world's total river input to the oceans. We heard today about the importance of oceans of one of the panelists, and this is a very critical contributor to the oceans. It stores over between 150 and 200 billion tons of carbon in the soils and vegetation. But it's also home to 47 million people. 47 million, which includes about 2.2 million indigenous people among more than 410 groups, and some of them still live in involuntary isolation. and they speak 300 languages. So it's very rich in biodiversity, but it's also very rich in culture, and is very important for our continent. When I coordinated Amazonia Without Myths, Gabriel Garcia Marquez wrote the foreword of that report, and he said that the oldest ceramic in the continent was found in the Amazon. So it is a very millennial culture. But it's also highly threatened by expansion of pastures, croplands, new roads, construction of hydrological dams, mineral and oil exploitation, and more illegal activities. So there is a risk of crossing a tipping point. And this is exactly why the reason why the science panel of the Amazon was constituted. I have to dance here. So the Amazon panel was established in September 2019. Officially was launched in July 2020. In 2019, there were amazing fires in the Amazon. And a group of scientists that came to New York for the climate summit convened by the Secretary General approached Sustainable Development Solutions Network, specifically Professor Sachs, saying we need to do something about it. And we convened 30, 40 scientists at that moment at the UN and discussed, what was the situation. And at that moment, the decision was made to constitute a panel of the science panelists for the Amazon to really learn what is the state of the Amazon basin, the scientific assessment of the state of the Amazon basin. This panel is composed of more than 250 scientists. 2/3 are from the Amazon countries. This was exactly the purpose, to have really scientists from the region. 40% are female scientists, and we also have indigenous people scientists in the panel. They launched their first report at COP26, which was the first assessment report of the state of the basin. And there's a lot to be known about the Amazon. A lot is known, but never had been a panel that made assessment of the whole basin. And that was quite amazing, because when you think it's one of the most important basins in the world, there was a lot of research at the country level, research in various disciplines, but never a complete assessment. And this morning, we heard a lot about the need of connectivity. And I would like to say that this effort that the scientists got together provided an enormous connection of work and creativity among them, because it was the first time that as a group could make that assessment. It was highly peer-reviewed, and we had a lot of workshops and with the stakeholders and public consultations. As Ali was saying, the report is almost 2,000 pages, so I don't expect that you're going to read the whole report. Some scientists are reading the whole report. But we also have some chapters in brief that summarize exactly what is each of the chapters are working. But I would like to highlight the major messages that came from that report, which is number one, immediate deforestation moratorium in areas that are reaching the tipping point. There are areas that are already identified where the Amazon is reaching a tipping point. Second, achieve zero deforestation and forest degradation in the Amazon region before 2030. Scale up territorial and aquatic restoration, and I think this is critical because there's a lot of degraded areas and there's a lot of potential of hectares that you can rebuild, restore, and continue producing food, agriculture, because if you restore those areas. And support the indigenous land rights through titling and recognition, provide support to guarantee implementation of the territorial management and protection by indigenous people. This is a very important message because worldwide, it's already very well documented that the indigenous peoples have been amazing in terms of protecting the forests. And I think in the case of the Amazon, they have played a critical role. Today the minister was saying, I don't know why I'm here. Minister, you're here because it's critical that we have investment in vibrant bioeconomy. We need to invest in vibrant economy, which means that we have to invest in science, technology, and innovation. And this is one of the key messages of the panel. And it's going to the presidential summit that they have to allocate more resources on science, technology, and innovation in order to protect the forest. Because if we have the forest standing that generate income to the countries they're not going to destroy the forest. And I think this is critical. So, Minister, you're very important in this equation. We also produced, the panel produced already several policy briefs, 3 very critical for Sharm el-Sheikh at the COP. And I think this was very interesting because it was kind of very well received. It was 2 related, one to restoration. And somebody here today was saying, why the scientists are so academic and then, when they should be doing practical things. The scientists should be scientists and they should produce science. But what is important that science could inform policy making and also business to do business. In the case of our science panel of the Amazon, the issue of restoration came like a critical area, and now a number of companies are doing restoration. And I think that's what is good. I mean, the science give the message and others pick up the ball from there, and there's obviously a dialogue in that process. And I think in this case, we produced that restoration report. Also, the amazing work that territories have, the indigenous territories, in preserving the forest and carbon sequestration. It was very well received by the media. We have quotes from all newspapers, including The Guardian. There's the one who said that they should do the OPEC of the forest, which is not the words of the President Lula, but it was the aspiration is to coordinate with the major tropical forest. And we had engagement with all the stakeholders, financial sector, investment banks, academies of science, and the consortium of governors. So the whole process is being, after the report, is really to engage in a dialogue, active dialogue with the major stakeholders. I have fun. Okay. There has been a tremendous political momentum right now for the Amazon. I think both presidents of Colombia and presidents of Brazil have committed themselves already to zero deforestation by 2030. And the Brazilian development banks are already engaged also in this dialogue, how to finance and support those commitments. And of course, we have including the President Macron new global financial pact also addressed the issue of forest, and a number of other financial groups. I think the most critical moment that was coming now is the President Summit of the 8 Amazonian countries on the Amazon, and what is the conservation they can do together. This is going to happen now in August, and how to mobilize financial resources for that. This is a critical moment, and President Lula has invited also the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Indonesia to join after the summit, precisely to continue discussing about the Global Forest Alliance. I think I have very few more minutes, so I will just say that we also in SDSN are supporting the establishment of a panel in the Congo Basin. We are at the beginning of the establishment of the panel, consulting with the scientists, but I think we're also benefiting from the support of the scientists of the panel of the Amazon in order to sort of leapfrog and get a momentum in Congo, which is the second largest important basin forest. Southeast Asia, I think I had a very good lesson today from all the interventions of what are you doing in terms of the establishment of the panel. It's very exciting. I would like obviously to discuss a little more about, what is this, how are you going to do the borders, how you want to work. I asked some of the scientists here, why Southeast Asia? What is the borders? What is the scientific reason to this? And they said, the borders are the ocean. I said, okay, I understand. So it's all these islands that are in this ocean. So it was very interesting, but I think it's a very interesting discussion to see how the panel, be constituted different from the Amazon panel, which is primarily driven by forest. And here, I think the critical initiative of the 3 rainforests. I think this is a wonderful initiative of President Lula to really invite a dialogue that should have happened a long time ago, but it's happening, and there is a momentum there. So the 3 important global forests could join and work on conserving the forest, on learning how to sustainably invest on those forests, and also to mobilize financing. These rainforests are critical to achieve 1.5, if we want to do that. If we don't want to exceed that, these forests are absolutely critical. They're critical also to the biodiversity framework adopted including Montreal. And I think what I would like to highlight is what he was saying here, is critical cooperation. And it's very wonderful that one of the critical things that the Science Panel for the Amazon is coordinate a regional approach to the Amazon. And this could be served as a basis for policy making. Therefore, it's a very important input for the Presidential Summit, and the Science Panel of the Amazon has been invited to address the Presidential Summit, and obviously after the summit there will be tremendous follow-up. So I think it's a very difficult moment in the world. A lot of you have said this morning, including the problems with climate change, but there's also opportunity, and I think here we have a tremendous political momentum to support the tropical forest in the years to come and in the next conventions of biodiversity and climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emma Torres, Vice President of the Americas. Muchas gracias, if I get it right now. Thank you for presenting about the Amazon and the Congo Basin. That report really inspired us to now look at the Science Panel for Southeast Asia. And when we were discussing, where should we begin? So we look at some of the existing initiatives which are happening in our region. One is the Heart of Borneo, which was launched 2007, February 2007, by Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia. The other one is the Coral Triangle Initiative, 2009. So when we look at Heart of Borneo, 3 countries first. Yes, very good. So we look at the more active ones, Malaysia, Indonesia. And in Malaysia, we are very happy to note that Sabah Heart of Borneo program had been very systematic in producing SPA. Science Panel of Amazon is SPA, but this SPA is Strategic Plan of Action. SPA 1, 2, and 3. So about every 5 years, Sabah Heart of Borneo produced a strategic plan of action. And the latest one was launched 2nd December 2022, 21222. I don't know why Dr. Frederick chose this. Maybe we'll ask him that question later. But let me introduce. The third speaker is the Chief Conservator of Forests of Sabah, who is leading in terms of the Sabah Heart of Borneo. Sit down first, let me introduce. Dr. Frederick Kogan is a forester by profession, having graduated from University Pertanian Malaysia, UPM. Yang Berhormat Minister, you have alumni there, like me and Steve. And from New Brunswick University, Canada, in 1991. He has been with Sabah Forestry Department since 1987, and had served in various positions in the Planning Division and District Forest Office over the years. He is currently the Chief Conservator of Forests, and Dr. Frederick Kogan was the Project Director of the recently completed EU REDD+, the project entitled Tackling Climate Change Through Sustainable Forest Management and Community Development. This is one of the things we admire about the Sabah Forestry Department. In addition, he was also involved in the facilitation and implementation of several conservation initiatives, such as the Heart of Borneo Initiative, the Forest Plantation Transformation Plan, and the upcoming Food Systems, Land Use and Restoration Impact Program. Short name is FOLUR. Not for love, FOLUR. FOLUR in Sabah. Dr. Frederick Kogan is also the co-chair of, this is special, Jurisdictional Certification Steering Committee, a multi-stakeholder steering committee that spearheads the implementation of the Sabah Jurisdictional Certified Sustainable Palm Oil Initiative. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, To hear more, let's welcome and give a special hand to Dato Frederick Coogan, Chief Conservator. Chief Conservator, also 13 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Maslin, for the very kind introduction. I was chatting down there that I need the time. Cut short introduction, I need more time here. And of course, YB Chang, and of course, distinguished fellow professors. I think it is very honored to be here, to be standing in front of you to present what Sabah has, what Sabah has done and so forth. And what I'm planned to present, is that PowerPoint already? It's basically to show, to tell all of you what is our plans as far as conservation is concerned. And what shape, what determine, what are the events that have shaped forestry, the forests in Sabah, and conservation itself. So basically, we'll just run through these points, looking at our forest today. And as I mentioned earlier, probably you have heard from several other sessions. They have heard quite a number from Sabah, presented from Sabah. I see very familiar faces here. And Sabah is so small as compared to others. I think we've got our neighboring country, like Kalimantan. They're so big. They are big brothers as far as the hydroponics is concerned. Yeah. And before I dive into the subject matter with regard to, because my title is here, is about forest conservation in Sabah, the need for holistic approach for its protection and the way forward. So I will look at how Sabah's shaped from there. And basically, as maybe some of you, for the benefit of some of the participants here, Sabah is in the island of Borneo. Okay, we are just slightly about 7.3 million hectares, small as compared to the whole bigger Borneo island, but we are at the top. Yeah? And despite small, I think 7.4 million hectares in size, I think 64%, or about 4.7 million hectares are still forested. And then that's the situation at the present. And out of which about 3.8 million hectares, or 52% of the state landmass have been legally gazetted as permanent forest reserve, parks or wildlife. I think it is very important to state here that all the forest reserve, 52% has been legally gazetted by law. So it is not as simple as such that one can just take out or de-gazette or excise an area for any other purpose. It has to go through the state legislative assembly. So it has been there for ever since the forest reserve has been established. And I think one of the important aspects, one of the important milestones that the Sabah has met is in terms of pledging. I think we have pledged in 2013 that in forest policy that to increase the total protected areas to 2.2 million hectares, at least 30% of the state landmass by 2025. So this is something additional from whatever goals that we have heard, SDG goals. These are additional goals that the state set for itself in order to achieve. And I think that placed Sabah with a very comfortable margin. Prof. Mazlin, that in fulfilling Malaysia's pledge at the Rio Summit in terms of maintaining 50% of the country landmass under forest. Yeah. So I think a very important aspect where we achieve, that's why it's the forest enactment. I think that plays a very important role in terms of institutionalizing the forest management system, the forest reserve system, the protection of it. And of course, in 1984, it was further reinforced with classification by 7 classes, looking at various economic objectives. And the forest policy has recently revised in 2018, whereby it has been further strengthened, whereby forest reserve system requiring replacement of any excision, like what I mentioned earlier. So this contributes towards safeguarding the establishment of performance of forest reserve in the state of Sabah. And about, as I've mentioned earlier, about 1.9 million hectares, or 2.26% of the state landmass has been designated as totally protected areas to date. And we are now looking for 300,000 hectares yet to be identified within the next 3 years by 2025. So where do these 300,000 hectares will come from? So this will come from the 64% forested areas in the state of Sabah. So it could be from the protected system, whereby changing from production to protection, or maybe looking at other areas, other state land, other forested, which is beyond the protected areas. And besides that, I think the other important key milestone, this is the targets that I mentioned earlier. Okay, the other important aspect, milestone events that have shaped the conservation in Sabah, particularly, is the introduction of the Sustainable Forest Management System in 1997. So this is sustainable forest management, basically based on multiple use. So it fits very well. I think it was aligned very much with SDG goals, etc., etc., as far as the 3 pillars of sustainable development is concerned. And this 1997 is where the long-term license holders, especially on the 1.3 million production forests, entered. Okay, what happened in 1997 was we entered into the long-term sustainable forest management license for about 100 years. That's a long-term period, and entering with private sectors. Why we enter with private sectors then is because implementing SFM is not cheap. Yeah, it involves costs. So based on our lessons learned, I think based on the management plan that we have had, is that I think we need at least 1.8 billion every year in order to implement, to invest into this forest management and so forth. So that is a very important event in the state of Sabah, whereby initially we entered about 10 long-term license holders of 100 years, but that grew to about 38, where that has been improved to about 38 licenses of so forth, and then and improve in terms of license, in terms of its implementation. And contrary to many beliefs, we believe that the adoption of this SFM, or sustainable, has indeed brought about a lot of positive changes. And I think that's one thing is that we are having an FMU system, forest management system, where proper management plan is concerned. So this is where all the sciences are. Yeah. So everything is built on science. We are based on. It is not just based on the timber mentality. It is actually based on proper planning. Looking at the and long-term license. That is one of the positive changes. Multiple use. Because when we talk about forestry landscape, it is not only for timber, but it's also for other purpose, recreation, etc., etc., etc. So, and we talk about reducing impact logging. When we talk about production forestry, we talk about certification, the requirement of third-party auditing. It's a must, and certification is something which is very crucial as far as forestry is concerned. And as of today, about 825,000 hectares only certified. You can ask me a question later, why not all are certified today? Yeah? And of course, when we talk about forest management in Sabah, we are dealing with forest that has been disturbed due to past practices. We do have ugly side before. Yeah? We have the bad, ugly side, but now we're trying to make amends, looking at good. So, and what we are doing now, for the last decade or maybe future, is that we will be dealing with a lot of forest restoration, looking at on how to improve the forest ecosystem and so forth. And rightly say, like what has been mentioned by our other discussion speakers, that forest is not only for timber, but it can be for other purposes, ecosystem services and so forth. And we did mention about forest plantation. Why we do forest plantation is an important aspect. I think we have already launched that action plan also last year, that we need to establish about 400,000 hectares of industrial tree plantation in order to divert, for example, the dependence on natural forests. So any future production, industrial wood will come from these 400,000 hectares. And also today, it's only about 230,000 hectares established and more to come. So one important aspect in SFM is the concept of community forestry, community compartment. So these are the aspect component that has been incorporated in forest management, which have not been in the previous practices. So this is by default, it is a requirement. On any management of forest, there must be community compartment identified. So there will be social baseline survey identified, conducted and so forth, to identify where they are and so forth. So there's a lot of sciences, there are a lot of studies based, and then this has been used as a basis to manage the forest in Sabah. And beside SFM, Heart of Borneo was introduced. Yeah. This is a very important initiative to Sabah as well in 2007, rightly said. But Sabah only contributes about 4 million hectares. That's only about 20% of the state, the whole Heart of Borneo. Yeah. And it has been implemented since 2007, thanks to the federal government that has contributed the funding ever since. But one of the important outcomes from Sabah is that 7 totally protected areas is only about 865,000 hectares. And over the years, because of Heart Borneo, because of the brand name itself, it has increased to 1.9 million hectares. So this is looking at addressing connectivity, one. This is looking at putting in sustainable practices within that landscape. And then this is also looking at, for example, promoting transboundary cooperation with member states or member countries. So there's still a lot more to be done. If you look at the dark green, these are the dark green protected areas. It is rather fragmented, but better than before in 2007 and so forth. So there's a lot of work. We do not simply just shed it. This is actually based on sciences, based on 30 years of Royal Society involvement in that area, for example, based on it. So there's a lot of input from higher learnings and so forth. And that contributes towards that. And I think this is a very important outcome. And when Heart of Borneo was initiated, implemented, it's only 1 minute. We only focus on the protected forests, yeah. But now the third strategic plan of action is actually looking at areas outside. We look beyond, yeah. And I would just like to sum up, for example, we look at beyond landscape. So we're going for landscape approach, and these are many other conservation initiatives. So we're trying to link them up. We have Sabah is very generous with NGOs. We collaborate with as many partners. I think it is very important that we work with as many partners in order to create success stories. Because with success stories, I think it is very difficult for any politician if they to, for example, disband whatever initiative or whatever. I think Heart of Borneo has withstand so many political changes, yeah, 2007 and so forth, because of its success stories. So I think that is very important when we talk about stakeholder consultation. Time's up. So there's a lot more that I would like to say about what is our conservation next approach. I think there's a lot hinges on moving out, conservation next, landscapes approach, and then dealing with the community. That's a very important aspect. And trying to link up forests to many forest-based economies. There's a lot of sciences that need to be clarified, that need to be this. I think this is very important. They see that we don't know, for example, protecting forests probably, that reduce the revenue to the state, but then, in fact, it contributes a lot, even to agriculture, for example. So that's why even, I think Prof. Maslin mentioned about the jurisdictional certificate for sustainable palm oil. So we are looking at other landscape, other sectors, agriculture. How can we contribute towards that? And also, not only that, but also to the built environment, the highways and so forth. That's very important. And yeah, I think the conservation next is to move beyond our just forests, but looking at others. But more important is that I think the local communities, I think it is very important that we need to educate not only local, but the public itself. I think what have been mentioned by earlier by our discussed speakers, I think it is very important that to everybody, I think there's to save our forest is not only the forestry department or the government, it's actually everybody's responsibility, and then even the community can play a huge role. But then again, I think it is very important that we unlock this potential, yeah, and then make them realize. Only when they realize, then we can have that conservation more effective. So I think I will just stop there. There's a lot more that I would like to say, but then again, thank you for your attention, and sorry for taking up a few more minutes. Yeah.
Banyak terima kasih kepada Datuk Fred Coogan. Thank you very much. Yang berbahagia Datuk Fred Coogan, Chief Conservator of Sabah. About 1 month from today, there will be an important meeting in Kota Kinabalu. It's called the Heart of Borneo International Conference, August 23rd and 24th. The title is Heart of Borneo, an ecosystem that provides. If you Google this and you try to register and you cannot enter, don't worry, contact Datuk Fred Coogan. For all the participants today, he will give due consideration to this special. So, Datuk Coogan also mentioned there are 2 senior professors who had come and shared about Sabah today. One is Dr. Elia. Stand up, please, Elia. From University Malaysia, Sabah. She's a director of the Center for Sustainable Society Engagement. You see? Collaboration, engagement, that is the kind of language and things that we need to do. Professor June, are you still here? Yeah, oh no. No, she has gone. June, stand up please. Professor Junena, Director of Institute of Borneo Studies, University College Sabah Foundation. She prepared a wonderful 10-minute video about what her university had done. But anyway, I have to speak about Sabah. 8 years bah aku di sana. 8 years I spent my time as an early career researcher in Sabah. Wonderful place. Anyway, we have to move on. Nearly sunset. Dr. Wahyu Pratomo from the... Dr. Wahyu Pratomo is the Head Executive Director for the Coordinator Office of Kalimantan Region, based in Banjarmasin. Wow, he's from the Central Bank of Indonesia. Tania, thank you for coming over. Dr. Wahyu Pratomo is having an advisory role to the government. He is also responsible for guiding the economic transformation of Kalimantan into a greener region. Good luck, Doctor. But we are behind you. His previous roles at the bank include as Director and Group Head of Institutional Transformation. They give you all the difficult tasks, where he drove strategic initiatives, and Director and Group Head of International Policy, where he shaped international finance policies. Dr. Pratomo's academic journey began at Erasmus University, Rotterdam in 1994. You are seated next to the Dutch professor, Sibrandes. So everybody is paired up like that, just coincidence. He then achieved an MA in International and Development Economics at Yale University in 1999, followed by Master of Science in Economics from UNC at Chapel Hill. C stands for Carolina. North Carolina. Chapel Hill, 2005. He culminated his academic pursuit with a doctorate in economics from Universitas Indonesia, 2013. His rich blend of practical expertise and academic rigor fuels his transformative economic leadership. Dr. Wahyu Pratomo, silakan naik ke atas dan sampaikan. Please welcome him, Dr. Wahyu Pratomo. Banker also 13 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Maslin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. Excellency Minister Cheng, Excellency Professors, speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. I feel very honored to speak before this very educated audience. When I got an invitation from Professor Wu to speak in this workshop, I actually don't realize that this forum is very educated and elite group. So I hope that I will not disappoint you, Professor Wu. Today, I will share with you our perspective on how to protect the Kalimantan forest from the economic policy perspective. As minister, I'm a rookie also in this area. I'm not the forest guy. I'm trained economist, so I will talk about this from the economic policy perspective. Let me start with the story of kayu ulin. Kayu ulin is a highly prized hardwood in Kalimantan, native to the forests of Southeast Asia, particularly in Indonesia. It is well known for its incredible strength, durability, and resistance to pest and water damage. But it is now threatened by over-exploitation, lack of regeneration, and difficulties in cultivation. In my view, the story of kayu ulin is representative of the story of Kalimantan. It is an island with a massive size, strong, rich with natural resources, including rainforests, but its future is under risk if we don't manage its resources sustainably. So, and I must say that the current situation and condition of Kalimantan, we have a lot of challenges. Let me show you the structure of economy of Kalimantan. As a start, despite the fact that the forests play a key role in Kalimantan, its economic value is often underestimated or even ignored. Traditional economic measurement, such as the current GDP measurement, typically focus on the direct forest resources extraction, such as logging, which can be easily quantified and traded in the market. Furthermore, if we look at the structure of economy of Kalimantan, it's largely dominated by coal mining and palm oil industries. It has consequences. The economy of Kalimantan is very vulnerable to commodity price fluctuation. So if you see two graphs on the left side, the GDP growth of Kalimantan very much influenced by the fluctuation of both coal and CPO price. And if you look at the right side graphs, after decades of extraction, we must say that the economy of Kalimantan remain until now less inclusive, represented by the poverty level and the Gini ratio indicators. That is why we in Kalimantan believe that we need a greener development framework that not only address the economic development, but also includes environmental sustainability and social development. In particular, in Kalimantan, we advocate a green integrated economic approach. It is a holistic strategy designed to simultaneously tackle the complexity of environmental, social, and economic sustainability. This framework, this approach, has two main pillars. The first one is how to find the new source of growth of the economy of Kalimantan. We find that this new source of growth must be as attractive or even more attractive than the extractive activities that cause damage today. This policy includes the downstreaming policy, policy on SME and green SME, ecotourism, and we believe also digital-based economy. On the second pillars, we find that we have to design economic incentive to protect the Kalimantan forest. This incentive can ensure that it is in the interest of the individuals, communities, and companies to protect and sustainably manage forests rather than exploit them. And this incentive may include indigenous people and the right economic incentive for the industry, and also call for industrial responsibility. In the context of the theme of the two-day plenary about how to mobilize science, we find that universities can contribute to the research and development of new technologies, methodologies, and systems that can enable a green integrated economic approach I mentioned before. This university support may include research and development, education and training, policy advice, innovation and entrepreneurship, public awareness and advocacy, as well as interdisciplinary collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, we go into first pillar in more details. The first pillar encompasses the economic transformation of New Kalimantan. As a matter of fact, the economic transformation is pursued nationally by the current government. We believe that to become a developed country, Indonesia has to undergo economic transformation to strengthen its economic structure. Moreover, the economic transformation needs to be done in Indonesia, not only in Kalimantan. Next, the challenges when we have a framework, how to implement the framework. We in Kalimantan today advocate the new framework to the various stakeholders in 5 provinces in Kalimantan. We find that to be effective to implement this framework, we need to be innovative, but also collaborate with different parties. So we talk about this approach to local governments, to banks, to other authorities operating in the Kalimantan, but also to universities in North Kalimantan, in East Kalimantan, West Kalimantan, and Central Kalimantan and South Kalimantan. We find that the collaboration is necessary, especially when we talk about today key message from this morning plenary. The key issue is, one of the key issues is to tell the story. So the challenge is how to tell the story to transform economy of Kalimantan to the new generation of people in Kalimantan. In this context, I find that university will play a key role to disseminate the concept of the new framework, the concept of sustainable development to the new generation, especially students at the universities. The next pillar relate to economic incentive to protect the forests. We find that this must include how to incorporate indigenous people in forest protection. In ASEAN, we partnering with them to leverage their unique knowledge and practice, foster respect for their rights, and ensure the sustainable management of forests. The second, we have to find the right economic incentive for industry. The right incentive for industry actually transform industry from being the part of the problem to becoming a part of the solution in forest conservation. The third, we call industrial responsibility, meaning how to involve industry such as mining and manufacturing in forest protection. This is a pragmatic approach that leverage their resources, their technology, and influence. On the next slide, I will show you some success story related to the second pillar. First is a Katingan Mentaya project. Yes. This is the world's largest REDD Plus project. It is run by Rimba Makmur Utama, a company which holds concession for restoration and conservation of peat forests covering 150,000 hectares in central Kalimantan. It is, in fact, a carbon emission reduction program. This program is capable of catalyzing three things. First, climate change mitigation. The carbon credit that can be produced are about 7 million tons per year, making this project the largest carbon credit project in the world. The second, it is addressing the ecotourism of biodiversity, because the program is crucial due to the presence of population of Borneo orangutan, certain Borneo gibbons, and also Borneo proboscis monkeys. The last one, the program is of course contributive to toward the attainment of the SDG target in Indonesia. The second success story is in East Kalimantan. This is the first region in East Kalimantan to receive payment through the World Bank Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, or FCPF. It involves 20 million tons of carbon reduction, and the amount of the fund can be reached as much as $100 million. And we find that this model has the potential to be replicated in other parts of Kalimantan. The last one, I will share you the success story of indigenous people in Western Kalimantan. Bandi Apai Janggut is born, received a Gabellian Prize for Humanity recently. Bandi Apa Janggut is an elder customary leader of the indigenous group of Dayak Iban Sungai Uti Longhouse, located in the rainforest of Western Kalimantan. Bandi is known as the Sungai Utik Forest guardian for his decades-long defense of the environment from illegal logging, palm oil production, and corporate interests. He has led his community in fighting for recognition of their traditional land right for over 40 years. In 2020, the Indonesian government gave the Dayak Iban community legal recognition and ownership of 9,500 hectares of land. He is the joint winner with the Cecil Jebet of Cameroon and Leila Salgado, Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, with this Apai Janggut story, I stop my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ya, terima kasih Bapak Dr. Wahyu Pratomo. Thank you so much for taking care of us when the SDSN visited Kalimantan area to share experiences of SDSN in encouraging Kalimantan and also to work with you in the future. Thank you. 6 p.m. Yeah, just nice for another speaker. Thank you for your patience, Steve. Dr. Steve Baraclough, Excellency Dr. Stephen Baraclough. Please excuse my pronunciation. Currently serves as the Senior Official Assisting Australian High Commission in Kuala Lumpur. He has served in Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade for over 20 years. His diplomatic postings have included Afghanistan, Jakarta, and Brussels. In that order? Afghanistan, oh no, okay. Dr. Baraclough was awarded PhD by the ANU, Australian National University, for research on responses to satellite television in Pakistan, Iran, and Egypt. And this is special. He obtained postgraduate diploma in education, University of Queensland, 1992, and first-class honors in history, University of Queensland, awarded the Devahuti Prize by the Indian government. Congratulations, Dr. Stephen. And now please welcome His Excellency Dr. Stephen Baraclough. Even though get first-class honors, still 13 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Maslin and distinguished colleagues. I'd like to also thank Sunway, SDSN, and the Jeffrey Cheer Foundation. It's great to be here to speak at a university context so we can speak in more depth about issues that are really important. I'd like to address two questions in my presentation. The first one is fundamentally how we should understand the relationship between biodiversity and climate change. The two issues have been brought up a lot today and blended. And the second question I want to address is the respective roles of government and private sector. And I want to particularly focus on that because I believe the private sector's role is often underestimated. And I'll be doing that from an Australian perspective. So let's go first to biodiversity. It's been a good couple of years for biodiversity, at least in terms of international commitments. So in Glasgow, at COP26, the Glasgow Alliance on Forests and Land Use was concluded. Malaysia and Australia both signed up to it. And I was interested to read, it piqued my curiosity in looking at the leading up to this presentation, that in the 10 years leading up to Glasgow, Australia reforested or increased its forest stock by 4.4 million hectares. That's the equivalent of about 1/3 of Peninsular Malaysia. And for me, that raised the questions, well, how did we do that? And where did the funding come from? And I'll come back to that. At the Egypt COP27 in 2022, there's another step forward with the Mangrove Alliance for Climate Change. I'm not going to repeat to this audience things you've heard about how important mangroves are, both in storing carbon and in diversity. But this group also made a commitment, which was to increase mangrove area by 20% by 2030. So Gwen, for me that piques the question, how are you going to do that and where are you going to get the funding from? But anyway, it's in terms of sustainability and biodiversity, I'm honoured that we've heard so much already from distinguished colleagues about the situation in Sabah and in Kalimantan. So I'm not going to dwell too much on that since we've heard already so much rich input. I will just mention one initiative that the Australian government is funding, which is on working with Malaysian counterparts on how to handle marine plastics and how to reduce marine plastics as a policy area. And that's being carried out by Australia's best university, University of Queensland. So I'd now just like to just pivot and look at this relationship then between biodiversity and climate change. Biodiversity is complementary to climate change in the sense that where you preserve ecosystems, that will help preserve or reduce or prevent carbon emissions. It's complementary. But if you look at it from the other way, climate change or addressing climate change is essential to protecting biodiversity. Because if we fail to turn back climate change, then our efforts to preserve this or that ecosystem are ultimately going to be either severely limited or completely failing. Climate change is an unfolding and worsening calamity for the human race and the planet we live in. And it will not be dealt with unless we deal with carbon emissions, in particular human production of carbon emissions. If we're talking about carbon emissions and reducing them to zero, then we also need to be talking about the replacement, the green energy economy and the green energy value chains. And I'd like to focus on that. Before I go into that, normally at this point, you would expect someone to talk about government commitments first. This summit, this announcement, this government plan. I'm actually going to speak about the private sector first because I think we need to get into the private sector view of this to tackle it better. So let's look at those green energy value chains from a private sector perspective. But before we do that, imagine we suddenly were brought back in time 100 years and we asked ourselves the question back in 1923, of what energy is going to be crucial for the next 100 years for the human race? Well, the answer would be oil. It's really impossible to understand the 20th century, either economically or politically, without oil. And Malaysia knows this well. But if we here today in 1923 ask ourselves that question, which energy sector is going to be the most critical in the next 100 years, the answer is the green energy sector. So we need to understand its components, we need to understand how it works, how it's shaping up, who are the actors, who's on the dance floor, who's holding back. I can't give you a comprehensive picture of that, but I'm going to give you a few snapshots that'll, at least I hope, pique your interest. We can't talk about energy, the green energy transition, without talking about the mineral components that are essential for it. This means rare earths, it means lithium. I love talking about lithium. 43% of the lithium that is currently extracted today is from Australia. Almost all of that we ship to China to be processed, because China is the world's largest processor of lithium. Australia has the second largest lithium, copper and cobalt reserves in the world. Although lithium, I must say, varies, estimates vary, because some would put Bolivia right up there, and acknowledging my Bolivian colleague. But it also means for all those countries that's going to be massive. Australia does have the largest nickel and zinc reserves in the world. Australia, a couple of years ago, reached 29% objective of its renewable energy. So total energy usage in Australia, 29% of it is from renewables. And we've set ourselves a target of in 2030 of reaching 82%. How are we going to do that? It's a bit like those other questions. And like those other questions, I'm going to come back to it. Australia's not just endowed with these vital minerals, rare earths and energies that are absolutely essential for the green energy transition. We also have lots of space, and that positions us very well for green hydrogen, particularly the provision of massive scale solar energy which can create green hydrogen at scale and at a reasonable price. So people might have noticed a couple of weeks ago the President of Indonesia visiting Australia, and the main discussion was about, guess what? Minerals that Indonesia would like to have to help develop its ambitions for electronic vehicles. And President Widodo isn't the only one. Obviously, we have already a strong relationship with Chinese companies with that, but also other countries that have ambitions for electric vehicles. But I'd like to make one point here, and that is that it isn't the Australian government that sells any of this, it's Australian companies. This is actually a business decision to sell to another business. So we need to support businesses and create a favourable environment in this sector. It's not surprising then that Australia also attracts investment from countries that want to get into this growing renewable energy sector and also pick up knowledge. So I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate warmly the renewable energy, green energy wing of Petronas, Gentari, for its $1 billion investment in purchasing Wirsol, an Australian solar energy and energy storage company which operates on the east coast of Australia. By being there, it profits economically, but also gains the knowledge of this fast-moving regulatory environment and the technology that's being used, and can bring it back here to Malaysia. I mentioned before that China is the world's largest processor of lithium and rare earths. In fact, all the centres of excellence of rare earth are in China, except one. That one is correct, is in Malaysia. And it's been established courtesy of the cooperation between Malaysia and the Australian company Lynas. Lynas has been also a long-standing and direct foreign investment partner for Malaysia. It's invested $1 billion in Malaysia since it was invited to come here by the Malaysian government, and there is potential for more if the conditions are right. The company employs around 1,000 people, 99% of them are Malaysians. It's been proven safe by 4 scientific reviews, including one carried out by the International Atomic Energy Agency. I could go on and on about the value chains, the products, the industries that are going to make this work, but I hope I've given you enough sense that it is moving, it's moving fast, and all the big economies are onto it. I'll now talk about government, second, and deliberately so. Well, both Australia and Malaysia signed up to 2050 carbon neutrality at Paris. I'm pleased to say that through our comprehensive strategic partnership with Malaysia, we are helping build some of the fundamental administrative steps you need to reach that target. So we are helping Malaysia establish a national greenhouse gas inventory so that Malaysia can measure in an accurate way its greenhouse emissions. Why is this so important? Yes, for setting policy, but more importantly, it's a fundamental building block if you are to attract carbon credits investment. You need this and a credible investment framework to bring in carbon offsets. I'd like to say a couple more things about carbon offsets while I'm here. Australia's market for carbon offsets, that is, Australians' businesses' desire to invest in carbon projects, has massively increased in the last 5 years. More than half of the money that is in the Australian Stock Exchange is with companies that are looking to invest in carbon offsets. Why? We could say that the companies are becoming nicer. I'd like to say so. But also they're driven by their shareholders, they're driven by the consumers, and they're driven by the momentum of the international community, where it makes sense to move into this space first. Second thing I'd like to say about carbon credits is that in the Australian system, you don't get them just for having an asset, you get them if you take an action that reduces carbon credits, that reduces carbon, such as building green energy. So that's the answer to my previous questions. How did Australia plant 4.4 million hectares of forests in 10 years? How is it possible that the world can get 10% more, 20% more mangrove forest by 2030? How is that possible that Australia can expect to get 82% of our energy to renewables by 2030 because we have got our private sector lined up with government regulation also for carbon credits, and we are sharing that with Malaysia. There's a number of projects I could share in particular. I won't because people are waving the sign at me, and it is the end of the day, but I just would mention one, and that is that we're funding a feasibility study for Tanjung Pelepas Port in Johor for a bunkering hub for zero emissions fuels such as methanol and hydrogen. On that last practical note, and with the red sign flashing, I'll say thank you for your attention. Bye.
Termite. That's what Australians used to say. Thank you very much, Dr. Steve Barraclough. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that there are some burning questions you'd like to ask the panelists, but because it's already 6:15 and it's late, it's been a long day. If you have any questions, please do email to the Secretariat. We shall direct them to the speakers, and I'm sure the speakers will be more than happy to respond to your questions. And we pray that all the PowerPoint presentations could be shared with the public, yeah? We're not sure yet, but we'll check with the speaker. Another reason why we should stop early is because tomorrow, don't forget, there's another session. Tomorrow we begin at 9 o'clock in the morning with 2 parallel sessions on stewardship of Southeast Asia soil and geostrategic trends for the future of ASEAN. Miss Photographer, before we end, you want to take photograph from here? Please come. Yeah. From the stage. Seated, be seated. Yeah. Yeah. Come closer. Oh, your big lens cannot capture? Oh, it's okay. Empty is okay. Yeah, if you like to come closer, that will be good. Hopefully the Secretariat will share this photo with all of us. Yeah? So, ladies and gentlemen, before we scramble together towards the middle of the hall, let's put our hands together for all the brilliant speakers. Thank you. Maaf zahir batin kalau ada salah dan silap. Thank you.